by the one and only. He is the most bass producer in the game, and they call him, breaking news into the show, Big Daddy Frankie. He is going to be a father. Yes, it's the breaking news on the show. Big Daddy Frankie having a daughter with his beautiful wife. Frankie, how does it feel? I know the fans and the adoring crowd is going to go wild with this news. How you doing, Frankie?
Oh, incredible, Mike. I know something in my being, my body, it said this is going to be a girl. I just felt it this entire time, and
wow.
It's just a beautiful feeling. Great to be here.
Wow, that is amazing. Producer Frankie having one of probably like 8 kids, that's what I think. I think this is the first of 8. So we got a big show for you today, and maybe Frankie's future daughter will grow up to be the first female president, because at this rate, Hillary, Kamala, the best ones aren't being put up to the top. So there's still a good chance of that, Frankie. I do think that the whole woman president thing is not going to be right for a really long time. So, maybe it'll be Frankie's daughter. Who knows? All right, yeah, go ahead, Frankie.
Well, I'll just say, I will say, maybe you should just, raise a family, and I'm not going to push her to be president for many, many reasons. But hey, I'm not going to go there. That's not this show.
Very base. Let's go. Traditional family. Stop trying to be a girl boss, okay? I like it. Now, big show. The Democrats. We're talking about the Democrats. We're talking about their candidates, Hillary, Kamala. How about budget dollar store Barack Hussein Obama? His name is Hakeem Jeffries, and people aren't talking about the Democrats being hard charging with this shutdown, because I don't think that people even really know that there's a shutdown going on. Does anybody really know about that? Hakeem Jeffries is realizing that people are not realizing the government shutdown, so he decided to get a little PR and rap about it. Roll it.
House Republicans shut the government down. Then they ran out of town. And for the last 3 weeks, they're nowhere to be found.
This guy's doing like the rap battle. You ever see like those like rap battles where like they say, you are nice. I made you think twice. I'm as cold as ice. Like, buddy, it's so bad. It's so insufferable. It's so painstaking. Like, you are less black than me, Hakeem Jeffries, okay? Mike Crispy is an Italian. I am more black than Hakeem Jeffries. I declare that today. Every Sicilian is more black than Hakeem Jeffries. So I'm going to accuse him of outright racism and cultural appropriation by the fact that he's trying to rap out there in a press conference to talk about the government being shut down. Nice try. Nobody's going to care. We're just going to mock your racist attempts to appropriate our culture, Hakeem. There you go. Now, what is President Trump doing in the midst of all this? Brokering world peace, ending wars. And I do think it is pretty interesting how the Democrats are like, we can't get the government back open because of Trump. And I'm here thinking like, well, what's the difference between what Trump is doing domestically and internationally? Internationally, he doesn't have to deal with Democrat obstructionists, okay? He can do whatever he wants unilaterally, negotiating with the enemy. That's what the president's power is. At home, domestically, they have to negotiate with crazy people, Democrats. So it just goes to show you that Trump is winning so much on the international stage, and he's, getting hung up on the domestic front. And that's because Democrats are obstructionists. They don't want the country to win. It's funny. Hamas is less of an obstructionist than Hakeem Jeffries in the Democrat Party, if you really think about it, because Hamas signed the deal. Hakeem Jeffries isn't signing anything or agreeing to anything to open the government. So my question is the Democrat Party worse than Hamas? And how about the mainstream media pundits who would mock President Trump as he was seeking world peace? Will they put the MAGA hat on? Roll it, Frankie.
My point when I say I'm not going to be apocalyptic, it's not changing a tune. It's not making every single thing a 5-alarm fire. Yeah. If he does good, if he gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it. Yeah. And then she'll knock it right off my head. But like, you have to be able to cheer for wins when they happen and then call out relentlessly the wrong.
I'm waiting as you wear your, what was that, Christmas pajamas from last year? I mean, come on, you're wearing that on set. You can't wear the MAGA hat. Wear the MAGA hat. What is her name, Alyssa? Wear it. How can you not wear it? You said you would do it. You said we need to get the wins where they are. And, she used to work for the Trump administration before she was a turncoat. So she likes to be like, this like, a common sense person. Wear the hat. You promised it. Is she going to wear it? I don't think she's going to wear it. She hasn't worn it yet. That actually embodies the term fake news, if you ask me. Now, how did MSNBC and Morning Joe react? They were so close to saying, thank you, Trump, we love you, Trump, but they couldn't get it out. Roll it.
Let's look back at yesterday. Just an extraordinary day, and unlike, I think, any day I've ever seen, certainly coming out of the Middle East.
Joe, it was a joyous day of images of people celebrating genuine, deep happiness at seeing their relatives home.
All right, who am I? It was a joyous day. Like, the guy's like shaking and shaking his head in his seat, and Scarborough can't even get the words out about it. He's like, it was an amazing day. Like, he can't even say it. He cannot say it. He's actually thinking, like, as he's about to deliver the lines, he's like, am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to give Trump credit? It's like, it's black and white, and they're worried if they could say enough nice things. It's amazing. Here is Trump on the world stage announcing the peace plan with all the world leaders behind him, called in on a moment's notice. It was epic. Roll it for
This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. As you know, the hostages have been returned, and further work goes on having to do with the, sadly to say, bodies. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there. I want to congratulate
him. He did it. I mean, again, Hamas agreed to it. You have the Arab countries that arm Hamas and enable Hamas. They agreed to it. Israel agreed to it. It's amazing. Everybody out there said that you couldn't do it. They couldn't be negotiated with. From the river to the sea, Palestine must be free. The other side saying turn Gaza into a parking lot and just kill everybody and that'll work. It's like all of these people were hysterical wackos. And I knew deep down, I always said it, that Trump was capable of using leverage to make peace. And I don't think that there's ever going to be a leader in this generation to come that is going to be as transparent about wanting to do that as Trump was and is. And I say that for good reason, because a lot of these other leaders in the equation, the people standing behind Trump, a lot of them didn't want world peace. They're going along with world peace because they have to go along with it because Trump's the president. And I always say this, the president's job, while they're the president above all else, is to maintain peace, to secure the homeland, to keep our people safe, to create stability around the globe, because everything is a ripple effect to that. So Trump is doing that, and, people are like, well, will it hold up? Will it hold up? That's going to be the test. It's like it'll hold up as long as Trump is the president. Will it hold up when some other neocon bloodthirsty psycho gets in with ulterior motives controlled with the puppet strings? And that could be a Democrat or a Republican, by the way. George Bush to Hillary Clinton. If you look at those two, the ideology on foreign policy is almost exactly the same. And they have you fighting about little issues and things like, BLM and race and all that while they're doing this together. And it's Trump getting all the leaders behind him, making them come to terms with what he's leading the trail on. I think it makes everybody a little bit uncomfortable, if you want to know the truth. And I think Trump knows that, because Trump, he had a couple moments. Now, I think he did this on purpose to mock the United Kingdom, because the UK is just such a failed institution. I mean, go look at London, go look at any of these, big cities in the UK. The UK is sold out big time. They've always been the worst. Remember, Boris Johnson was pushing the Ukraine war to new heights. Boris Johnson has always been an antagonist, and they called him a conservative. Remember that? So the UK is never, in today's calculus, good. They're globalists. They're not good. There was Brexit, okay, but since Brexit, it hasn't been good. They've been like a little globalist thing on their own as opposed to being a part of EU and being a part of all of it. I'm telling you, the UK is not helped on anything in a substantive way for a long time. And they like to put themselves up on a pedestal and say, we have a special relationship and we're so special. What has the UK ever done, Frankie, in recent memory for the world?
Well, I don't know. Just take away all the guns for everyone while dangerous illegal immigrants flood in and get rid of the entire population and, overrun the entire city of London. It is truly, and I'll tell you, Mike, as someone who I visited London, my wife, not at the time, my girlfriend at the time, her sister was abroad in London, and it was beautiful. This was back in 2017, 2018.
Wow.
And it is just wild to see what it has become. And as you say it, and now I guess you can't call it Europe, but, it starts in Europe and it comes here. And Trump has stopped
there it
that.
is. And he will. And so here is Trump, I think actually mocking the UK Prime Minister for thanking him for being there. The UK Prime Minister wanted to get right up there and grab the attention, grab the mic, claim credit on equal footing with America. And look what happened. It was awesome. Man.
United Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's our friend? Come here. Is everything going good?
Very good.
That's very nice of you here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others.
Look at his face. Amazing. He thought he was going to get right up there to the mic and strut. He's standing right there in the shot of Trump right behind him. These people are losers. The globalists are down bad, and it's not just the globalists. How about all the people out there that said that Mike Crispy and that anybody who questioned at all Benjamin Netanyahu's motives were an anti-Semite? When I questioned Joe Biden's motives, nobody called me anti-American. And now I have a question for all those people who chastised me. And I said, I don't know if he really wants peace in this process. Do you think that the people of Israel are anti-Semitic? Hold on a minute. You're probably saying, Mike, what are you talking about? Steve Witkoff, who's done an amazing job, who actually has voiced frustration in dealing with Netanyahu in the past, okay, still dealing with him, still working with him, but has voiced a little frustration with it during the process. For some reason, certain people on the evangelical right denied the reality of this completely, but it's true. And if you said anything, they called you an anti-Semite. If you said Netanyahu probably wants to keep the war going as long as possible, not to get peace, not to get the hostages home, you're an anti-Semite. I said, I'm advocating for the people of Israel, actually. Let's see how the people of Israel finally feel about it. Again, we haven't heard anything directly. Steve Witkoff was doing a rally for the freed hostages with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. And look what they thought about Netanyahu. And again, you're probably saying, Mike, was this a liberal crowd? Was it an Antifa crowd? Was it a left-wing crowd? Hold on before you make your judgments. Let's see what they thought about Netanyahu. Roll it, Frankie.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Wow, sounds like a lot of anti-Semites in Israel, huh? Give me a break. Families of the hostages and their supporters in the crowd booing Netanyahu mercilessly.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
And the boos once more. He actually had to ask the crowd to stop booing so he could actually continue his point. And again, I think Witkoff has actually done a great job, and I think he's, he got Netanyahu to bend to the will of the United States. And that's what I always said this was about. It was about Netanyahu bending to the will of the United States. Not that Netanyahu is some type of hero. He's not. Only President Trump is a hero in this calculation. So how did the crowd react? Again, people, the people who are hanging on the right wing, the Shapiro people, oh, Mike, it was probably just a left-wing crowd, agitators. Let's see how they react to when President Trump was invoked. Roll it.
And to President Donald J. Trump.
Wow. They seem to love Trump. So I think it's evidently clear that if you watch other shows on Fox News or even other shows on this network, that they were wrong. Just going to say it, don't care. They were wrong. Trump was having to wrangle in Netanyahu the whole time. We talked about it on the show. On this show, people said that we were anti-Semitic for that. I said you were a sheep for that because America is the only country in which you should have loyalty to and look to our leader, Trump, MAGA, as trying to do the right thing in this. Everybody else has their own interest. It's not anti-Semitic to say that. If I say that about the president of France, nobody calls me anti-France, but you've been programmed that if you say that about Netanyahu, you're somehow anti-Semitic. Tell that to the families of the hostages. The hostages are free because President Trump brought peace. Netanyahu is going to use them as a political pawn to continue on a war and conflict. That's the fact. That's the fact. So Trump is the one who the Israelis can thank. Not Netanyahu, not the other world leaders. Trump brokered this deal through his strength and his strength alone. And that is what matters in this equation. Frankie, you have a last word on this.
Yeah, well, I'll just say, yeah, I mean, looking through Twitter after some of our episodes, and we're just pointing out facts and just looking at geopolitics, and people are just screaming like, you know. Well, I think the only person we didn't hear from was Mark Levin, but it was truly hard to watch because it's like our hearts are clearly in the right place. It's wild.
They are. We love the Jewish people. We're happy the hostages are freed. There you go. But we were right the whole time. Quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online with NordVPN. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, coming live from New York. And we mentioned earlier in the program about the government shutdown. And if you haven't been really paying attention with a microscope, you wouldn't even know there was a government shutdown. But this is what I guess the Democrats are running on. We talked a little bit about it in the last segment. Here is Jasmine Crockett again. We're talking about Trump's accomplishments, the right, the left, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries. Neither of them are really black. They both appropriate black culture, if you want to know the truth. Here is Jasmine Crockett. Roll it.
Right now that there is a debate about funding the government. I've been a little bit confused because Republicans, last time I checked, are in control of the House of Representatives.
You ain't
They're
confused.
in control of the Senate, and then the president signs the bill. Okay, but I've heard people suggest that Democrats somehow have the ability to shut the government down. So can you please educate the people on what's happening?
No, you are not confused.
Okay, all right.
You are a lawmaker. You understand how this works. And, Republicans don't know how to count. But here's the thing. When you're in a legislative body, you control everything. So if the government shuts down, it's on y'all.
Jasmine Crockett there, really, really smart. Republicans don't know how to count. Actually, the Democrats are the ones who are keeping the government shut down right now. Obvious. It's like an obvious thing. What are they trying to say? They can't get the bills passed because they don't have a big enough margin to do it. Democrats are going to shut the government down over illegal alien health care. They're going to keep it shut down over illegal alien health care. And again, like I said at the beginning, domestic front, Democrats impeding, obstructing the activist judges. And on the international front, Trump is getting things done. What's the only difference here? Democrats in the equation. Here's Trump. He's going to go negotiate with Vladimir Putin once more. I think it's great. A lot of people want that war to continue on. And obviously, it hasn't been easy. None of these conflicts are easy. It's funny because people are like, oh, Trump had a meeting and he couldn't stop Israel and Hamas. Trump had a meeting, he couldn't stop Putin and Zelensky. What's worse? Automatically defaulting to side with Zelensky and giving them billions of dollars, or continuing a dialogue between foreign nations to try to get them to come to terms? It's obvious that Trump is the one here who is the adult, and it's the idiots like Jasmine Crockett, the useful idiots who are doing nothing but feeding slop to low IQ voters to keep them feeling suppressed and oppressed. But it's about illegal alien health care, above all else. That's what this is. Now, the Democrats, and this is like the beauty of a shutdown any other time versus with Trump. Trump is doing so many remarkable things on the world stage that is drowning out any talk of the shutdown. The Democrats know this. So the Democrats, again, it's all about getting illegal aliens health care so the illegal aliens can stay in the country, so the illegal aliens can count towards the census, which the activist judges are fighting, so the illegal aliens can then count on the voter rolls and can get benefits and count for congressional redistricting. That's what it is. We understand. We've talked about it on the show. But they want to use things like the shutdown as leverage, and in the traditional sense of leverage, it's like, well, the workers won't get paid. Trump's like, I don't care. Most of these federal workers don't belong on the payroll anyway. It's bloat, and they're deep state nobodies who do nothing. Wow. Trump's totally taken that off the table because everyone agrees. Then there's the aspect of the troops and paying the troops. And when the Democrats did this, they thought that they would get Trump to buckle and give in to giving the illegal aliens these benefits so they could say they got a win against him to go into the midterms, to act tough. Oh, we stood up to Trump and we got health care for the undocumented. That's what they want in the midterms. They're not getting it. And they thought they would use the troop line. Oh, well, Trump is not allowing the troops to get paid. But you know what? We have so much going for us and we have so much on our side right now. And we are beating them so badly that we now have a solution for that, too. They have nothing left. Roll it.
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. You'll know that when I tell you this. Who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, then I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops. But this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats. And all they have to do is just sign a piece of paper saying we're going to keep it going the way it is. You know, there's nothing. It's not like it shouldn't even be an argument. They've signed it many times before. I don't want to bore you with the fact that Schumer said 100 times, you should never close up government. But Schumer's a weakened politician. I mean, he's going to finish his...
So Trump is talking about a continuing resolution, which again, is a continuation of what is going on. It doesn't change it. I'm not the biggest fan of a continuing resolution, but if you want to pass the continuing resolution instead of shut the government down, which Trump wants, yeah, that's fine. Continue it on and negotiate while the government's open. Leave it to these politicians to let the thing shut down before they feel the need to negotiate. And then Trump says, yeah, I got a donor who will pay for it, but we're not going to need it because we're going to take money from other stuff. They have nothing left. They have no cards to play. They're going to have nothing in the midterms. They know it, and that is why they're continuing this. And they have no plan as the shutdown continues on. And nobody realizes that the government shut down, Frankie, yes.
Yeah, and I'll just say, remember the DNC speech that J.B. Pritzker gave when he said, I'm a real billionaire? It just shows the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Like, let's hear J.B. Pritzker say, you know what, I'll pay for the illegal health care. I'll pay for it. It's just like, give me a break. What a joke.
Yeah, so the government would be opened. The government would be opened in about 10 minutes if J.B. Pritzker got up there and said, you know what, I will personally give $1 billion to pay for illegal alien health care. A hilarious point by Frankie. Why hasn't he done it? J.B. Pritzker won $1.4 million playing card games in Vegas last year on his income tax return. And then he had to backtrack on that. He's like, well, I just love gambling and I host a poker game for a Holocaust museum. It's like, buddy, people don't just win $1.4 million out of luck playing cards. Something's up there. He didn't just win, buddy. And then he just defaults to virtue signaling stuff and how he's a great charitable man. If you're such a great charitable man, give $1 billion to the illegals for their health care and reopen the government. Problem solved, baby. They won't do it. No, they just got Schumer up there. What do they say? Choose your fighter. This is their fighter. I feel pretty good, Roland.
Whirlwind, and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you.
We will release the whirlwind, and we'll pay the price. They won't know what hit them. Oh yeah, you got him, Schumer. Come on. This is what that's the guy who's running the shutdown right now. That's the guy. Now you would say, all right, maybe we need to fix this. Maybe we need to clean house. Maybe we need to go a different direction. Maybe this isn't working. Maybe we need to be a little bit introspective on these matters. I don't think so. Kamala Harris is still out there on the circuit. She is by de facto the leader of the party right now. She was the presidential nominee. She got schlonged in the election, lost every single swing state. Every single swing state, by the way, every single one. It's called a blowout loss. And people rejected Kamala Harris because she didn't have any credentials. She got to where she was by, a couple extramarital, extracurricular activities to the top. It's not sexism, that's just true. But here's Kamala Harris. Here's the leader that everyone still talks about. Roll it.
That is a decent resume, but go ahead. Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president. I like the some people say. Very nice, but go ahead. I'm just speaking fact. Yeah.
She couldn't even say Trump joke.
She didn't even get it because she doesn't even, they say study tape. Like if you're a good athlete, you study tape. She's never even studied tape of Trump. She doesn't know anything. So Kamala Harris, that's the leader of the party. Now, I was watching the New York mayoral debate last night, and New York City is just spiraling into the abyss. Zoran Mandambi, Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa. I want to talk about that for a minute. Now, they did brag about everyone's like, oh, you didn't vote for Kamala. I love Kamala. I campaigned for Kamala. It's like you guys are fighting over supporting Kamala Harris. That was just one very strange moment of it. But the whole thing was strange. And I want to evaluate these candidates for a minute and get Frankie to jump in here, too. I will say this, is that Zoran, on the outset, clearly the most charismatic, clearly the most well-spoken, clearly the most adept politician. I'm not saying he's good. Actually, he's a radical, foreign, not one of our people, okay? Has no place in American politics. I'll say that. Even his attacks are rooted in an ideology that has nothing to do with American values, therefore should have nothing to do with becoming a prominent politician. But Zoran, this is how bad Cuomo is, was using those lines and landing the blows. That's how bad. I've always said this. Zoran is terrible. Cuomo is just a loser. We have this problem because of Cuomo. He's weak. He's flaccid. He's checked out. He's out to lunch. He's pompous. He's arrogant. He's past his prime. And he's lazy. Listen to the guy. Zoran, objectively, was smacking him around. And there are a million comebacks you can make on Zoran Mandambi. And you know what's funny? I was watching the debate. I'm like, yeah, he's the best one on the stage in terms of pure debate skills. But I would have crushed Zoran. I know many people who would have crushed Zoran. Not even right-wingers, like people who could just debate and talk as good as he could crush him. This is how bad Cuomo is. Listen to this exchange.
The Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except, that's totally false. I worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here.
Before I was here?
Before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community, imams.
So why is Cuomo pandering? And then Zoran wanted to be offended because he said before you were even here, because Zoran hasn't, been in the country for a very long time. Why not say that, Cuomo? Why not say that? By the way, when you move here from Uganda and you've only been a citizen for 8 years, most normal people don't think you should be running the biggest city in the country. And by the way, you shouldn't have to pander and name your mosque because we are a Christian country. We were founded on Christian ideology. We allow freedom of religion, but we're not a Muslim country. And that's a fair fact. Well, how did the Overton window move from freedom of religion to you're disqualified because you can't name a mosque? How did we get here? Weaklings like Cuomo. Here's more Cuomo. Just weak. And then Frankie, I'll get you to jump in here. Just roll this here. Roll.
What the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother. This is not a job for a first-timer. Any day, you could have a whole team.
All right. Oh, this is not a job for on-the-job training. Buddy, you're running against the most radical, psychopathic Democrat nominee in the history of Republican elected offices. And you're just repeating the same talking point about this is not the time for on-the-job experience. You lazy, wind-up doll, robotic blank. Give me a break. There's a million attacks on Zoran. You could go so hard and so effective, and I don't think he'd have a comeback for it. But you have Cuomo on the stage as the guy. Pathetic. Frankie, chime in here, please.
Yeah, it's just, everyone's saying, oh, he's young, he's the young blood, he's so quick with it. It's like, no, that should be his complete demise. But the problem is, Cuomo has that liberal blood coursing through his veins for so long. He's so scared to, make anyone offended about anything. So he gets nothing comes out of his mouth of substance. It's their own demise. And just, of course, everything he did in the position, he was such garbage, especially in COVID, murdering hundreds of thousands of people. It was so embarrassing to watch. And let me just say, the moderators were so brutal. I couldn't even listen to this. They just interjected every second. The whole thing was a mess. But the fact that this man is probably going to win this election is just, I'm just terrified. I need to get a house before everyone moves from New York City, because it seems to be that until that city turns into an I Am Legend scenario, no one's going to learn. Because if this man if everyone just says, oh, look at him, he's so well-spoken, and they actually listen to this man, what he's basically saying is that we're going to tax the billionaires more and more. They don't realize that if they literally took all of the, that top 1% that they want to tax and give, things to, it wouldn't even handle like 3 years of, the Medicare that they want to provide. It would last 3 years if you just took all their money, not just tax them a little more. And just the fact that these people are already getting taxed 50+%, it's just, we're going to watch it crumble. And I'm going to be here in my suburbs and watch, because this is terrifying.
Well, I mean, it really is. It's going to have a ripple effect for the entire country. You thought it was bad when people moved out because of COVID, and it made prices go up during other in other places. It's going to happen in New York too. Now let's take a look at Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate. It was a tough debate for him just because he couldn't get a word in edgewise and he couldn't break through. When you're dealing with bad moderators and you're dealing with a hostile environment, you got to break through. You got to rabble rouse. You got to take command. These moderators aren't exactly strong. They're beta males and detestable women. Liberal, gross, disgusting. Like, take over, buddy. If you're dealing with that, take over. Speak sharp. Speak direct. Overpower them. You got to do it. Curtis Sliwa could not do that, and I'm just calling a spade a spade. I like the guy, but he couldn't do it. But here is Curtis.
Well, what I will say is, thank God I'm not a professional politician. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician, because they have helped create this crime crisis in the city that we face, and I will
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
I mean, it's a good message, but he could not extrapolate on it. That was his opening statement at the beginning. Couldn't extrapolate on it. He's a radio host. He was pretty long-winded whenever he did get to speak. And again, with limited time, you got to overpower and command these weak moderators and the other candidates. He got mostly ignored during the debate, so he should have said things more incendiary to invoke attacks inward so he can respond. But even he didn't do that. I'm just calling a spade, being objective here. New York, I think you're getting Zoran. Quick break. We'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com. How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispier coming to you live from New York Saturday night, Real America's Voice. Thanks for sticking with us. And, you know, this past week it was Columbus Day. Frankie and I obviously celebrating Columbus Day, both tremendous paisans, and we love our Columbus Day celebrations because of our Italian heritage. Now, Columbus Day is a day that is historic for Italians because, you know, this was a day that was supposed to be our day. It has nothing to do with Christopher Columbus per se, but it is a day that was awarded to us by the government to recognize Italian Americans. And it's interesting how Democrats love to break up everybody into all different racial groups unless it's a group that rejects everything that the Democrat Party stands for. Does that make sense? Italian Americans don't believe in handouts. We don't believe in welfare. We don't believe in committing crimes indiscriminately and third world culture. We believe in order, decency, and hard work. And even when we're wronged, we pick ourselves up. We don't make excuses. We go forth. That is the spirit of Columbus Day. And it's actually pretty pathetic when self-loathing Italians go, well, maybe we should change the name because Columbus was a bad guy. That's not the point. Are we harping on who Martin Luther King was and his womanizing and other things in his personal life? No. So I just want to review the coverage of Columbus Day and the way people talked about our holiday. It's very interesting. Kamala Harris, when she was vice president, this is how she spoke about Columbus Day. Roll.
It is an honor, of course, to be with you this week as we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, as we speak truth about our nation's history. Since 1934, every October, the United States has recognized the voyage of the European explorers who first landed on the shores of the Americas. But that is not the whole story. That has never been the whole story. Those explorers ushered in a wave of devastation for tribal nations, perpetrating violence, stealing land, and spreading disease.
Hey, Kamala, the country as we know wouldn't exist right now if those European settlers didn't come over, by the way. It's the most obvious thing ever. It's like they came over, discovered the country, and then everything else resulted from that. It's unbelievable. And by the way, back then people were really savage. You don't think that the Native American tribes were killing each other and enslaving each other and committing heinous acts against each other in their primitive caveman days? Come on. So you have people fighting and killing each other, tribal, and then the Europeans come and get in the mix of that, but we're the bad ones. And by the way, let's just take out the Italians' Day. Let's just totally change it. Now, if Kamala Harris said, all right, we're going to change Indigenous Peoples Day to Italians' Day and whatever, but they just go Indigenous Peoples Day. Don't even think about the history. Biggest mass lynching in this country was against Italian Americans, and Columbus Day was directly created as a result of that to attribute and highlight and celebrate Italian contributions to America, including the founding of America. But they don't seem to care about this racial group. Yes, Frankie, go ahead.
And I'll just say, this is still going on. Tribes are still arguing between their land because literally they would see another tribe and they'd say, let's go kill and rape them until they're gone and then take it over. It's just incredible to say, oh, they're all just playing cards and hanging out until the Europeans came. It's a joke. And also, I'll just say that the people that deal with like the calendars and the maps, they're just having a great year. They're like, oh, I got so much to do right now. I get to update all these different holidays. I get to add, Gulf of America. It's been a fun one for them. It seems like it's probably a very boring job.
If you are a textbook maker, map maker, almanac curator, it's a big year for you because Trump is righting all the wrongs. Now, Trump did sign a executive order making it firmly Columbus Day. It's not Indigenous Peoples Day. Let's look at my iPhone calendar. I just did an iPhone software update. Why does it say Indigenous Peoples Day on it? Still, it says both. But why is there Indigenous? Why does it say that? Again, I think Native Americans, I love Native Americans. Pick a different day. Any other day.
Something in June.
You're great. I appreciate the Native Americans. Pick a different day. On Martin Luther King Day, I'm going to declare it Italian American Day. How are people going to say? They're going to say, what are you doing? Now, how about people who claim they're Italian Americans, but above all else, they're globalist psychos? Whenever the Italian American Civil Rights League, a group in which I'm the president of, whenever we talk about Italian contributions, the left-wingers love to go, well, Nancy Pelosi's an Italian American. Really? This is Nancy Pelosi. She didn't wish anybody a happy Columbus Day. She said, on Indigenous Peoples Day, we honor the heritage of America's first people and celebrate them enduring stewards of God's creation. Interesting. So nobody's talking about the fact that those tribes killed each other and raped each other. So we're just going to narrow it down to the one most genuine, good-hearted tribe and rename the holiday after them. It's a purity test. Like this stuff happened in 1492. Okay. I don't think people I think the liberals are so low IQ, Frankie. They're so low intellectual. They can't even fathom the obvious fact that life was a little bit different back then. It's not like, me and Frankie right now getting a gang together and going into New York City and conquering it. And then getting a holiday named after us. No. Little different, the world. Here is the Republican leader of the Senate, John Thune. John Thune, who is the Republican majority leader, says today we celebrate Native American Day. I'm proud to join South Dakotans in honoring the heritage and contributions of the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota people. Buddy, that's fine. Celebrate Native American Day any other day. Your president, the guy who you say you follow the orders of, you better be and you should, President Trump, he didn't make it Native American Day. He made it Columbus Day, buddy. He made it Columbus Day. Why are you counter-signaling him? Why is that happening? Why are people accepting that? That's a Republican leader? That's the guy who's going to, genuinely get the MAGA agenda passed in the next 3 years? Are you kidding me? I never liked Thune. Trump had some leverage on Thune, but this is pathetic. And then how about the Buffalo Bills here? A lot of sports teams either acknowledge nothing or they acknowledge Indigenous Peoples Day. And let me tell you something. This isn't the fan base. This isn't the players. This isn't the front office. These are the left-wing social media people who run the social media handles. So I have a question to all the people and all the pro sports teams and organizations. You're letting your identity be put forth into the world by fat, stupid, triple-boosted, vaccinated, ugly, liberal women? You're letting them set the tone for your entire organization? How's that okay? It's like Cracker Barrel. The Buffalo Bills celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. A slap in the face to Italian Americans, but nobody seems to care. We got lumped in somehow to Caucasians at some point during the process. I'm more black than Hakeem Jeffries, as I said earlier in the show, and it's true. Frankie, go ahead. Last word here.
Well, I'll just say, for one thing, you made a good point. It's not the front office. It's not the players. It's not the fans. It's always these interns or low-level, just out of college BS jobs. Like, I'm going to run the social media accounts. And there's no check. There's no balance. And it's just this idiot behind a keyboard that's just going to, continue to spew nonsense. And can we just stop? I'm a huge Yankee fan. I don't need to hear, happy this, happy that. Just tell us when you're making good trades and that you're ready for the next season, and shut up. I don't need to hear it. Enough.
Leave it out of sports. It is so pathetic. Nothing worse than watching sterile social media strategies run by low IQ liberals who probably didn't watch much sports before they took over the social media handles of the team. Can we please fix that in America? It's unbelievable. But happy Columbus Day to all of my paisans and all of the great people in this country, a lot of them, 95% conservatives, who celebrate the contributions of Italian Americans who quite literally built this country. Quick break. We'll be right back to wrap the show. Don't go anywhere.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, coming to you live Saturday night, Real America's Voice. Thanks for sticking with us. Now, here's something interesting. The left, are they getting ready to launch a violent coup on all of us? We're winning, we're having success, things are going great, the country's being made great again. Kind of reminds me of how Charlie Kirk was having so much success and then they killed him. Are they going to roll that out on a mass scale? I think it's a very fair question that people aren't asking enough. Everyone wants to go crazy about group chats. Oh my goodness, a group chat said, these people said this, these people said that. I'm not defending words spoken in a group chat. I don't even know exactly what was said in a group chat. But here's the thing. Who killed Charlie Kirk? Who killed Irina? Whose ideology killed Irina Zaruska? Who shot Steve Scalise? Who burned down cities during the BLM riots and killed retired police captain David Dorn? Who did that? It wasn't the words in a group chat, because apparently that's the worst that any Republicans can get accused of. No, these are domestic terrorist actions from the left. Name me an example of right-wingers getting whipped up and committing heinous, lethal violence. You can't name me an example of it. But name me an example of leftists, mentally ill people, getting radicalized by words like what you're about to see. And you will have many examples. Again, I just keep remembering them as I'm talking. What about the guy who shot at the ICE facility the other day? What about the Tim Walz appointee who killed the state representatives in Minnesota because they were voting against illegal alien health care benefits? Here's Don Lemon stoking that violence. Roll it.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Go back and read what the Second Amendment says. And perhaps it will knock some sense in the heads of these people who are saying, well, it's all great. I don't believe they're doing it without due process. They're asking people for papers. They're not really beating people up. These people are doing things that are illegal. Nobody is illegal. It is a misdemeanor to cross the border. Now,
Seems like he's stoked.
Let me just say real quick, Mike, like this man, the NRA should sign him up tomorrow. Literally tomorrow, he should be the spokesperson for the NRA, okay? And they should, because all the people that are listening to him, these leftists, they're going to say, oh, you know what, you're right. Let me go get a concealed carry license. Oh, wait, it takes 3 years in my liberal hellhole of a city. And then they're going to say, you know what, let's change the rules. We should be a little more conservative. It is truly incredible.
You know, during COVID, when they were illegally forcing businesses to be shut down coming in, you didn't hear Don Lemon saying, arm yourself with the Second Amendment. They can't forcibly make you shut your business down. You didn't hear that, did you? Democrats are stoking violence. They're disrupting the rule of law. And I'm telling you, the Antifa mobs will start attacking worse and worse in major cities as the midterms come around. I think that's the plan unless it gets foiled beforehand. Now let's talk about this guy, Jay Jones. You want to talk about bad text messages? This is the guy who wrote the text messages. Frank, you put the text up first. He said that he wanted to, what did he say, Frankie? He wanted to kill these people. Very violent text messages here. He wanted Republicans in his own party.
3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot.
I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves, send them out awash in something. These are really bad people, sick people. So you want to talk about text messages? Any text messages? I just look at the hypocrisy. Nobody on CNN covered that. Nobody on MSNBC covered that. But they're covering some young Republican group chat thread. Again, not good words. No, of course not. But words and threats from a group of people that are causing lethal action and harm against others, kind of crazy. Let's listen to this guy in his debate last night. Roll it.
That's who his boss is. He'd rather be Donald Trump's pro bono attorney than do his job. And it's exactly why Donald Trump endorsed him, the only one running on the Republican ticket this year, for re-election. He said, Jason will never let us down. And you all know that Donald Trump has spent the last 10 years telling us every day that he cares more about himself than anyone.
So that guy, okay, that's the guy. It's always people like that who are making the death threats. You know, it's always people who look like that, people you could take with one pinky finger. It's guys like that making the threats. He didn't read the rest of the endorsement, okay? He loves to read Trump's endorsement, I guess. But the rest of the endorsement was he is a deranged lunatic calling for the death of all his political opponents. That's the Democrat MO at this point. That's about all the time that we have. We love you. Appreciate you. And we'll see you back live next week.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
welcome.
Nice beaver, Donna.
Somehow I knew he was going to say that.
You want to touch mine?
Yes. Nice and smooth.
Smooth. Mine's an old black beaver.
Yes, it is. And
matter of fact, it's so old.
It's stained. There is no inside.
There's no insides
left.
No
inside. Okay.
Now you people know a little too much.
I want to get right down to business.
Let's do that.
You know when you hear something over and over again over a period of time.
Yes, like the theme from Mannix.
Well, we've been watching a lot of old TV shows lately. Yeah, but no, that's not exactly what's been in my mind lately. What's been in my mind lately?
Hey!
There it is.
Olé!
I can't.
Burrito.
Burrito. I can't get it out of my mind. It's terrible.
Taco Bell.
All right.
Enchilada.
But
Chimichanga.
Really, this is just unbelievable how we can't get the mariachi band out of our eye. Out of our mind.
Hey, play it one more time, Ron. It's in my head right now. Can you play it one more time real quick for me?
Okay. All right.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, man.
I'm waiting on a sombrero to fly on my head and a little animated mustache.
Unbelievable.
All right. Thank you, trolling President Trump, for doing all that and making us laugh so much.
See, it's the mariachi hat with Hakeem Jeffries. It's hilarious. Hey, Turning Point, speaking of entertainment, Turning Point USA is going to put on a alternate to the halftime show of the Super Bowl. How cool is that? I think Jack Posobiec just said it on a whim, and now it's gaining legs, which is pretty cool. They don't know who's going to do it yet, but we will keep you posted on that. So, I want to welcome everybody to the history books. Videos do not lie.
They do not.
Obama and Biden did all they could to protect Hunter Biden, including spying on Republican senators. Screw the country. Just throw the U.S. off the trail of the laptop from hell. Let's go to the videotape.
Given the unique power of the state, it is not enough for leaders to say, trust us, we won't abuse the data we collect. For history has too many examples when that trust has been breached.
Give you a timeline of this. I think you've already got the FBI sheet that shows the number of members of Congress that were targeted. Representative Kelly, Senators Graham, Hagerty, Hawley, Sullivan, Tuberville, myself, Senator Lummis, and Blackburn. Now, this memo was dated September of 2023. To put it all into context, the Mar-a-Lago raid occurred in August of 2022. Jack Smith announced the indictments against President Trump in August of 2023. So this is almost 2 months later. They're casting this net, this fishing expedition against members of the Senate and the House. Again, I've been investigating this with Senator Grassley. This doesn't surprise me, but it should shock every American of what the Biden administration has done. By the way, this is the first time I was targeted by the FBI. Under the Obama administration, the same thing happened to both Senator Grassley and I. As part of the Foreign Influence Task Force, we were giving a briefing to try and convince us that the Hunter Biden laptop was no big deal. Basically, they're trying to throw us off the track. So this is major corruption that's being revealed inside the Obama and Biden Department of Justice, the FBI. And I'll turn it over to, I guess, Senator Hagerty, who's one of the individuals. Again, none of us were subject or targets of this investigation. There's no predicate. There's no reason for this other than a fishing expedition, which, again, should outrage and shock every American.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what else shocks every American. The targeting of American citizens.
Exactly.
Okay? Yep. Now, the thing is, it comes to light when it happens to be congressmen and senators. But what about all the years of them targeting American citizens?
Yeah. And if we don't uproot these deep roots in the deep state, it's going to continue, especially if we get a rogue president in there in the future. Speaking of which, the man running for Virginia AG, Jay Jones is his name. He's under criticism for his text where he actually said Republicans and their families should be killed and their families should suffer. This is less than 1 month after Charlie Kirk's assassination. He's still in the race. He's not backed down. His sponsors have not backed down. And Virginia Democrats were asked if the text that he said should disqualify him. 93% of Virginia Democrats said no. They're okay with the fact that the Democrat Party is now calling for Republicans to be killed. I mean, this is unbelievable. And the woman running for governor
in California,
in Virginia against Winsome Sears during a debate. When Winsome Sears confronted her about this, she's like, Abby Stein, whatever the hell her name is. She just didn't answer. It was unbelievable. Abigail Spanberger. Okay, she just ignored Winsome Sears, just like kind of like this, like Spanberger. She didn't say a word. This is where the Democrat Party
sounds like something I'd order at Red Rocket.
Yeah, I know. Hey, speaking of elections,
Red Robin. I said Red Rocket, Donna.
Well, I'm so used to you saying that.
I'm so used to seeing Puppy Bannon running around.
Oh, stop. Hey, I got a vowel at the end of my name. Columbus Day is back. Donald Trump signed it back.
Yeah, baby.
Speaking of vowels at the end of her name, I know. I'm ignoring you. Speaking of, I'm doing the Abigail Spanberger
serious
thing. Okay. Jack Citarelli at Jack, the number 4, New Jersey.
I'm not laughing at Jack.
No.
I'm still on the Red Rocket.
We got to back him, New Jersey. Come on, New Jersey, my peeps. You got to get him in there. Also, Don Brown for Senate up in North Carolina, endorsed by General Flynn.
And us.
Yeah, and us. So please check those guys out. And speaking of ignoring, well, you can't when you have videotape, like we say. Auntie Maxine lies again. Let's go to the videotape.
And even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. Get it in your head. And so when martial law is called, what are you going to say? I missed the point. Don't miss the point, you all. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know. And I went from downtown detention back out into the community, talking to people what happened in Paramount, what happened in Compton, what happened in Inglewood. So, first of all, get it straight. And don't just rely on what you're being told or the few incidents that you saw.
Right. I'd like to say, did the Jan 6ers do one iota of that? No, and it's still going on. Okay.
Red Rocket.
Yeah, I can't believe you said that. I'm totally annoyed. Just stop.
Hey.
Okay, so I got to...
That was an Italian love pat.
It's true. If you really want to know what's going on, you have to go to Senator Kennedy, okay? He said AOC single-handedly is trying to put an end to dumb blonde jokes.
And she's doing a pretty good job of it.
She must be bilingual. She's speaking English and stupid.
And now, deep thoughts from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
The mistake that I made, and I made this early on, from all the movies that we see growing up about heroes and villains, is that I thought that fascist takeover attempts were going to be architected by evil geniuses. And I was not expecting how unearned, nepotistic, mediocre, and just dumb so many of the people architecting this were going to be. And it works because of brute force. Like, you can do anything through brute force, but it's not sophisticated and it does not merit my intellectual respect. That's my thought of the day.
Yeah, deep thoughts with A-OK. All right.
This is her... doesn't merit it.
What's she doing? What's it called? Booger candy?
I don't know what she's doing. I mean, she actually could be a senator now. This is what's so scary.
All right, listen. We've only got about 30 seconds left. We've got a real treat for you. This was unexpected. Mm-hmm. But we had our house crashed by J6ers.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Yes.
And we're going to give you a little special for the next 3 segments of Jeff McKellop, Dan Caldwell, Kelly Meggs, and the architect of J6, Connie Meggs. They're in the barn when we get back. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got the red, white, blue, bloodhound on the farm. Silver pride tattoo on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag. In the back it says USA. He won't find lemon and he can't fix with WD.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi. I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Cowboylogic. We're just out here on the farm, sitting around a campfire, and thought we'd come at you in a little different type of an atmosphere. I'm here with a couple of my good brothers from C2B, some of the OGs with me, and then my wife Connie, who stood by me the last 4 years, and now actually the last 28 years. So, but introduce yourself down here on the end. This is Dan Caldwell.
Dan Caldwell, C2B original, United States Marine. Did 1,440 days in jail, 2 years solitary confinement, and then 2 years in the BOP. Just thank you, Donna, for bringing us all together here on this beautiful farm, and it's good to be with you guys. I haven't seen Meg since, gosh, I left in March of
it's been
March
almost 3 years, man.
And Connie, got to meet her today, and of course
Yeah, I tell you what, Dan, it was funny because Connie's like, I can't wait to see Dan again, and I'm like, You've never met Dan before. And she's like, no, I know Dan. I met Dan before. And I'm like,
about me?
I'm like, no. I'm like, no, you never met Dan before. And she's like, but how do I know him? I'm like, because of the stories. We talk to him on the phone all the time, but then you've seen him on the show all the time.
I love him. That's just it. But hey, love you guys, and thank you.
Then we got our other brother, Jeff McKillop.
Jeff McKillop, 20 years Army. 10 of those years I spent in 3rd Group Special Forces, ODA 394 and 396. I've done a lot of things. Father of Davis and Paige that I'm gratefully proud of. I spent 4 years in jail for no reason whatsoever, and went through 7 attorneys, and none of which have protected me against the onslaught that rained down upon me. Pretty much the book 5 Years of Freedom by James Nick Rowe. So read it. Thank you.
Next we got my wife Connie. Connie, say hello.
Hi, I'm Connie Meggs. I did 2.5 years home confinement on an ankle monitor, and I got sentenced to 15 months in prison in Miami.
My name's Kelly Meggs. I'm one of the leaders of the Oath Keepers. I was charged with seditious conspiracy and sentenced to 12 years. And the 15 months that she did, I was doing my time at the same time. So for basically a little over a year, we weren't even able to talk to each other at all. So, want to just, thankfully, my children, Zach and Danielle, and our grandkids were all there, and we were able to put our family kind of back together. So we're able to get together with the guys and have a decent little weekend. And the topics were coming up, and we just decided that maybe it'd be a good opportunity to just to record some thoughts on some things. Like, we were talking earlier, what about the new J6 committee? You've got a committee forming with Loudermilk at the helm, and it's one of my concerns personally. I don't really care what Democrats are on it or what Republicans are on it. We do have some good ones. I know Clay Higgins, buddy, if you ever watch this show, Clay, you are a fighter. You have been since day one, and we appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you.
I know you have some personal feelings about Troy Niels because of the way he came into the unit. If you can go into that a little bit,
Yeah. Well, Mr. Niels, I saw the cover of your book, and that pretty much redeemed you as a coward, and I call you out to talk to me. And when you came into C2B, you pretty much denounced anybody that was at January 6th, regardless of who they were. You took sides with the facility against us, which escalated our punishment. And I don't know who vetted you to be on this committee, but
we hope that you have seen the light and the truth about what's coming out.
A lot of videos and speak and news media and stuff has come out, and it's the turning point, right? We said this whenever we did our show back in March, April on Cowboylogic.
Hell, we were talking about this 3 years ago in C2B.
There will come a time when the mainstream media turns to our favor, and we think that time, we're at the cusp of that now. It's happening. So, Troy Niels, I am hoping that you're starting to see that even though people had violent charges, there's always a root cause. And you ask yourself the 5 whys. Why? You go get down to the root cause. And if you do that, I think you're going to be a great member of this J6 committee.
And that goes back to it, man. It's like, just like you said, the why. Everybody knows how and what happened, but why? Why did it happen? What drove innocent people to stand forward on the Capitol grounds and do the things that they have done? What made them go forward? And innocent people that have businesses and children's and lives
and grandchildren
that have never been committed of even of a speeding ticket go forward and voice their opinions. I mean, these things have been happening since the dawn of America. Look what happened to the colonials when they were speaking out against Britain.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, think about it. The shot heard around the world, Boston Tea Party. I mean, the lineage is there. About every 10 years you see a cycle.
And just so you know, the other night, we were watching, the right-leaning mainstream media. I'm going to call them. I'm not going to give them any credit. But, even one of their hosts said, look, I'll be honest with you. 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I never thought the election was stolen. Mm-hmm. But now I fully believe the 2020 election was stolen.
But when asked me, he's like, why did you go? I've had, since being out, I've had it probably asked me 100 times.
And would you do it again?
Why did you go? I went because I knew there was something wrong. And it was my duty to be there as an American, as a veteran, whatever.
Yeah,
just my presence there is a statement.
Exactly.
Just being there.
And that's what they don't know. Everybody knows the how and the what, or the what, the how and the what you did. How did you do it? How did you get there? What did you do on that? But why did you go? After you have never been heard of your entire life.
Right.
Like me. I've never been arrested for, I've worked with
anything, you're the only guy who's not on any paperwork.
I've held a TS clearance forever. And why did I go? Because a friend of mine, Scott Steyer, who enticed me, he and I have been buddies for 20 plus years, and duped me into going. And so when I went there, he had about 8 of his friends that were there. And I have names.
But you went, when you go down,
inside
you thought something
of
was
that,
wrong.
you thought something was wrong.
Right. I thought I went there.
There was a reason.
No, I didn't go there for political reasons. I went there because my friend asked me to go to help protect him against Antifa and BLM and counter protesters and like that. He convinced me that he needed my help. And that's why I went. I would have never have gone to that thing, ever.
And I was there for security purposes. We had Secret Service clearance.
And what I saw was uncanny.
But reeling it back into the J6 committee.
All right, let's go.
I mean, let's talk about who they've put on this committee. I mean, you got Loudermilk heading it up, who's done a great job. And as long as he's not just doing the let's defend Trump thing, we're going to be okay. Right? And we need to get to the bottom of what really happened. This past week, you found out, or what was it, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago? We found out that there were 274 FBI agents on the ground, right?
Those 274, and when they get into your cases and the cases that you guys went through trial and this and that, but even in evidence of mine, I knew it wasn't going to come, but you went to trial. It was those guys' duty to also give every evidence that they saw.
Right, and that's Brady violations.
Brady violations.
You're 100% correct.
They gave us the information, man.
Go ahead.
And
I'm sorry,
I didn't mean to interrupt, dude.
No,
I get emotional.
Realistically, the thing that we want to know is we need to take it a step further. The FBI is only one department in our government, and honestly, it's probably the most controlled and supervised department in our government. DHS can run rampant. There's hardly any rules for these guys because of the Patriot Act. They can do whatever they want. Joint Terrorism Task Force. You had the Azov Brigade from Ukraine on the ground. They reported on all this. They were brought over by Alexander Chalupa. There's receipts and documents that prove it.
Right?
So there's a lot of stuff there that really builds up. And I mean, babe, you said something earlier about, being there to support the president.
We were there to support President Trump. And, you have to realize that all of us sitting here have lost our family for a long time. We've lost our homes. We've lost our income, we've lost jobs, and we're still loyal to President Donald Trump. And there's a reason for that, because we really strongly believe that the election was stolen and that this was a setup, and we really did get a bad deal in this whole thing. And we really want everyone to know, because we knew on that day, we're not surprised, I don't think any of us, that this is all came about, right?
No,
is any of us shocked that this?
It was just a matter of time before it came out, and what we realistically want to do is have that committee look into it. So stick around, and we're going to spend a little bit more time by the campfire.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
You can't go out there. You know how dangerous it is.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the purge sanctioned by the U.S. government.
Every night they come for us, not by chance, by design.
Law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime.
The crime is down.
Leftist policies, opening the gates, releasing the monsters back into our streets to target the innocent, to purge America from within.
It's after police found the body of Dr. Julie Gard-Chanelli in the woods near a dog park in Auburn.
Tonight, we're following a developing story where a woman was shot and killed. It all happened in the middle of the afternoon, right along a busy street.
These criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again.
No one is safe. Not in our homes. Not in our parks. Not on our trains.
His name's DeCarlos Brown, 35 years old, homeless, and he's been arrested 14 other times.
They call it reform. We call it the early release.
If you release a monster will kill.
Radicalized judges, turning the judicial system into the purge. But one man is taking a stand. One man is fearless in the presence of evil. These godless policies end now. We're purging the purge.
We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. It's the only thing they understand.
Excellent bumper there on Purge the Purge, huh? Let's just let you know, although we're Jan Sixers and they pose us as, oh, we assaulted all law enforcement, and how can these guys say that? Let me tell you something. Nothing that occurred on January 6th was anything like what's going out in Portland right now.
Oh, hell no.
Not even close.
It's mayhem.
It's complete mayhem. It's out of control. It's contrary. It's a double-edged sword.
But we saw the stuff in 2020, and they did nothing to it, nothing about it.
Nothing.
And what's going on now?
Nothing.
Same thing all over again.
This is a mostly peaceful protest. Is a cars burning, just like they were doing down in Los Angeles during the counter ICE protests that were going on. I was watching multiple people throw gasoline on somebody else's.
Yeah, throwing bricks off the top of an overpass onto the police cars.
Police
and no one's getting arrested?
No one was arrested there. Isn't that assault with attempted murder?
That's 1118B.
With a deadly weapon? Oh my gosh. They should have at least 17,000 people on trial right now, being held for the next 4 years until their trial commits.
Just like everybody in Jan 6.
Yeah,
yes.
We had the sedition hunters that went after us. What do we do for this?
You had people that just walked in to the Capitol and were held in freaking pre-trial confinement for a minimum of 6 months, devastating lives, crushing, just like they did to me. I turned myself in, and then they told me to stay at home. I stayed home for a month and a half with FBI posted up on my house. No tradecraft whatsoever. Weak sisters posting up on my house, and I confronted them. Why are you here? And then when I turned myself in, they decided to raid my house after I was gone and already in jail. And that's when the civilians came and raided my home, stealing my things. And where's my justice?
And literally, we talked about those FBI agents on the ground. If you got FBI agents on the ground, how many people in the FBI that were on the ground on January 6th helped in our prosecutions?
Right?
They can't do that. That's a Brady violation. They have to say what they saw. There has to be reports. There has to be backup on that. And we talked a little bit about Portland. We talked about LA. What about Chicago? We've got a Chicago expert here.
I was born and raised in Chicago. I lived there for about 35 years. I can say that the governor lives in North Illinois, which is a really high, classy neighborhood. I know that on the news every week I'd hear about 50 to 60 people would get shot. Yep. Probably 10 people died every week. And he doesn't want to send people into those neighborhoods to help people that don't want the horrible gang members that are there that control the cities in the bad neighborhoods to help them is disgusting.
We would go visit family and we're like, hey, let's go into the city and do it. Oh, no. We're not going into the city anymore.
That's sad.
Nobody. It is. It's horrible.
No,
but you
it's
know
like
what? But it's funny because it's only the blue cities.
Right.
Only
it's
the
like
blue
a scene
cities.
out of the movies, man. These futuristic movies like RoboCop or
Exactly.
Logan's Run or something like that,
So-
where the gangs control the cities and the cops can't go in there. I mean, look at London. You got 2/3 of London, England that you can't even go into because of a religious fanatic element that is controlling the entire city by Sharia law.
We went into this talk about ICE and whatnot and all the protests and stuff. So how do you show support? Right.
Well, they had to get something new because the Free Palestine movement's over. Right. You know what I'm saying? Good job on that one, President Trump. Right?
Woo.
But you know, going back to Chicago, you've got the governor there, Pritzker, right? And he's not doing anything.
Yeah, he doesn't live in the neighborhoods where these poor people have little kids in car seats that get shot and killed.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, they want the National Guard to come there and help them. It's really disgusting that he's fighting against that. It's really sad.
You see like Kristi Noem, awesome woman that she is, going to those cities and whatnot, and trying to fight the cities and trying to go to City Hall. They lock the doors like they did at D.C. jail.
Yeah,
Congress
they won't
lock
let
the
him
doors,
in.
won't let him in. They don't support it. And the next thing you know, you leave and come back, and that was a Friday night, but come back Sunday or Monday, and you, like you talked about, the 50 or 60 shootings that happened over the weekend. If they would have allowed them in and they would have taken the streets, that wouldn't have happened.
No, you would have had all those innocent lives saved. All those people would have been shot. Children, moms crying because their kids got shot. I mean,
nobody even pays attention to it anymore because it's like the norm, and that's really sad.
So the Democrats do. They target the people that they don't like. And the thing about with the Dems is that they stick together. Hence
a unified front.
Right.
Always.
The Uniparty, Maxine Waters.
Yep.
And they speak out and they rally the troops around them and call for social violence. They call for civil unrest. They call for anti-police, anti-three-letter agencies.
And just to circle back to the J6 committee for a second, look at the Democrats that have been put on this committee. You got Jasmine Crockett, who hates anything to do with MAGA. So she should immediately be disqualified. You've got Mr. Fang Fang. What's his name?
Smallwell.
Smallwell. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost crapped in my Depends when I heard that name. I was like, I need to change the pace here. Yeah. Really, Fang Fang?
Yeah.
Fang Fang. I can't even get over the name. That's so stupid.
And then you got Jamie Raskin.
Oh, goodness.
Another guy that just hates anything to do with Republicans or Trump or anything like that. And then, fortunately, on our side, we've got some good people. We got Clay Higgins, who's a badass. We've got, hopefully Troy Nails is sticking up for us. We've got Harriet Hagerman, who I love.
Awesome.
She's awesome. Took Cheney out, which was great.
Awesome.
Took her seat. And then I know there's another one I'm not thinking of. Loudermilk, who's leading the committee.
Yeah. He should be a great choice. I think. But
I mean, they're putting
all the talks that come across the media and stuff like that. Everybody says Loudermilk, and we've heard this for months, and I think he's right there. In like we said earlier in the segments, the mainstream media's turning around, and we said this back in our other show we did. Is like once that happens.
Okay, so talking about Loudermilk for a second. What if you were in charge of the committee? What would you do?
What would Jeff McKellop do?
What would Jeff McKellop do?
What's the one main thing you could do to
I would surround myself with juggernauts. I would surround myself with people that are loyal to America and that would listen to the individuals that were on the ground.
Amen.
Hence, us. We have been exposed to countless thousands of hours of video. The video, that's the 3 times I've said it. We know what we are talking about. We are experts in the community of these videos. Why aren't you reaching out to us?
No one has spent more time on those videos than the 3 of us, maybe Kenny maybe Jess, maybe Tim. You know what I'm saying?
I only know of 10 people.
But as we talk about this, videos do not lie.
They don't lie. It's there.
Where are you?
Why did Why have they not showed it? Because it would instantly, within 5 minutes, turn the narrative.
The trick to this all, though, is just like what you're saying is, like the trick to this, I know Don and Don have covered this on the show multiple times, it's not just, and Barry Loudermilk, if you happen to see the show and you're watching this and your staffs are looking at these videos, don't just look at the video.
Right? You talk the talk.
Watch
now
the
it's
video.
Time to walk the walk.
Watch the video.
Watch all videos.
Just watch it. Then back it up.
My phone's not ringing.
Watch something else.
But there's like
watch it again.
So what I learned when I was watching these videos is you don't just watch what you think is something. You go and watch the 30 minutes before an incident, 30 minutes after, and then you go even an hour after, or the second body cam video when they stopped and started. It's not just during a certain time. Watch the whole thing, because the whole story plays out over 4 hours. 5 hours. The whole story is 4 or 5 hours. It's not 10 minutes of people getting into it with the cops on the Lower West Side.
That's not what happened.
What? You got to know the why.
You got to know the real reason, and that's the real reason why we wanted to just talk a little bit about what we expect from this committee. And when we come back from the break, we're going to spend a little bit more time going into those videos, how to watch them, and how to bring them out to the public. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online with NordVPN. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
I got enemies at every side. It ain't looking good, I ain't gonna lie. Arrows flying, devils trying to make me think I'm going down this time. You might think that I'd be afraid, running scared with the shaking faith. But the God I know says it ain't over. The God I know is gonna make a way. King. Though I walk through the valley, I will have no fear, no fear. The mighty power of Jesus is fighting for me here. No fear, no fear. The light of the world makes the darkness disappear. No fear. No fear when I'm walking through the fire, 'cause I know who's walking me through. No fear when the flood waters rise, if I got my eyes on you. No fear, no fear. The mighty power of Jesus is fighting for me here. No fear, no fear. The light of the world makes the darkness disappear. No fear.
Welcome back to Cowboylogic, No Fear. After the introduction with the video, that should strike some sort of inclination as to how our country is going and what we are thinking about. It is very clear and evident. And welcome back, everybody, to it. And we would like to talk about how the selective committee that for the J6 investigation is going. And with that being said, Dan,
so we talked about no fear coming into this segment, right? So if you wanted to carry in that motive and that MO, we really want to take that and push that upon this J6 committee, right? Is you're going to need no fear when it comes into this committee.
Because you're going to get bashed.
Yeah, you're going to.
You're going to get bashed.
But
who cares? Nobody listens to him anyway.
It doesn't matter. That goes away faster than the memory of not being supportive will. Because, as they say, half this country supports the Donald Trump, and half the country supposedly doesn't.
But let me tell you something. Every single one of you that is sitting on that committee right now
owe it.
If you do not stand up,
you owe it
for those people who were destroyed because of those events and what our own government did to us, not only will we not forget, but our entire MAGA movement will never forget. So it's okay if you're a little nervous about what the mainstream media is going to say, or your name might appear in an article, but you will be unemployed if you do not do your job.
That's what you're voted in.
Look what happened to us. We stood up. We stood up. We're nobodies. We were nobodies. And we stood up and we raised our fists. We're saying, hey, this is a wrong objective.
And your very job is to stand up for people like us.
That's
so we
why
don't
you
have
were
to.
promoted to where you are now. That's why you were elected. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Louis Gohmert.
We're going to ask that you go into this committee with a mindset that some rights need to be wronged, some truth absolutely need to come out. And in order for the truth to come out, let's talk what we kind of led off into this thing is the videos. The videos will not lie. Gosh, I've said it for I don't know how many years, in months, even since being out. Get the videos released. And anybody, we tried, release some, and some people can look at it, if they're blacking, they're blurring stuff out, release it in full, and let the American people look at it.
We tried to get the videos out to our attorneys who deleted the information, who denied the information.
It's still there.
John Kianaga.
It's still there. We need to get it out.
No, and realistically, here's what we got to do. The committee members are the ones that are going to sit in front of the cameras. So those, even though it's the staff, it's the staff behind those committee members that need to reach out to us. We will if you aren't going to call us in, put us under oath and let us testify and show you every single thing. The least you could do is call us in and let us teach you
how to look at the videos,
how to watch the video, and what you need to look for.
Just like I told Judge Nichols in my trials, I was like, sir, you made a mistake by opening up all that video to us. And there were 5 of us that came forward. 5 of us. 3 are sitting right here that know what we are looking at. We could point out the characters, the undercover agents, the wrongdoings, the officers of teams 54, 64, and 74 of the MPD and the Capitol Police. We will point them out on video exactly what had happened and why. You know the how and the what, but you have to know why they did what they did. And we are subject matter experts. Where are you? What will you do when they come for you?
We're here.
And the next thing you need to understand, it's not just about January 6th, and it's not just about the videos. It's not just about the agents on the ground. It needs to go a step further to understand how our judicial system has been compromised at the highest level.
Highest.
When 12 judges in D.C. strike down a motion to dismiss the 1512, and it goes to the appellate court, and you get 1 yes, 1 no, and 1 maybe, and then it goes to Supreme Court and it gets thrown out immediately because it doesn't apply. Why are there no repercussions for those people down the ladder that allowed it to continue to be prosecuted in their courtroom?
Because judges, like my judge, calls me an insurrectionist 7 times.
But I'm saying it has to be investigated further than just January 6th. You have to go into the prosecution of these people that was done wrong, exactly like what's happening with Letitia James and with Comey and these guys. We need to see some of these judges' questions about what they did.
Kelly, it's just like you just said. It's not just January 6th. It's from January 4th, 5th, and 6th until the day we were pardoned.
Look at Carl J. Nichols, my judge, man.
That whole time needs to be investigated, and how we were treated, and how the law was treated, and how the Constitution was treated. That whole time frame. That's what needs to be investigated.
These people call themselves experts of the legal system, and they take an oath that they're going to protect, and the scales of justice are blind, but yet they see what's going on. I've never been arrested a day in my life. Next thing I know it, I'm America's worst enemy. If I was let out, I'm going to hurt and kill more people. I'm like, who the hell makes that up?
You're a
Carl J. Nichols.
In 2016, my judge's father-in-law voted for Donald Trump. That is the last year that the judge who convicted me and sentenced me spoke to him. Because that's how much he hates Donald Trump and anybody who supports him.
Anybody, man. Trump syndrome. That's what it comes down to. Some basic 5th grade Trump syndrome is what it is.
And you have to have the no fear attitude going into this committee.
Letitia James.
Whether you're a representative sitting on that desk up front, or whether, even more important, if you're the staffers behind it. Those staffers are crucial in making sure that this evidence is presented and brought out to the public. And I know we're not going to have, 24-hour ABC, NBC, CBS coverage on this, and we're not going to have a Screen Actors Guild writer there writing the script for ours.
So this needs to
This is going to be real, and it needs to be fearless.
So here it is. In that fearless, if you look at how the committee runs, you're going to have, this isn't just going to be a change of a committee. This needs to be the committee of change.
Right. I agree. That's awesome.
Totally different.
You can't be afraid to call out names.
You have to be the committee of change. Changing what didn't work before, changing what they ignored before. This has to be a committee that is going to change how things were done.
We're talking about a country.
It can never happen again.
We're talking about our country here. It's not just us and the things that happened to us were so devastating. It was unbelievable. You're talking about the country of America, the United States of America, and what this government
and that affects
did to
all of you that watch this show. Not just us.
You don't just say it and this, that, but take this somewhere. Send a link. Send the link to the
Call your congressman. Tell him you want us on the
Barn
committee.
Party. Do the Rumble. Send the link to the RAV. Send us out, because when you start not forcing, but in demanding that your congressman really start doing something different, and bringing us in, I'm telling you, there's 5 or 6 people that can change in 5 or 10 minutes what they have said for the last 4 or 5 years.
What will you do when they come for you? Just like Cuba. Just like Cuba.
Yep. And that's the thing that we all have to understand. This isn't about us. We never went to the Capitol for us.
Speak out.
We never went to D.C. for us. We went to D.C. because we knew there was corruption. We knew the election had been stolen.
It's a voice.
And we wanted to voice it, and we wanted to let them know that we knew. And finally, we're starting to see a few people stand up a little bit and say things about it.
This is opportunity, and this is opportunity to regain a little footing.
Where are you, America? Where are you when we need you the most?
Yep.
And why did the FBI delete our iCloud pictures and our proof of the buses of Antifa coming in on January 6th?
Yep, they deleted evidence.
A lot of our pictures are evidence that we have.
Guys, we're going to be right back. Get those drumsticks ready.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
again. Oh, you barn party drummers rock. Let me tell you. How did you like that? Kind of threw you a curve, Dana.
Man.
That was Senri Kawaguchi.
How old is she there? How old is she there?
17. No. She's 19 or 20 in that video.
Wow.
And we got a surprise for you. We're going to try to have her on the show. How's
cool.
that? Pretty cool, huh?
Hey, just real quick. Last week we mentioned a whole bunch of viewers and everything, and we do thank you all. Obviously, Dana is up there, and Genghis Khan, and hold on, and Hammer Chuck.
Yes.
Hammer Chuck's horse.
Thank you, Hammer Chuck.
But you know who we forgot to mention in this long list?
Dr. Gina.
Dr. Gina, too. And AZ Sarah and Andy M. and Talk Show TK. Zen Master, though.
Zen Master. We forgot to mention Zen Master, the owner of the network.
Yeah, so hopefully he'll forgive us
Donna's
on that
fault.
one.
All right, let's get down to business. We're losing precious content time here.
Yes, we are. Dr. Henry Ely, healingfortheages.com. Let's bring him on, Ron, because we've got another.
Welcome back, Lego Man. Oh, wait a minute. It's not Lego Man.
Are we doing Lego
it's
Man?
Dr. Ely.
Ready to go right there.
Shout out to Lego Man from Dr. Ely.
Dr. Ely and Lego Man. You know, you cannot. They're exactly the same. It's hilarious. A few years apart, but that's okay.
I'm his future, is what you're saying to him.
That's right.
Now.
Absolutely.
This is what you get to look like afterwards in about 20 extra years, pal.
Brothers from another mother, obviously. Okay, October 23rd to 25th in Dallas, Texas. You've got another Healing for the Ages conference, and you're going to talk about your book of questions. What you're going to talk about. Tell us a little bit about that, because first of all, every time I watch interviews with you, I get really nervous because we changed the whole house to LED lights, and now you're saying no, we've got nothing but LED lights.
We got LED lights blaring in our face right now.
I sleep next to my cell phone. I mean, it's really bad. I can't even turn any way without thinking about how you're going to get all over me for the bad things we do to our bodies.
All right, we're ready. We're ready.
Well, Don, first of all, I got to say I love you, and I thank you for bringing me back on. And what I got to tell you is I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm just here to share some information. It just so happens that I get the good fortune of sharing the worst things sometimes with people. And I get it from husbands all the time, like, would you please turn that guy off? Every time he talks, he costs me money. So we get it, folks. Thank you for putting up with me and everything. So the conference, Healing for the Ages, coming up October 23rd through the 25th. It's going to be amazing. On the 23rd, Donna, we actually have our world premiere of our first documentary, Make Yourself Healthy Again, and it ties into the whole theme of the entire conference. Make yourself healthy again. We're going to Maha. We're tired of waiting to Maha. Why wait to Maha when you can start Mahaing today? And so that's what we're doing, pardon me, with Dr. Artist, Dr. Group, Dr. Schmidt, and myself. We have some great, pardon me again, we have some great.
You need some ivermectin?
You need some ivermectin?
I need something. Give me a throat lozenge or something. But we got a great special guest lineup too. Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, Dr. Sabine Hazan,
the best.
Farmer Joel Salatin. We got some big names coming to teach with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. October 23rd through 25th. Go to healingfortheages.com. Join us virtually. Put in promo code 1776, baby. Get your 30% off. Practice some community commerce. You're going to love it. You get access to all the replays. And we do something, Donna, that we haven't seen anybody doing anywhere else out there. We do a follow-up. Our conference isn't over on the 25th. In November, we bring everybody back virtually, and now we get to talk about what you learned at the conference, what you started putting into play after the conference, and now you get a second round of questions to really clean up. We want to make sure you really get everything that we're teaching.
Nice.
So, for instance, Dr. Artist, it's great, right? It's
Who came up with that idea? Tell me it was you and not Artist. Yeah, there you go.
But really, it's always all four of us. We get together every January, collaborate, throw out ideas, and it's really a fun thing for us.
Awesome.
But,
okay, so people can
Dr.
go.
Artist, go for it.
It's in Dallas. But again, this is October 23rd to 25th. You can go in person, but you can also do it virtually. And again, if you use promo code 1776, you get 30% off, which is just awesome. But you have some of the best people. I mean, this is cutting edge. We've been talking about this, since COVID. And you really, I mean, to me, these are the people who are now. Well, obviously, we got RFK Jr. in there, and he's got major headwinds. I mean, to actually go on vacation like he did, and then the people who were still there put the COVID shots back in the mandates, and then he comes back from vacation and finds that they did that, and he fires them. I mean, this is what we're dealing with, because obviously they want us dead. And that stuff is just starting to come out now as far as the COVID vaccines, how it really has cut down on world population, which is exactly, unfortunately, what these New World Order people want.
Right. And Donna, who were the first people to teach about that? The four of us.
Yep.
Who were the first people to come out with it. And we didn't just talk about the doom and gloom, and we never do that. It's always a celebration of solutions. We're only going to teach what we have answers to teach about. So we taught about with Dr. Artist the nicotine. We talked about with Dr. Group the transhumanism and making sure you're taking the lateral flora to make sure that you're breaking that stuff down. With Dr. Jana Schmidt, we talked about the bees and the glucose oxidase and how that breaks down a whole bunch of bioweapons. And then, of course, the work that we're doing, that I'm doing with my team, is breaking down all the heavy metals. We were the ones that came out with the aluminum coming from the chemtrails and how you get it out using saunas, but we're doing something really cool. I just sent a whole bunch of urine samples off to the lab because we figured something out this year, and that I can't wait to share on Saturday. We figured out something that I'm terming electric nutrition. Our bodies are electric, and we know this, everybody, it's easy to prove. But what that means is that there are certain minerals that can help conduct that electricity, and there are certain metals that short circuit it. And what they're spraying in the skies short circuits it, but we figured out how to get it out of the body without needing these really harsh chemicals, these harsh chelating agents and everything. We're going to show everybody how you can get rid of the chemtrails in your body at home at really low cost. We figured it out. We got the testing to support and back it up. And I'm going to be sharing that on Saturday at the event. So that's definitely must-see TV right there.
That's huge. I mean, that is huge. Huge. You know, it's funny. One of the senators or congressmen actually posted, I saw last week, one of the good things about the government shutdown is no more chemtrails.
We don't have any chemtrails.
This is great. But, you know, talk about the blood-brain barrier, because some of this stuff is so hard to break through.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you get to is that, and that's why they have the polysorbate 20s and the polysorbate 80s. When you look at their shot concoctions, there's all these ingredients in there. You're like, why is that in there? It's to push stuff across the blood-brain barrier. But what we've also been teaching the last couple of years is that it's about the size of these metals. And that's where we started talking about quantum dots and all these other things. And you look at the nano-sized aerosol sprays that are out there in the chemtrails. So we're breathing all this stuff in. There's no doubt about it. But we have to help people get it out of their bodies. And that's the big thing at Healing for the Ages. We know there's bioweapons all over the place, but we have to teach how to get it out of the body and keep the internal environment very clean, because your body is designed to heal yourself. Can I say something that I've kind of coined here? Mm-hmm. You are a being of light living in an electric body designed by God to heal itself. That is a fact that we can prove over and over again, and that's what we're doing at Healing for the Ages every single year. So make sure you come and join us, healingfortheages.com, October 23rd through 25th. And on the 23rd at night, we're premiering for free on healingfortheages.com on the website. We're premiering our documentary. You're going to love it. Make sure you put in promo code 1776 and join us.
Then you get 30% off at promo code 1776. Okay, going into a break. When we come back, I want to talk about your book, The Book of Questions, which you're also going to talk about at the healingfortheages.com conference, October 23rd to 25th. Promo code 1776 for 30% off. We'll be back with Dr. Ely right after this.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press data download brought to you by Pfizer. This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet, sponsored by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, this is Don NEUEN and Donna Fiducia with Cowboylogic. And this episode is brought to you by ivermectin. this episode's brought to you by ivermectin, by gosh.
Yes, this is true.
That Pfizer stuff, I noticed somebody else on Rav was playing that this past week, but they didn't use it quite the way we do.
No, this is true.
All right, let's bring in the genius.
It's scary stuff. There he
Hello,
is.
genius.
And now he's got his cowboy hat on. Dr. Henry Ely, who, again, folks, has 42,000 hours in nutrition education.
That's a lot.
I mean, a lot. And you can read him again in just about everywhere. Epic Times, USA Today, just to name a few. But what I really want to stress is what I think is the best thing. You are teaching about the beauty in God's divine design and the immense healing power of natural medicine, which is what we're talking about.
Yep.
So I want to read an email that we got, and this is just so humbling to us. And I guess
this is why we do it, Doctor, and I'm sure you're going to be able to relate to this.
Amen. Right?
Okay.
Amen.
Hello, Don. It was about a year ago that I contacted you to ask you about my boyfriend taking ivermectin for stage 4 prostate cancer that spread to his bones. Along with ivermectin, we added fenbendazole, changed his diet, cut out sugar and processed foods, and added a bunch of supplements. Well, he had a bone scan last week, and it showed the cancer completely gone in 3 of 5 places. The hip only had one very small spot left, and prostate 3 months ago, normal size with only one very small hard spot left. Amazing. Doctors can't believe it. Thank you for your kindness to help us. We have remained very positive throughout his journey and are grateful for God's gift of life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's Kelly Sue from Michigan. And Kelly, I got to tell you, that brought tears to my eyes. It's just so humbling.
That's why we do it, right, Doc?
So humbling.
That's why we do it.
It's 100% why we do it, right there for those moments. That's payment in full for all the work and all the things we have to put up with behind the scenes. But you know what? I wanted to use this as a teaching moment because there's some things that they did right here. And I want everybody who is exploring ivermectin and fenben to really understand why they work when they work. These are anti-parasitics. So when they work, and they work really well, it sounds like in this case, it's because there were parasitic infections in that person's body causing the cancer. And so they're killing those infections. Now, they did something else, Donna, they did something else beautiful. They said they cut out refined sugar. And so they stopped feeding the infections and then gave the body something that could kill the infections. And when you clean the internal environment out of those infections, now something special is taking place. The immune system can take over. Your body can start joining in that wonderful fight. And now you start to see the regression of the tumors, right? You start seeing they're just gone. Well, where did they go? Your body is designed by God to heal itself. You just got to give it a helping hand sometimes. Yep. Now, for Kelly Sue and everybody listening, one of the things I would encourage them to do, ground while you're sleeping. And that's where we have the free grounding system. If you just go and you look at our EMF free guide that's on healingfortheages.com, you can download it for free. We have videos. We show you how to do everything in there. And now at night, you're taking that healing process up to an entirely new level. And then, Donna, we got to get those LEDs out of the house and go back to
That's all we have here. What do you think lights us up? That's the problem. And grounding, I know you're saying that not have your cell phone right next to your head. I mean, unfortunately. It's hard to do.
Let's just swap it out. We'll just put a plant right next to your head so you got something to breathe in at night. And put your phone a little bit over into the bathroom or something like that and let it charge up. It's okay. Just keep it away from your head.
Do you have there's bags you can put it in, right? There
are Faraday bags you can put it in, but here's the thing. If you put it in a Faraday bag and it's on, if a Faraday bag really works, it won't get a signal anyway. So you won't be. So what's the point? You might as well just turn it off. Oh, right. Save some money.
So if you go to healingfortheages.com, and also all of you, the great doctors that are associated with Healing for the Ages have so many supplements and things of that nature that can help as well. But you go to healingfortheages.com. Again, the conference is October 23rd to 25th in Dallas, but you can do it remotely. And promo code 1776 gets you 30% off, and you have a great follow-up as well. But what you talked about with the parasites, and we've had Dr. Lee Merritt on telling us about that. She's big also with the chlorine dioxide, which I actually give that to my dogs, believe it or not, as well. I have one dog with some lung cancer. I'm giving him fenben, chlorine dioxide, and ivermectin. So we're going to take
great choices.
X-rays to see in about 6 months if it's
well, and we've even got a mare, and this is a little graphic, but our audience
well,
is
it's a
used
gray
to me.
horse that gets melanomas. You don't have to know where.
On her butt.
Right.
She's got them on her butt. Okay.
Okay.
So
It's
here's what Donna does. She gets some chlorine. She gets chlorine dioxide. She's spraying it right on her butt, and it's shrinking.
Yeah, it actually is working.
Well, check this out, and it works because, and these are things like chlorine dioxide is going to have a very similar mechanism of action to hydrogen peroxide. So you start understanding, like, what is this stuff actually doing? Now, here's something I got from Global Healing that Dr. Group and Dr. Richard Olry have just come out with, boron. And we're going to be teaching at the conference about why this is so important moving forward, especially relative to the chemtrails. So if you're like, look, I'm seeing these chemtrails, we know they're going to come back. If you want to know confidently how to deal with those chemtrails, you need to come and study with us, especially on the Saturday. I'm going to be breaking it down, everything you can do to make sure that the stuff you breathe in from the chemtrails moves right through your body and back on out, right? Because that's how we want to get it out. But folks, it's going to be a fantastic experience. And the thing about it, learning with us is so much fun. It's not just like you're sitting in there like some student, oh my God, there's everything is doom and gloom and I got to read all these notes. No, it's a lot of fun. It's a huge hug fest. We have great music, great people. We're doing something for our online audience this year too, Donna. We're making sure there are congregation rooms online so you can go and meet your fellow folks that are online, hang out, have lunch with them. It's all about building our communities up and making us as one big family stronger and stronger and stronger. That's
Talk about your book of questions, though. Tell us a little bit about that. We got about a minute and a half left.
Oh, okay. Well, Friday, we're going to be teaching about the book of questions. It's my new work that just came out this year. And what we're going to be getting into is really simple: how to transform trauma into limitless strength. So we're going to teach you how to actually compliment yourself. Most people, Donna and Don, they just don't know how to do this. We're going to teach you how to talk to yourself and build a better conversation with yourself. And then I'm going to do something real dangerous. I'm going to teach you how to breathe and how to meditate in minutes. It's so much easier than people make it out to be. And it's going to create a healthier and clearer communication between you and your creator.
Okay, so hold on. Now that I'm getting older, I can talk to myself and it's okay.
My dad, Dr. Ely, my dad, who's 91, 92 years old, soon to be 92, talks to his heart, talks to his leg if he goes into a leg cramp.
Wow.
And he gets... He's doing great. He's kicking hard at 91, 92. But you're right.
Out then,
he talks to his body.
Dr. Henry Ely, Lego Man's brother from another mother. Healing for the Ages again, October 23rd to 25th, Dallas, Texas. Be there or online. Promo code 1776 gets you 30% off. Dr. Ely, we love you. And hopefully we'll see you at that conference. We'll have more Cowboy Logic right after this.
January of 1999. The statement in the subtitle is How Genetic Engineering Will Change Us When in the Next Century.
Statin drugs will shut down the absorption of CoQ10.
And that's why what Dr. Group was saying, we're doing this because this conversation has to start now.
Because one way direction is giving up your power to somebody else to fix you. The other way is you taking your own power to fix yourself.
Grandma, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
As Israel suffers attacks on 7 different fronts, it's her poor and elderly who are barely making it through each day.
The tears are from the pain of the life that she's lived. She's a survivor of Auschwitz. The years that they would just beat her, years that she didn't have food and felt hungry.
She paid a horrible price to come home from Ethiopia. She lost in that journey her 6-year-old son. A couple of weeks later, she lost her family. She is a wonderful woman, and she is very poor.
I pray that we answer these cries, and our answer is love.
With a gift of only $25, you'll deliver a life-saving food box into the hands of an elderly Jew in need.
She's saying people have a heart. There are good people today.
Call, scan, or go online now, and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews will rush your food box today.
Hallelujah. This is a holy moment. What you're doing is not simply being kind. You are prophetically stepping into the scriptures and being part of their redemption and our own.
When you call right now, your gift will be doubled to help save lives. Call now.
In a world where Israel is under attack, Christians can help fulfill biblical prophecies through practical support and genuine friendship.
For everything you are doing, thank you. It's perfect.
This is what a simple food box does.
You can bring joy, hope, and love to someone praying for your help today. So please call, scan, or go online now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Then another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon. Revelation 12:3.
Once again, an armed attack in the Middle East, but this time it's different.
October 7th was the Devil's Holiday.
It's very hard to believe what happened, even though I was there and seeing with my own eyes and seeing them laughing and killing and having fun with it.
Because if you don't open the door, they are going to kill you and they are going to kill me, so please open the door.
So who are the Jews? Who are the Palestinians? And whose land is it really? Could the fate of the world, of humanity itself, be somehow tied to this place?
The nation of Israel is a resurrected nation. So what if there was going to be a resurrection of another people, an enemy people of Israel? The Bible speaks about this whole war as a dragon representing the enemy attacking a woman representing Israel.
The civilian deaths on both sides represent victories on the part of the dragon.
Hamas did everything within their ability to maximize the civilian casualty.
We came back to a land that was largely barren and empty, and we brought it back to life, and we're going to keep it.
The devil hates the Jewish people because they represent the existence of God.
Because without that Jewish foundation, there is no Christianity.
If we're approaching the end of time
God will reveal himself more and more dramatically.
Speak back through the stones.
The story that they've been telling is that Israel is a colonial project. The problem with that is the city of David. We are an inconvenient truth.
Are you aware of any significant archaeological finding that contradicts the Bible?
No.
God's word stands firm. The dragon will not prevail.
Your message here is become a dragon slayer.
Based on Jonathan Cahn's #1 international bestseller, The Dragon's Prophecy.
And we're back on Cowboy Logic with somebody I think many of you are very aware of, and he's just awesome. That would be one Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh is a scholar, a public intellectual, an award-winning filmmaker, best-selling author and writer. And, you know, we had you on our radio show many years ago, Dinesh, but this is the first time on Cowboy Logic, and it's just awesome to see you and to have you on video talking about your latest movie, The Dragons.
Which you just saw the trailer,
Prophecy.
everybody.
Yes, exactly. But you know what, Dinesh, I got to tell you, even back when I was an anchor at Fox and I read your book about Ronald Reagan, I'm like, oh man, I got to meet this guy. So I'm looking at your bibliography, if there is that the right word? Biography, you know, and I'm thinking, you've written so many books and done so many great movies. 53 books. You need a book about your books. You really do at this point.
No, I don't think I'm quite that many books, but I do have a lot. And at some point I did kind of lose count a little bit. But I started out, Donna, in the think tanks where I had a lot of time to write the books. And then the movies, I only started in 2012. So I've done now about 8 or 9 documentaries. And I'm very excited about this latest one.
So tell us about The Dragon's Prophecy, because, well, it sort of is the struggle between good and evil that we're seeing right now.
It is. The topics on the surface is Israel, Hamas, radical Islam, but the broader topic is not that. The broader topic is the great clash between God and the devil. In fact, the dragon, this is a reference to Revelation 12, the dragon is in fact Satan. And in the Bible, the dragon goes up against a woman who represents Israel, but the woman is pregnant, representing the Messiah, Jesus. So part of what we're getting at here in this film is that there's a world behind the world. And many of the events we see in front of us, particularly the big ones, you know, October 7th, certainly the war, now Trump's peace plan, all of these are not just sort of political events or even historic events, they're biblical events. So we opened the film in theaters, it's done very well. Now it's in streaming and DVD. And the website is The Dragons, plural, thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. You can stream it, you can get DVDs. It's in a way a film that is more biblical and more spiritual than my earlier work, which of course mainly focused on the political and the historical.
Mm-hmm. I work with a gentleman that is former IDF, and back in the 80s, mid-80s and 90s is when he served. And I told him about your film. And he's very excited about that. Matter of fact, the version that we were able to see, I brought him into my office. I said, you got to see some of this stuff. And I was jumping through spots that I specifically wanted him to see. It's you and your God-given talent that you've got that makes that documentary, that film, such a nice ride all the way to the end. It's well done, sir.
I'm really pleased you say that, because the film takes some threads that don't seem to be related at the first glance. You know, I had all this riveting footage of October 7th that most people have never seen. That footage has never gotten out. And so the film opens with putting you on the scene of October 7th. Now, you might expect that you're going to see all this from the point of view of Israel, but no, you're actually seeing it from the point of view of Hamas. It's like you're on a motorcycle with a GoPro, you're riding across the fence from Gaza into these kibbutzes because the footage was taken by Hamas. So it's a very unusual angle on all these events. So that's how I opened the film. But then we go to Jonathan Cahn, who's the author of the book, The Dragon's Prophecy. He unfurls a very interesting kind of biblical perspective relating what's going on now to things that happened in the Bible 3,000 years ago, battles between the ancient Israelites and the Philistines. He shows the similarities across the great bridge of history. And then I have some biblical archaeology in there where I basically confront the skeptic who's going to say, well, Dinesh, yeah, this is all very cool, but how do we know we can trust the Bible? Like, how do we know that these people and events of the Bible are true, that they really happened? And so I go, all right, let's jump into the archaeological pit. Let's look at some coins and stone inscriptions and some clay seals that have come out of the ground. So it's the film essentially validates or authenticates the Hebrew and the Christian scriptures. And then I go to the political. I bring in, Prime Minister Netanyahu and U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee. So the film is sort of like a car taking a winding road, but it's trying to hold your interest at all points and show how this tapestry kind of can all come together.
I have to ask you something. I'm interrupting Donna, but I've got to ask you this. It's not a spoiler. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to watch the film. I have to ask you, what was it like to walk along the cobblestones?
Yes.
Well, let's talk about these cobblestones. So there was a drain pipe that had burst in Israel, and they noticed that there was something like underneath. So in Israel, they bring in the archaeologists, they start looking, and it turns out that there is a road going back to the time of Jesus. And it is from the Pool of Siloam up to the temple. The temple, of course, was originally built by Solomon, later reconstructed by Herod. This is the temple where when Mary and Joseph lost the 12-year-old Jesus, they found him, arguing in the temple with rabbis. And the pilgrimage road is a half-mile road of cobblestones that leads from the Pool of Siloam. By the way, in the Pool of Siloam in the Bible, Jesus heals a blind man in that pool. And so this is a road that Jesus himself walked. So what an interesting and kind of powerful feeling it is to be walking on those exact same stones. In Israel, there are certain things like, what's the Via Dolorosa? Like, where did Jesus walk when he carried the cross? Answer, it's disputed. Some people say it's over here. Some people say it's over there. But with regard to whether or not Jesus bathed in the Pool of Siloam and walked the pilgrimage road, there is no doubt at all. He did that 100%. So it's very spiritually, I think, very powerful, very transformational to see these things and be part of them. And of course, not everybody gets to Israel, so I'm very proud to be able to show it in the film.
Yeah, the Dragon's Prophecy film.com, ladies and gentlemen, highly recommend it. Yep. We've got about a minute left, Dinesh, but I just want to say real quick, just in the segment, we'll bring you back, obviously. But if people had only watched all of your movies and taken heed of it, we'd have a lot less problems in the world right now, starting with Obama's America and Hillary's America. And then 2,000 Mules, we still haven't fixed our elections. And America, imagine the world without her. Death of a nation. I mean, this is powerful stuff. And now the Dragon's Prophecy takes it biblical, which to me is just awesome. And the one thing that I am seriously jealous of, and I think it was just so cool to see at the end of the movie, was you and your lovely wife, Debbie, getting baptized. And in the Jordan River. I mean, that is just amazing. Wow. Just absolutely amazing.
It was just incredible. And there was a huge group of Africans who were getting baptized along with us, and they were singing and they were in the spirit. So we definitely got in the mood.
Very cool.
All right. We're going to be back with more with Dinesh right after this.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
You want to pay J6ers? You're damn right I want to pay J6ers. If you got wronged by the government, then you should be made right. That's America.
We want to pay J6.
Pay him now.
And we're running out of time here. This is getting ridiculous.
But we're playing that until you pay him.
Yes. And we're going to bring back the great Dinesh D'Souza. You know, Dinesh, I have to laugh. I looked up, you got to look up Wikipedia. You know, even my Wikipedia page is a joke. Dinesh's work is characterized by a right-wing perspective, often sparking debate and controversy. You know, good.
Actually, that's what we want.
That's kind of what we want. But, you know, before the break, you talked about how your movie, The Dragon's Prophecy, is showing what happened on October 7th, 2 years ago now, from the Hamas perspective. And that's not shown by the mainstream media at all. All you hear is about how, you know, women and children of Hamas are getting killed, and even though they're used as human shields by Hamas. But, you know, there's a parallel that we're seeing with the Jan Sixers, and you have done some great work with your support of Stand in the Gap, and we do thank you for that. But the same thing, the real video of showing the Jan Sixers getting attacked by the police with tear gas and rubber bullets never really gets shown that much. So it's about time people see the other side, because we had a two-state solution on October 6th. I was at the Fox News channel back in, I don't know, it was 2005, when they gave the Gaza Strip to the Palestinians. And look what they did with it. People that I know that live in Ashdod basically said, oh, they would go back and forth, they'd get their medical attention, but they were actually spying. And they were looking for ways that they could blow things up and run people over and use machetes to cut people's heads off. I mean, it's barbaric. And people here are okay with that?
You know, Hamas, they say what they're about in their charter. Very interestingly, we point this out in the film that the Hebrew word for Hamas is a Hebrew word, and it means destruction, violence. If you read the Bible in Hebrew, it says things like this: Lord, save me from the men of Hamas, or Hamas dwells in the darkest places of the earth. And so you have an organization dedicated to violence. It's like a leopard, and you're asking it to change its spots. Now, I support, in principle, the Trump peace plan, and I'm certainly glad at the prospect of the hostages coming back. In the film, we talk in one of the kibbutzes to the wife of this guy named Omri Miran, who's one of the hostages. You know, it's heartbreaking, right? He's been away. He's got 2 small children. So obviously it will be wonderful to have him reunited with his wife and his family. But I think the underlying ideology of destruction remains. That is not solved by any kind of peace treaty. Not to mention, you've got this powerful global jihadi movement. You've got people in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Turkey and Qatar and Iran. These people wake up and Gaza is not their primary concern. Gaza is at the bottom of their list. They want to infiltrate Australia and Canada and Europe and the United States. They want mosques in our suburbs. They want take over the school board. They want 100 Ilhan Omars. So what mystifies me, I mean, I understand why the left is pushing all this, because the left is actually, the cultural left, weirdly enough, is allied with these radical jihadis. Mm-hmm. But to see people on our side, on the right, who are trying to drive a wedge with Israel, who make it sound like Netanyahu is the real villain, who actually are going after the Jews, you know, you guys killed Christ. All of this stuff, I think, has rattled me a little bit, because it's bad for the country, it's bad for the MAGA movement, it's bad for Trump. It's also, I think, a real distortion of Christianity.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that, a country the size of New Jersey, of where I'm from, as is Jonathan Cahn, who wrote The Dragon's Prophecy, is from New Jersey. We're going to have him on in a couple of weeks, actually. Is so horrible and the root of all evil when you've got, 50 plus countries that don't want the Palestinians either. In the video that you showed in your movie, The Dragon's Prophecy, the Hamas terrorists are laughing. They're laughing as they rape, while they kill, while they stab people to death, run them over, and blow them up. It's amazing to me how this country, especially, look, New York City, not even 25 years after 9/11, is going to put in a guy as mayor whose father teaches at Columbia University, which tells you all, and actually says he's admitted when he went back to Uganda that he wants to kill gays. So how do you coexist if you're gay even, or trans, which is a growing percent of our population, with these people who want to kill you?
Well, the great irony is a lot of these LGBT groups will help to get this guy elected.
Yeah.
The cultural left, what's interesting is that they are LGBTQ. They are very permissive. They're not like the radical Muslims, and they want a different kind of society. So the goals of these two groups, let's call them loosely the red group, reflecting the left, and the green group, reflecting the Muslims. They cannot exist, these two groups, in each other's world, but they are united on one thing. They're united in the groups that they hate. And the groups that they hate are Jews and Israel on the one side, and Christians and the West on the other. So it seems to me rather obvious that if the cultural left and the radical jihadis, if this is the devil's platoons, then the other side needs to come together on the side of good, on the God side, if you will, and resist the push that is coming from this red-green coalition. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me rather obvious that Jews and Christians need to come closer together spiritually, politically, mainly because we are the targets of the bad guys.
Exactly. And Taqiyya, according to Islam, is lying to us infidels, and that's okay because we're less than human. Do you think it's possible that Trump could outlaw the Muslim Brotherhood, which would be necessary, in my opinion, to really start to straighten things out?
This is a very important point because while Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Al-Shabaab, some of these other terrorist groups are the jihad of the sword. But we should not forget the jihad, the financial jihad, the educational jihad, the infiltration of our institutions jihad. So the Muslim Brotherhood is much more dangerous because this is what they do. They're really good at taking over Dearborn, Michigan. They're really good at buying the political science department of elite universities, using in many cases Qatari money to do that. So they are a harder opponent than, say, a bunch of Hamas terrorists riding on motorcycles or coming in on gliders, because you can kind of see that those are murderous thugs. But with the Muslim Brotherhood, as you say, they sneak their way in. They do it over 30 years, and you suddenly realize they have completely taken over your town or suburb.
We call them jihadis in suits.
Creeping Sharia. And Sharia law is not compatible with the U.S. Constitution. I think if people had watched your movie years ago, Obama's America, or read the book, they would have had an idea, because the real downslide began in earnest. I mean, it's been going on probably for 100 years, but began really with the election of Barack Obama, who could have been a great healer, and he wasn't. You got a minute left. Let's talk real quick about the Dragon's Prophecy.
30 seconds.
Well, what the film does kind of uniquely for me is it brings the spiritual and biblical perspective, which is then reinforced and fortified with biblical archaeology. And of course, what we haven't talked about, but I'll just mention it, biblical prophecy, because the Bible has this amazing ability to forecast where things are going. And so it gives us a hint of what we can expect down the road. So once again, I'll just give the website. It's the Dragons, plural, thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. The film is in streaming. It's also in DVD. Check it out.
Dinesh D'Souza, award-winning filmmaker, author, and just all-around brainiac who can really foretell what's going on. We appreciate you so much.
We want you to stay, though, sir. Our beloved audience knows that we close the show the same way every week and have done so for nearly 4 years with the most beautiful national anthem ever sung, that by our beloved J6ers in the D.C. jail. Gentlemen, hats off. Ladies and gentlemen, hands over your hearts. We'll see you next week, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for trusting us with 2 hours of your valuable time. Thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Dinesh. God bless.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection online with NordVPN. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The following program contains political discourse, opinions, and footage that many viewers may find offensive. It should not be viewed by anyone ever.
I'll fight when she wears high heels, she strikes oil.
He discovered America is what he did. He was a brave Italian explorer. And in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story.
Your dad is gay.
Who's gonna sleep with these ugly ass, broke, crazy, deranged, TDS liberal women?
Your dad is a closet homosexual.
You're like the population of India. You're loud, sweaty, and double in size every year.
Day 1 of the government shutdown.
It is now day 2.
3rd day. Day 4.
Day 5.
Day 6.
1 week. The 8th day.
Day 9.
Day 10.
11th day.
Day 12.
On the first day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me some prayers on Hawking Jeffries. On the second day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 2 rhino votes and some prayers on Hawking Jeffries. On the third day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino votes and some prayers on Hawking Jeffries. On the fourth day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino votes and some prayers on Hawking Jeffries. On the fifth day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 5 lives next. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino votes and some prayers on Hawking Jeffries. On the sixth day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 6 parks are closing. 5 lives next. ships out sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats and sombreros on off Team Jeffries. On the 8th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships out sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats and sombreros on off Team Jeffries. On the 9th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships out sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats and sombreros on off Team Jeffries. On the 10th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 10 courts delaying, 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships on sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats and sombreros on off Team Jeffries. Whew. Man, this is a doozy, but it's fun.
Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families.
I make the solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop.
On the 11th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 11 Dems still crying, 10 courts delaying, 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunded, 7 ships on sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats and sombreros on off Team Jeffries. On the 12th day of shutdown, the Dems gave to me 12 bills not passing, 11 Dems still crying, 10 courts delaying, 9 planes grounded, 8 schools unfunding, 7 ships on sailing, 6 parks are closing, 5 lives max. 4 farmers waiting, 3 missed paychecks, 2 rhino boats. Oof. And sombreros on off Team Jeffries. Come on, Democrats, you're so lame. No more money for Los Eagles. America first.
Welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Jonathan Shuttlesworth, take 2. Sorry about that. I mentioned we could get taken off of YouTube because of what I'm going to play with the cartel war, and if we do to watch on the app, and somehow that got interpreted to shut YouTube down, which I would never do without giving you warning or how to get the app. Having said that, you should get the app and watch on there. Glad to see that you found it, Leisha. There it is, the Revival Today app. It's free. Everything's cataloged right there. Plus, you're not supporting communist bastards that run YouTube and are only being friendly right now because they know they're going to get in trouble with the Department of Justice if they're not. But, you know, as soon as Trump's on his way out, who knows which way it's going to go. Breaking, Trump to meet with Putin, and the cartel war is about to begin. And I got great footage to show you both that and what's going on in Russia. Let's check the news. Trump is planning land strikes on Venezuela. Roll it.
Fox News alert, Trump's not just taking aim at Maduro's coke boats. Now the CIA is getting involved. Senior national correspondent Kevin Cork has the latest. Kevin.
Evening, Jesse. Now, to be clear, in the special ops world, covert action inside other countries is common tradecraft. And if there's an escalation to achieve an objective, so be it. In fact, the president said as much today in the Oval Office, acknowledging the intensifying pressure on Venezuela and the renegade Maduro regime in an effort to interdict narco trafficking coming out of that country. And while that effort has notably disrupted seaborne traffic, the president said today, Jesse, the time may have come to move inland.
Are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives.
Impressive indeed. And while strikes on Venezuelan territory would represent a significant escalation, the president's also made it clear that, look, if it drives Maduro from power, restores order to the region, that is a win for all countries in the Caribbean.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat.
Meantime, Jesse, the administration insists you should expect more strategic, lethal, kinetic strikes in the days and months ahead.
Polymarket has it at 53% that we're going to go to war with Venezuela at some point, or there'll be retaliation by Venezuela. Next. President Trump said last week that he told Zelensky he might give Putin an ultimatum. Either Russia holds serious peace talks or Ukraine gets tomahawks. U.S. President Donald Trump will speak today by phone, that's today, with Russian President Vladimir Putin, according to reports from Axios, only a day before his meeting Friday at the White House with Ukrainian President Zelensky, where the two leaders are expected to discuss the transfer of additional air defenses and long-range offensive capabilities, including the Brit-Gusmus 109 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles to Ukraine. So it's getting serious, and Trump, off the momentum of what he did in Israel, I think, you know, I was thinking on the way in that you can't tell me Putin and Zelensky didn't see that. The love the world has for a peacemaker and doesn't want to get in on that action. So I think it's at least 50-50. Next. Documented proof. Hamas reclaims Gaza with exit. So this is 2 days after the ceasefire. You had Hamas roll into a part of Gaza City that's owned by a big clan or family, powerful family, and just started, Hamas came in dressed as medics and started hacking people to death. 25 people killed. So where's the outcry? See, if you claimed that you cared about Palestinians being killed or harmed, and then now you say nothing, that they're being harmed by their own people, then you just are a Jew hater, and you should admit that. Because you had no care. If you're not having protests in the streets now, then it never had anything to do with the Palestinians did it. It had to do with you hating Israel. Roll it.
Amid the U.S. brokered ceasefire, and with Israeli troops withdrawn from parts of Gaza,
what a hellhole.
Hamas has moved swiftly to reassert control over the Strip the only way it knows how, through brute force.
حاليا في حملة شرسة بتقوم فيها ميليشياتهم ضد من يخالفهم رأي أو من كان لهم طارات معهم خلال الحرب أو شكلوا أي نقطة خلاف مع حماس، يعني بيطلعوا بجبات تويوتا وبأسلحة ومجنومات وأمورهم، يعني للأسف توحي إنه قد يمكثوا في غزة لفترة طويلة.
Pause it. If we do get taken off of YouTube for this, it's irritating me because people should see this. Otherwise, if there's no video shown and you're not allowed to show video because it's graphic, then if you just make statements like the ones I made, no, that doesn't happen. They don't do that to their own people. And then you can't prove it because you can't show it. But here it is. Continue.
On Sunday, less than 48 hours after the ceasefire took hold, clashes erupted between Hamas security forces and the powerful Dagmush clan in Gaza City, leaving at least 25 members of the family dead. Eyewitnesses reported Hamas gunmen arriving disguised as medics and ambulances.
I agree, Cody.
Carrying out raids and executions. A single day later, on Monday, gruesome videos surfaced on social media showing Hamas
That's not Israel.
executing Gaza.
That's not IDF.
Collaborating
That's
with Israel.
Hamas shooting their own people.
Main square in full view of
They're
the public.
lunatic, demon-possessed, blood-hungry murderers.
هذه ليست طريقة تطبيق القانون، هذا مش قانون. إعدام الأشخاص في الشارع وبعض الأشخاص.
Isaiah said, weren't they traitors though? That's what Hamas said. They had no trial. Does that make it okay? So if you just call someone a traitor, you can blow them away in the street and make all the residents force them out of their homes to come watch them get shot? How do you
watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
Are you worried the IRS might come after you? It's not just a money issue, it's a life issue. Back taxes can wreck finances, destroy credit, and leave you stuck in constant stress. Dr. Phil here, and I've got news for you. Millions of Americans are behind on taxes, and many settle or far less than they owe. If you owe more than $10,000 or have unfiled returns, Protection Tax can help. Stop fighting alone. Their tax experts and licensed professionals deal with the IRS so you don't have to. They can settle personal or business-backed taxes no matter how serious your issue is. They've saved their clients millions. If you're overwhelmed, don't wait. Now is the time to take action. Call Protection Tax for a free confidential consultation. Take the first step and take your life back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real. This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Senator Fetterman, roll it.
I'm the only Democrat in my family. I grew up in a conservative part of Pennsylvania, and I grew up and I know and I love people that voted for President Trump. But they are not fascists. They're not Nazis. They're not trying to destroy the Constitution, those things. And that's part of another thing. I refuse to call people Nazis or fascists, or I would never compare anybody to Hitler and those things. And now that kinds of extreme rhetoric is going to continue. We're going to be more likely in resulting in extreme kind of outcomes and political violence and doing all these kinds of things like Charlie Kirk. For me, all I could say is like, let people grieve. Give people the space. I'm not going to use that terrible thing and that Pasek assassination to make my argument and try to put out my views. It's like, my God.
This is from our area of Pennsylvania. I think he's from Braddock, which is like a part of the greater Pittsburgh area. I never liked Dr. Oz. I always thought he was a fake Republican. I didn't care that Fetterman beat him. And now that Fetterman's had this major change where he breaks rank with the Democrat Party all the time, I would probably vote for him over whoever the Republicans are going to run. Probably. Continue.
You know, he's a father that had his neck blown out by a bullet. And now people have forgotten. President Trump was in my state, was shot in the head. And if that would have, could you imagine where our nation would be if he was hit in the same way with Kirk? We really got to turn the temperature down. And we can agree to disagree on these kinds of things. But right now, shutting down the government, I just can't take it that.
Next. Yes, Isaiah wrote from Google, Israel did not create or formally allow Hamas to form. So your original post was wrong. So thank you for disproving your own point. Even CNN admits that again, you can believe whatever you want, but if you're going to take an anti-Israel stance with the name Isaiah, you look like a true moron. You should change it to Akbar or Muhammad. But when you have the name of a Jewish prophet, maybe the most famous Jewish prophet, and you post anti-Israel statements, you seem kind of bipolar. Even CNN admits that the Democrat Party's cooked. Roll it.
Okay, so, if you go back 6 months ago, you go back to April, Cape Baldwin, what were we looking at? Well, we were looking at the Democrats with a very clear shot of taking control of the U.S. House of Representatives, according to the Kalshi prediction market odds. We saw them at an 83% chance, but those odds have gone plummeting down. Now we're talking about just a 63% chance, while the GOP's chances up like a rocket, up like gold, up from 17% to now a 37% chance. So we'll look like a pretty clear likely Democratic win in the House come next year. Has become much closer to a toss-up at this point, although still slightly leaning Democratic.
What's changed? What are you seeing?
Okay, what has changed? Well, why don't we just take a look at the national picture first? Take a look at voters and how they're feeling about things. And we can take a look at the generic congressional ballot. And I want to take a look and compare it to 2017, 2018, right? Because that's sort of the baseline. That was, of course, the first Trump term. That was where Democrats were sort of keeping pace. You go back to April, look at the generic congressional ballot. What'd you see? You see +3 Democrats in 2025 in April.
Jonathan, can you pray for my wife and I? We lost our 17-year-old daughter to acute myeloid leukemia on October 1st and later to rest last Thursday. Her name is Caitlin Cross. I will pray for you today. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. Hope I can get you a little laugh in at the expense of other people today, and then I'll pray for you. Love you. Sorry. Very, very sorry you had to go through that. Very sorry. God bless you. Keep going.
You see +3 Democrats back in April of 2017. Now jump over to this side of the screen. What happens? Well, the Democrats are no longer keeping pace with the pace that they were setting back in 2017, 2018. You look back in 2017, you saw that the Democrats had leaped up to an 8-point advantage. I remember covering this. I remember a lot of folks, including myself, saying, you know what, Republicans look pretty decent right now in terms of the fact that they had the House, they had the Senate, they had the presidency, but things were likely going to flip.
Cody.
And I was looking for the same signs this year. The bottom line is it hasn't happened, Kate Baldwin. It hasn't happened. Democrats have stayed basically steady. They have fallen off the pace. Democrats were way out ahead back in 2017 on the generic congressional ballot. And now we're basically looking at Democrats ahead. But again, they are so far in back of the pace that they set back there. And so I think what a lot of folks are seeing, folks like myself, are saying, wait a minute, given what we might be seeing in
So just to sum up what he's saying, there is not public outcry against Trump's policies. Dems were +3 in April after these deportations, ICE raids, all this stuff that MSNBC freaks out about. It's still +3. No one cares. Keep going.
Districting. Is this +3 going to be enough, Kate Baldwin?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. One change from that cycle is also this mid-decade redistricting effort that we've been covering so much. You add that in, and what do you get?
Okay, so we add that, and we take a look at the national picture, but then we, of course, taking a look at the state legislators, right? They are potentially changing things, and there are two things that are going on here. First off, net mid-decade redistricting gains. If both sides max out at this point, there are more Republican gains possible than Democratic gains. Yes, the Democrats might try to counter a Texas and a California, but you go along in the different states, and basically Democrats run out of room where Republicans are able to gain and gain and gain. If both sides max out, we're probably looking at a GOP gain of +7 House seats. That doesn't even take into account the potential gutting of the VRA that is right now going to be in front of the Supreme Court. If you add that in, you could be looking...
Voting Rights Act.
What? Yes, exactly right.
That's right, Chris.
Voting Rights Act. If you add that in, then you could be looking about adding 10, 12, 15, 17 on top of this 7 seats. So I think a lot of folks like myself are looking at this. We're seeing, hey, wait a minute. Those national polls are Democrats are not gaining the way that we expected. Then you add in the fact that the state legislators are adding potentially more GOP seats like they've already done down in Texas, like they've done in Missouri. And then you add in the potential gutting of the VRA, and all of a sudden it becomes much more difficult for Democrats to gain, especially given that they are not keeping up with their 2017, 2018 pace.
And as you said, that also makes it difficult to compare it to past examples in history because this is such a different new landscape that we're looking at,
It's a different new landscape, and we're not quite sure how much Democrats will have to be ahead in the National House vote in order to gain control.
All right. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
Next. Oh, you guys made it that quick. That's awesome. Here's our upcoming calendar. Virginia Beach, Virginia, this Sunday night. Elizabeth City, North Carolina, Monday through Friday. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Sounds like there was some Indian cowboy violence there from the name of that town. The greater Tulsa area at Power Chapel. Fort Worth, Texas, a night of healing. That's our crusade, November 1st. Lamarck, Texas, November 5th. Omaha, Nebraska with Brother Copeland, 7th and 8th. Montreal, 17th through the 21st. Phoenix, Arizona, November 20. What? Why am I in Phoenix, Arizona, November 22nd? What's that? At the Tapatio Cliffs Resort, our old hotel we met in? Is that a Sunday? Can somebody give me some information on that? All right, I'll look it up. I'll look it up if it's a Sunday. It's a Saturday. So we're having church then? So the church we rent isn't available or something? And then on the graphic, you're missing the ministers' conference. Let me see the big thing again. Yeah, so the 11th through the 14th is ministers' conference, breakthrough in ministry, and then we have, I'm doing a crusade in Nigeria, and I'm speaking in Uganda as well. So it's almost complete. Don't just put the American stuff on, put the international, because I know I'm out way more than that in November. Next. Find out about that Tapatio Cliffs Resort thing. Stephen A. Smith reveals why Kamala Harris could not get a deal with Hamas the way President Trump did. Roll it.
Out of respect to Kamala Harris, let me tell you why she deserves an explanation as to why I don't think she could have gotten it done. Because leading into
Bring it
the
back
election,
to the beginning of the video.
What was the problem?
And pause it. Pause. That's Chris Cuomo. That guy is such a schmuck, trying to reinvent himself as like a centrist, just so he can, News Nation wants to be a center media source, which is a terrible business plan because nobody wants centered news. People want, if they're conservative, they want to hear liberals bashed. If they're liberal, they want to hear conservatives bashed. There's no market for what they're trying to do. Secondly, he's such a schmuck that I would never believe is a centrist after how he handled himself during COVID. Remember his fake quarantine? Remember, he was pro Black Lives Matter riots. He was pro-vaccine. Felt like anybody made harsh statements about anybody that didn't get vaccinated. He's such a fraud. I just wanted to say that. Continue.
Out of respect to Kamala Harris, let me tell you why she deserves an explanation as to why I don't think she could have gotten it done. Because leading into the election, what was the problem? It was extreme capitulation to the progressive left, who were finding reasons to side with, I don't want to say siding with Hamas. I certainly don't want to accuse them of that. But it just seemed like whatever they wanted, the left that wasn't far left was leaning more left. And so because of that, why should we believe that all of a sudden she'd get into office and she'd forget what she thought got her there? That's the only reason I'm saying that. Having said that, I'd like to get back to the person that asked.
I like him more and more, and I like Fetterman more and more. Next. Nancy Pelosi snaps at our reporter. Roll it.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the national?
She has no business being in office. Just her central. She's completely out of it. Now, I'm just guessing here. I have no facts. She would have to take some kind of drug cocktail, legal I'm talking about, to begin the day and get through the day. And then she has to be led to her vehicle. She can barely walk and she's twitching. Her central nervous system's gone. Play it from the beginning.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it.
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
I use Book a Limo on all my trips. They have drivers everywhere.
I always feel safe when I travel with their chauffeurs, from hello to goodbye.
Checking rates, booking, and managing clients' reservations online is so easy.
The confirmations, trip reminders, and car status updates are great when I'm on the go.
I want my clients to have the best experience during their trip. That's why I've used Book a Limo for the past 30 years.
What's your destination? Book a limo, any car, anywhere.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Welcome back to Check the News.
The gloves are off. Roll it.
I would like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people.
What's up, Cody?
And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to. I'm, in
Kevin?
theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well, and when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know what it was. And he settled the lawsuit. I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit, and now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? She's very...
Yeah, you know, this guy's got an axe to grind. They raided his home, went through his wife's underwear drawer, and he hasn't forgotten. And they're going to take everybody down. See, you made a gamble when you did that. The Democrats thought they'd be in power forever. And now they're in trouble, and that's why he got shot. And that's why they tried to shoot him a second time. Because they knew if he got in, everything's going down. And I'm enjoying watching everything going down. Continue.
Meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. It's what they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter Biden, you look at the signature as an example, the Euro pen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a four-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. So you would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys would.
We try and teach our children not to make fun of others who are challenged.
Next. Democrats are plotting a primary challenge against Senator John Fetterman in his coming re-election. Imagine that. Make my day. Run a leftist in Pennsylvania Democrats. Good Republican opportunity for a pickup in 2028. I don't want a pickup. I would rather have him than Dr. Oz, to be honest with you. It would be a mistake if the Democrats did that. Next. The U.S. has more rare earth minerals than any nation on earth. Roll it.
In New York, sitting right next to me, no less. The man is Stephen Moore. There he is, right next to me. Both sides are playing hardball, China and the United States. And the market doesn't care. The market's gone straight up. What's going on here?
Yeah, the two biggest trading countries in the world. I want to go back to this mining issue because I'm very frustrated by this. We have a new study at Unleash Prosperity that by one of the top geologists in the country who is now going to be running the U.S. Geological Survey, which does has oversight of all the mining. We have more of these minerals than any other country in the world. So this has been an error that we've imposed on ourselves, and we have to, as Interior Secretary Doug Burgum is saying, we have to mine baby mine, just like we drill baby drill. And I liken this situation, Stuart, to what happened in the 70s and 80s when OPEC had the cartel that controlled the oil market. We have handed this cartel over to China with respect to these minerals. Why did we do that? Why did we do that? We should be mining for the resources. We have more than they do.
The global crowd, the global warming crowd, the environmentalists, they don't like mining. Right. Period.
But you know what? You know who has the worst mining standards? China does. We have the same thing with the drilling. We have the best environmental standards, and the Middle Easterners have the
power we
worst.
Gave to the Greens was extraordinary.
Exactly. It is,
and it's got to be unraveled.
Once upon a time, the United States was the mineral capital of the world. We were the number one.
See it all coming together now. Why do you think? You know what I couldn't figure out. I love you too, Tyler. You know what I couldn't figure out was why that Doug Burgum guy that's a business executive was put in charge of national parks. He's an oil guy. And then why is Lee Zeldin in charge of the Environmental Protection Agency when he doesn't care about the environment? Now we have our answer. Because we have all the rare earth minerals that are needed. They just can't get them because of the EPA, national parks, environmentalists. So the people that are in charge of it now are going to deregulate it. Trump planned this thing for 4 years. It's good that he sat out. It gave him a breather, and the whole system's in place to flip it even better. Continue.
A country of mining, and now we're not mining for anything. The 15 major minerals that we need for production, for everything from national defense to technology to manufacturing, China and Russia now dominate those markets. It's crazy.
So how do we reverse that?
Mine.
But you can't reverse that in the short term.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to get our mining, but we got to get started tomorrow. But the other point is Trump is using the trade tariff threat to get China to. Right now, they're essentially embargoing these critical minerals that we need for our microchips and so on. So it's an ugly situation. We put ourselves in this situation, but Trump is going to use the tariff threat, I think, to get China to open up those markets.
Well, it's the only leverage we've got.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad somebody listened to this.
The magic wand and suddenly produce.
Tell me what you invested in
here immediately. You can't do that.
It's going to take.
You've got to bridge that 2 years before we can get this stuff.
I'm just angry because we put ourselves in this position, and it could really hurt our economy, just as the OPEC countries did in the 70s and 80s.
Can you imagine if we were now dealing with President Kamala Harris?
Well,
I have to go there.
But look, I think, at how quickly, once we had the shale revolution, we went from we are now the #1 producer of oil. It'll take a few years, but we can be #1 again. That's my message.
So we should be.
Yeah.
What's up, Susie? Next.
Thank you very much.
Be with you.
See you later.
Yep.
There's our 4 churches. Saturday, 10 a.m. Arizona. Saturday, 6 p.m. Los Angeles. Santa Ana, to be proper. Fort Worth, Sunday at 9 a.m. Pittsburgh at 8 and 10. I'll see you in Pittsburgh in person. Love you. Be at church. Next. Roll it.
How do you think this shutdown reflects on Chuck Schumer's leadership?
Well, I think it reflects more on Mike Johnson's leadership and President Trump's leadership. This is a leadership which said it's okay to give well, how do you feel? You tell me. Think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the richest people in the country and then make massive cuts to health care for working class people?
I think Chuck Schumer has voted for continuing resolutions 13 times in the last 4 years, and he has the opportunity to vote for one again, but he's refusing to come to the table.
I think, look.
Let me hear the last part again.
I think Chuck Schumer has voted for continuing resolutions 13 times in the last 4 years, and he has the opportunity to vote for one again, but he's refusing to come to the table.
I think, look.
Yeah, look. Sanders knows nothing. He should retire to one of his 4 homes while he's worried about a housing crisis. Why don't you give 3 years up? You freaking phonies. Next. In a stunning moment, a Democrat man calls into C-SPAN and decides he's had it with the Democrat Party. Roll it.
I think I'm going to be leaving the Democrat Party because this happens. This happens too often, where they're blaming the opposite party when they know they can do the right thing. They need to do the right thing and reopen this government instead of keeping it shut down like they're hijacking the American people. I've seen it before. We've seen them vote the right way when they're in power. So why the hell can't they vote the right way when they're not in power? So get this government back open, get the American people what they deserve. And this is basically a Schumer shutdown from what I've seen, from what I've been watching on C-SPAN, what they show and what they show the Democrats whining and crying and blaming. That's what I see.
Next. Democrats have unapologetically argued for putting illegals on Medicaid. Several Dem governors have already done it. Why lie about it now? The American people aren't fooled. I won't give an inch on CNN in my latest debate. Take it away, Scott Jennings.
Our political power players, Scott Jennings and Karen Finney, are here.
Well, the president did try to bring them into the room the other day, and they wouldn't budge. I mean, look, the facts here are pretty simple. The Republican Party has put on the floor and voted for A clean, continuing resolution, no changes. These are Biden budget numbers, by the way, and numbers that Democrats have voted for 13 times. Nothing up our sleeves here, Caitlin. They're trying to keep the government open long enough to negotiate things like the health care issue, which you were just debating, which I actually think maybe Republicans...
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Next. All right, back to Mexico. The Sinaloa State Police. Roll it. Dang. You know you have a crime problem. You have to have that guy mounted on the back of a state trooper. Look at all of them. What a place with great food. Next. A streamer with traffic law savvy confronted and sent away federal agents harassing Latino youths in Illinois. This is interesting. Roll it. Illinois.
How old are you? 17. You're not supposed to stop him. First of all, you guys tried to stop him over there. I was right behind you guys, and I told him to go because you guys were supposed to stop him. It's an illegal traffic stop. Get away from me. Back up. That was an illegal traffic stop.
Don't confront her.
That was an illegal traffic stop. In Illinois, it's an illegal traffic stop. So get the hell away from him. He's 17. How old are you? What's your name? Axel. And who is this to you? Okay, and what's his name?
They'll give you a call once he gets.
They don't have a name. They don't have a name. They are. What's his name? Richard what?
Martinez.
Richard Martinez. Do you know his date of birth? No, it's okay. He's 17. You guys detained him for no reason. This is an illegal stop. It's an illegal stop. You guys tried to stop him
Look, she got him to set him free.
Yo tengo licencia. ¿Tienes licencia contigo?
Sí, yo puedo manejar también.
¿Tienes tu licencia contigo? Para el carro aquí. Where are you guys taking him? Where are you guys taking him? That was illegal. You guys tried to stop him over there. You tried to stop him over there, and that was illegal. It's an illegal traffic stop in Illinois. It's an illegal traffic stop. Él te dijo quién era cuando los paró. Él les dijo quién era cuando ustedes los paró. ¿Le dijo quién era?
No, he didn't say nothing.
Exactly. They didn't even identify who they are.
Pause. And I know most of you watching, because you're conservatives, think she's a jerk and are rooting for the federal enforcement. But people have to follow the law. Because if one day, if it was turned, see, there's dangerous precedents being set. So if you're just like, hey, whatever, let the federal agents do whatever they want. That's a bad, you're not going to feel that way when the Democrats are in power. Let the federal agents do whatever they want. So it's good people are held accountable to the law. Keep going.
Right here, guys, everybody share VJJ8080. First of all, they tried to do an illegal traffic stop over there, which is illegal in Illinois. Doesn't even have a car plate right here.
This lady knows the law, man.
P381695. This is illegal. This was an illegal traffic stop over there. Didn't even identify this as. First of all, why are you wearing a mask? Take the mask off. At least he cannot wear a mask. ¿Cómo se llama? Su fecha de nacimiento.
She got him.
Where's your front plate? Where's your front plate? This is illegal.
Dang.
And mind you, he almost tried to hit me because I did block him. Now what? First of all, an illegal traffic stop, which is illegal in Illinois.
It's like a young Latina Judge Judy.
Goofies. There's a Texas license plate. Texas license plate.
Man, it's gotta suck to be a federal agent and they give you a minivan.
I know you see me, so you can't hit me. If you hit me, it's on you. VJJ8080, a Texas license plate. And by now, we're on Larkin Avenue.
Next. Northwest Chicago suburb. ICE agents rip 15-year-old girl from car, slam her to ground. She screams, I'm 15, as man kneels on her neck. Just showing you what's happening. I've got no thoughts. Just observing. Roll it.
I can't hear people. It's all back there. Yeah, they're at home.
Next. Undercover ICE are in the protest against ICE. You got to be careful going to those protests. It's a good way to round everybody up. Roll it. Next. Oh, what a well-timed ad placement. Next. The odds of Democrats winning the House have plummeted 20%. Roll it.
Well, we were looking at the Democrats with a very clear shot of taking control of the U.S. House of Representatives, according to the Kalshi prediction market odds. We saw them at an 83% chance. But those odds have gone plummeting down. Now we're talking about just a 63% chance, while the GOP's chances up like a rocket, up like gold, up from 17% to now a 37% chance.
You know, Dashukowicz works for them. It is so ridiculous to mandate masks and then switch to saying that ICE can't wear masks. You know what you should do just to confuse them in California? Wear a surgical mask. Next. China foreign minister, decoupling from the United States is not a realistic or rational option. That's called caving. Next. A massive development. President Trump and Scott Bessent are planning to use the IRS to dismantle left-wing funding networks of violence in Antifa. This would be accomplished via the IRS's criminal division, per Wall Street Journal. They're going down. Next. Nearly all members of the Pentagon press corps are seen leaving the Pentagon together earlier today after turning in their press badges. They're done. They won't allow reporters in the Pentagon anymore. Out you go. Next. Looks increasingly likely. 56% chance, according to Polymarket, that U.S. and Venezuela engage in military action by December 31st. Clear the air, Britt Gusmus. Why is Britt refusing to appear on camera? Father, thank you for every viewer today. I pray that you would bless their lives. I pray for my friend who just buried his daughter. I pray that you would be a supernatural comfort to them at this time. In Jesus' name. I pray you'd flood that home with your love. And you'd bind up their broken heart by the anointing. In Jesus' name. Lift every burden that every person's carrying today. In Jesus' name. I thank you for it and give you praise. All God's people said, amen. If you have never given your life to Jesus Christ, please do so right now. Say this out loud. Heavenly Father, I admit that I've sinned. I repent. I believe in my heart you raised Jesus from the dead. I confess with my mouth Jesus is Lord and my Savior. Right now, I receive forgiveness. By the blood of Jesus, I am saved. In Jesus' name, amen. If you prayed that prayer, welcome to the family of God. Please do what it says on the bottom of the screen. Go to revivaltoday.com and click I just got saved. When you fill that out, I'm going to send you my wife's new devotional book, The Path to Dominion, a 16-week devotional to walk in God's plan for your life as a way to help you get started in your Christian life. I got 4 good churches for you to attend. Arizona, Los Angeles, Fort Worth, Texas, Pittsburgh. Saturdays, West Coast, Sundays, Texas and East Coast. I would love to see you. If you would like to stand with us, as many of you have, we had almost $1 million come in last week. So I want to thank you for your giving. As we keep it up, we got 5,000 kids that we feed every day. As a way of saying thank you for your giving, I'm going to send you this lovely t-shirt. Blessed is the peacemaker. God bless the peacemaker. That's from the Jerusalem Post. It'll look great on you. I'm going to send it to you as soon as we receive your seed. Revivaltoday.com. You click Give Now. Zelle, Venmo, PayPal, #donate, Apple Pay. You can text GIVE to 75767. And then if you want to mail a large check, this is County Pump and Supply. They are our new sponsor. If you want to knock them off the wall, $50,000 from your company or church or business, think of what great advertising that is. Everybody that's watching basically wants to help support a Christian company. And so that's our thank you for anybody that sends $50,000 or more. Yeah, glad to hear it, Chris. Revival Today, P.O. Box 7, Prosperity, Pennsylvania, 15329. I will be on tonight at 8 p.m. teaching out of the Bible. Somebody was asking if I'm preaching somewhere tonight. I'll be right here with you, same place. Please share the broadcast before you log off. We love you. God bless every one of you.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Welcome to Wayne Allyn Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
He loves Israel. He loves our country. I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight. One of the most popular hosts. You are my Superman. Thank you. Thank you. He's got radio. He got television. He's got a beautiful wife. We are under invasion at the border. This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense. Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. Your fans love you. Thank you very much. And they love you too. And for good reason, because you have a spirit and you get it at the same time. You're both angry, but a happy warrior nevertheless. Wayne Allyn Root, I salute you. Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allyn Root? Where the hell is he? And I salute all of you. The angry, happy warriors here. The root's on fire. I'm Wayne Allyn Root, your Secretary of War. You've heard of the mainstream media? Welcome to the mainstream media, where we tell the raw truth. I'm the loudest MAGA mouth in the USA, coming to you from Vegas, my hometown, the entertainment capital of the world. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, 24/7, 364 days a year. I take off for Christmas. With the fastest show in the history of TV, this show is conservative patriotic talk on steroids, square to the 1,000th power. Reminder, my command center, root4america.com. At the top, 4 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's audio podcast, watch Wayne's daily video podcast. Click on any one of them. You're on live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows at rootforamerica.com. You never miss anything. If you missed today's show, go back to rootforamerica.com. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear what you think of this show. Love to hear all your ideas. wayneroot@gmail.com. And if you look forward to watching America's Top 10 Countdown show every Saturday or Sunday, I hope you're watching my daily video podcast, War Zone with Wayne Allyn Root. It's now the official podcast of thegatewaypundit.com, reaching their 2.5 million unique daily readers at The Gateway Pundit. And breaking news, my daily podcast is now a TV show, too. I just joined the lineup at Patriot TV, 2 hours a day of war at patriot.tv, daily at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. War Zone daily, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific at Patriot TV, The Gateway Pundit, and Rumble, where you just type in Wayne Root or Wayne Allyn Root or War Zone, or just go to rootforamerica.com, and it's all at the top how you click and get onto my shows. It's time for my opening commentary. Remember, I'm from Vegas. This one is titled, Las Vegas Isn't Dying. But just like the rest of America, Democrat-run Vegas is in decline, while Republican-run Vegas is booming. Here's why. So we've all seen the nonstop headlines claiming Vegas is in free fall, Vegas economy's collapsing, Vegas is dying, and Vegas is finished and will never recover, all of which is a gross, ridiculous exaggeration. As usual, the ignorant, clueless mainstream media has got it wrong. They're so dumb they couldn't spell cat if I spotted them the C and the A. First of all, Vegas is plenty busy, just like always, just a little less busy than last year. Revenues are down single digits from last year, which is one of the greatest years in the history of Las Vegas, if not the greatest. In 2024, Nevada casinos enjoyed the all-time record largest win total in history, $15.6 billion. The Vegas Strip hit all-time record revenues for the fourth straight year. Almost 42 million tourists visited Vegas in 2024, close to another all-time record. Does that sound like Vegas is dying or dead or finished? If your business is off by single digits from the best year in history and the 4 consecutive best years in history, is that collapse or free fall or reason to panic? Of course not. The truth is, although Vegas is down this year, this will finish up as one of the best years in Vegas history. As usual, the media is grossly exaggerating with shocking headlines meant to sell newspapers and explode TV ratings. What a surprise. It's like a scripted reality TV show. But compared to last year, the best year in history, business is down this year. And Vegas casinos are laying off some employees. That's all true. So what exactly is happening? Why is business down this year? The mainstream media would never understand this, but this is another classic case of Republican success versus Democrat failure. The Vegas brand is perhaps the most famous and valuable in the world. No one could possibly screw that up, right? Wrong. Democrats poison everything they touch. Democrats have destroyed every big city in America. They screwed up the border and illegal immigration. They screwed up inflation. They screwed up the national debt. They screwed up our public schools. They even screwed up the military with woke transgender brainwashing. Yet, with Trump in office only a few months, the border is secure. The National Guard is making cities safe again. We have peace in the Middle East. Trump's tariffs have produced record-setting monthly budget surpluses, and the U.S. Marines just announced they've hit their recruiting goals for the year 2026 in just the first 2 weeks of the year. It's that easy for Trump and Republicans to turn things around. Las Vegas is no different. Not all of Vegas is down. Only the Vegas Strip is down. The off-strip and suburban casinos and hotels in Vegas are booming, bustling, jammed. Why? What's the difference? The reason why is simple. All the major resorts on the world-famous Vegas Strip are owned and operated by either Democrats or New Yorkers. I know, I repeat myself. They're run by mostly Ivy League-educated Democrats from Wall Street who know nothing about gambling or the hospitality business. MGM is run by Democrats. Caesars is run by Democrats. Harrah's is run by Democrats. Wynn is run by Democrats since they ran brilliant Republican billionaire Steve Wynn with the Midas touch out of town. Even Venetian, sold out to Apollo Global Management based in New York since the death of brilliant Republican billionaire Sheldon Adelson. Not only are the strip casinos run by dumb, clueless, Ivy League, mostly Democrats, but most of them sold the land under their casino resorts to Blackstone, a Wall Street firm that now charges them obscene annual lease charges from $100 million to $300 million a year. That's right. Since they sold the land under their casinos, now these billion-dollar strip casinos have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars each year in rent to New York landlords. But the off-strip casinos and resorts are almost all owned and operated by Republicans. Station Casinos is booming. They own casinos all over town, and the Republican Fertitta family owns them. The downtown Golden Nugget is booming. It's owned and operated by Tillman Fertitta, a cousin of the Fertittas, a Trump Republican who's now President Trump's ambassador to Italy. Boyd casinos are booming. They're run by the Boyd family, who gives pretty evenly to Republicans and Democrats, but slightly more to Republican candidates and PACs. South Point Casino's booming. It's run by Republican Trump supporter Michael Gaughan. Circa Casino's booming. It's run by Derek Stevens, who gives evenly, but was proud to host President Trump for his first rally in Las Vegas as president in January. Have you seen the recent red state versus blue state breakdown? As many as 21 states, plus Washington, D.C., are now either in or near recession. Almost all of them blue states. But Texas and Florida are booming. Most southern states are doing fantastic. There you have it. Just like red states versus blue states, the downturn in Vegas breaks down along party lines. The Vegas Strip resorts run by dumb, clueless Democrats and or New Yorkers who know nothing about gambling or the hospitality industry. All they know is cold, hard dollars and cents. So they're all charging rip-off rates. Parking your car is now $50 at any strip hotel. 2 martinis cost $80. A nice meal costs $400 or $500. Resort fees will run you up to $100 extra a day on top of your room charge. At MGM properties, a bottle of water in your minibar might cost you $25. And here's the craziest ripoff of all. MGM, run by a bunch of dumb Democrats, now charges $25 extra for room service if you want knives, forks, and napkins. This is how dumb, clueless, and arrogant Democrats from New York with Ivy League degrees treat customers. Personally, I prefer the mafia. They knew how to treat customers and how to run casinos. On the other hand, at any of these off-strip and suburban resorts owned and run by primarily Republicans, the parking is free, the meals are reasonable, the drinks are cheap, the room rates are inexpensive, and they have movie theaters, bowling alleys, food courts, and babysitting. Anyone can afford a fun night out on the town. It's still like old Vegas. Just like Trump has turned around America in a matter of months, Vegas isn't dying or dead or finished. It can recover to new all-time records in a New York minute. Boom. If only Republicans or the mafia would take over the strip casinos and go back to the old winning Vegas formula, cheap rooms, cheap meals, cheap drinks, free parking, and then encourage the tourists to gamble with all the money they saved. The media will never get it. There are 2 Americas. Low tax, low cost of living, red state America is booming. High tax, high cost of living, blue state America is dying. And there are also 2 Vegases. The problems in Las Vegas all come down to red state versus blue state values. The mainstream media has no clue, but America has figured it out. Always bet on Republican values. All right. This segment of the show sponsored by Energize Health, actually the whole show. They're the main title sponsor of this show for 3 years since the day the show began. They've been with me 5 years. I joined the Energize Health program in November of 2020. So it's literally a couple of weeks shy of 5 years ago. And it changed my life, and it changed and supercharged my career. I lost 25 pounds of fat, not weight. I weigh the same amount as 5 years ago, but I lost 25 pounds of fat, a lot of it in my face, and gained 10 pounds of muscle in only 88 days to start the program. That was 5 years ago, and my life has never been the same. I gained energy, intercellular hydration, got in the best shape of my life, and I gained 4 new TV shows past the age of 61. I don't think that's ever happened in TV history. And I know why it happened. The fat melted off my body and my face. I'm 64 years old and I look younger now than I did at age 50. Show the photos. That's impossible. Energized Health is my fountain of youth. It reversed aged me over 15 years. I'll be on this program for life. It's simple, it's easy, it's healthy. Now, for decades, Energized Health has transformed the lives of thousands of people, including thousands of my fans, using the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Here's your chance to be like Wayne. Energized Health can change your life and supercharge your health just like it did for me. I hope it can reverse age you just like it did for me. They've created a special opportunity to share with you in a 5-day challenge. Lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5. It's coming up this Monday. So you have to register this weekend. Right now, I would suggest at my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. $5, less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. What do you got to lose except 5 pounds of fat, or you get your money back and you can go buy your $5 cup of coffee? My555challenge.com. See you in a sec. America's Top 10 Countdown will begin.
Tonight's show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
Wayne Allen Root, always bringing you great opportunities. It's time to discover how you can invest in the most advanced consolidated tungsten deposit in the United States. You may ask, what is tungsten? Tungsten is the metal of strength, powering missiles, tanks, fighter jets, and the ammunition that keeps our nation safe. But here's the danger. China controls nearly all of it, and that's a national security risk that we can't ignore. Right here at home, we got the answer. Patriot Critical Minerals owns the most advanced tungsten deposit in the United States, right in my home state of Nevada. A mega discovery that can fuel our defense, secure our economy, and provide independence. And I am joined now by the CEO of Patriot Critical, Brody Sutherland. Brody, welcome aboard. Tell us a bit about yourself and your company, Patriot Critical Minerals.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. We're excited to be here. Myself, I'm a geologist, driving projects forward just like this. I mean, for over a decade that America has not produced any tungsten. We're looking to change that with the most advanced asset on American soil.
Why is tungsten so important to the U.S. economy and our national defense?
China has controlled over 83% of it, and February this year, they banned all export. We need to secure this on American soil, and we can do that. We have the people, we have the project, we have the process. Drill, baby, drill. Let's develop this thing.
How will Patriot Critical Minerals be able to impact U.S. manufacturing, defense, and technology?
It's secure, stable supply, and it starts with one of the largest, most advanced tungsten deposits that we have access to, and it's fully ready to take online. We're going to advance this thing as quickly as we can towards production, and this is going to give us stable supply for a long, long time.
Why do accredited investors need to get involved now and not wait?
The price of tungsten has doubled this year, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down, Wayne. This is the time to be investing in these metals. Again, we need these on American soil. This is a very important project for America, and we're looking to advance this as fast as we can.
To learn about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals, to ask questions, scan the QR code right on the screen. There's the QR code, or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. And we say goodbye now to Brody Sutherland. Thank you, Brody. patriotcritical.com. All right, wait now, the root is on fire. On fire. Coming up in the next segment, Eric Trump is my guest today. Eric Trump, the son of the 47th, actually I should say the 45th and 47th President of the United States, the great Donald J. Trump. All right, my latest book, How Democrats Have Made America Great. It is 140 blank pages. It's a gag gift, right? It's funny. 140 blank pages because Democrats have never made America great. But when you give it to people, they see the title, they think, what? You're giving me a book about how great Democrats are? And Wayne Root wrote a book about how great Democrats are? Then they open it and they see it's blank and they laugh so loud. I've seen it at every party, every friend I've given it to for birthdays, holiday gifts. Christmas is now coming up. I can officially say this is your Christmas book, How Democrats Have Made America Great, Everything You Need to Know, 140 blank pages. It is a funny gift for any friend. All right, time for America's Top 10 Countdown. Here we go. Number 10. All right, so it's only fitting in a week where President Trump brought peace to the Middle East and forced Hamas to release all the remaining live hostages. A new poll shows the American people, maybe Democrats don't, the media doesn't, but the American people appreciate what Trump just accomplished. Trump has been crowned as the peace president by America's voters. The latest Daily Mail Jail Partners poll, when they asked which president has done the most for Middle East peace, Trump received more votes than the past 4 presidents combined, than Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Biden combined. One-on-one with Obama and Biden, and when they asked who did more for Middle East peace, Trump beats Obama 48-35. Trump beats Biden 51% to 25%. Trump's overall favorability rose from 44% in the last poll to 47%, and his approval rating hit a robust 51%. But here's my favorite stat of all. After the mainstream media and Hollywood and Madison Avenue and Google and social media and the entire education industrial complex and all the communist teachers have spent billions of dollars and millions of combined hours over the past decade smearing and demonizing and slandering President Trump and praising Obama as a god. At Real Clear Politics, their average of all the polls, Trump beats Obama. Trump's approval rating is a healthy 45.3 with all the polls combined, and on the same day, in his second term, Obama's was 44.4. Unpopular Trump beats the most popular president ever, Obama, one-on-one for approval. Boom. Countdown number 9. All right, number 9, back to the Middle East. Yes, Trump pulled off a miracle that no one else could. And by the way, it may not be about ending the war and creating peace. It may just be about getting the 20 hostages back. But this was the 8th war that he theoretically ended with his $1 in a billion art of the deal negotiating skills. And he has saved millions of lives because those 8 wars, if they happened, a lot of people would have gotten killed. So thank you, President Trump. And breaking news, President Trump is headed soon to Hungary to meet Russian President Putin and try to negotiate an end to the Ukraine war. So the hits keep coming. But I just want to point out there is an asterisk. First of all, the whole point of the peace deal, besides getting the hostages back, was Hamas agreed to give up their arms. And Hamas is suddenly saying they refuse to lay down their arms. They won't give up their arms. And they're executing Palestinians that they claim were, traitors because they did business with Israel during the Gaza wars. They're shooting people in the middle of the street. And Trump has to warn, if they continue to kill people, we will have no choice but to go in and kill them. What's my point here? My point is, ironically, you've been led by the leftist media with a lot of Arab and Muslim money, by the way, paying the way and paving the way. You've been fed lies. Israel is the one that was saving the Palestinian people. It wasn't a genocide. They weren't killing the Palestinian people. As a matter of fact, I would argue almost every single Palestinian that died was used as a human shield by Hamas. But the reality is, Israel was protecting the women and children of Gaza, the Palestinian women and children. And as soon as Israel walked away to peace deal and said, okay, hands off, Hamas comes in and starts killing the civilians. Israel turned out to be the protector of the Palestinian people. Countdown number 8. All right, number 8, I would say we would title this one, Indict Stacey Abrams. Very important 3 words. Indict Stacey Abrams. After a decade of corruption and slandering of white Americans, who she's always accusing of stealing elections, and election fundraising crimes by her and her groups, and collecting billions from government for her shell companies that have $100 in revenues, Stacey Abrams has finally shut down her nonprofit called New Georgia Project. She is, in my opinion, a criminal at the highest levels of treason. Trump has indicted Comey and John Bolton and Jack Smith's indictment seems to be on the way. But my top three, Soros, Obama, and Stacey Abrams. Got to put them away. Got to send them up the river. Got to send a message. Mr. President, indict Stacey Abrams. And by the way, P.S., just think about this. Stacey Abrams came a whisker away from being elected governor of Georgia. And from there, many thought that her future included becoming a Democrat president of the United States. Wow, we dodged the bullet. Countdown number 7. Doesn't this tell you everything you need to know about the Democrat Party? Democrats forced to shut down a government in order to pay for free health care for illegal aliens and free transgender surgeries. And they thought President Trump would fold like a cheap suit. He'd cave because the military and the law enforcement wouldn't get paid. But Trump was playing chess while they were playing checkers. And he directed this week War Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hey, I thought I was the War Secretary, Wayne Allyn. But he directed Hegseth to pay the military out of the tariff money that's pouring in. Democrat leaders are reportedly weighing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for reallocating funds without congressional approval. They want to sue to prevent our military heroes from getting paid. They want military families to be unable to afford food or rent. Shame. I think of 3 words: communist traitors, evil, and Satan. Those are the 3 I think of when I think of someone who doesn't want the military to pay for food and rent. Countdown number 6. For many years now, we are, in fact, a racist nation. Yes, America's racist. But it's black leaders and educators are the ones who are racist, not white Americans, because so many of them hate white Americans. A few headlines. A public high school in Minneapolis was caught this week in a huge scandal. They've got secret classes only for black people. No whites allowed. Unbelievable. An NAACP lawyer at the Supreme Court argued that race-based districts carved out just for black voters who are going to have black congressmen are needed because white Democrats don't vote enough for black candidates. Amazing. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson says that black people need those districts because she compared black people to disabled people during arguments on race-based voting districts. She thinks if you're black, you are disabled. If I said that, I'm a racist. 2 youths who brutally assaulted the ex-Doge employee, Edward Big Balls Korstein, get a slap on the wrist and avoid jail. They're both black. The judge is black. You can guess why they got off. And finally, the top U.S. commander for Latin America was against the strikes against Venezuelan drug boats and abruptly announces his resignation. And all I could tell you is he's African-American, and he did not want to listen to the orders of the military. You know what that makes him? A DEI hire. Countdown number 5. Well, many of my fans complained, where are the arrests? We want to see arrests. Why isn't Trump arresting people? Why isn't the AG arresting people? Patience, patience. Here are some headlines. Ex-National Security Advisor John Bolton indicted for improper handling of classified documents. Jack Smith referred to the DOJ for criminal investigation and disbarment. 2 Antifa thugs charged with terrorism for the first time ever. And Trump launches a major IRS overhaul and targets Soros-linked political funding. He's going after Soros, perhaps with the IRS. All right, the sponsor of this segment, Goldgate Capital. I've spent the past 25 years warning you again and again about inflation and reckless spending and insane levels of deficit and debt, and half the country on 100 different forms of welfare, including millions of illegal aliens. There's a ticking time bomb, and not just in America, but in every country in the world. Every Western country has debt they cannot pay back. It is a ticking time bomb, and don't forget about World War III looming between Russia and Europe. The best solution I see to prevent economic decline, or worse, a collapse or disaster or World War III, is gold, which is why every central bank in the world is right now buying all-time record amounts of gold. Everyone is. Every rich guy and gal in America is buying all-time record gold. When I first started singing the praises of gold, it was about $400 an ounce. Today, it's close to $4,300. Actually, on Thursday, it passed 4,300, and then it gave a little bit back on Friday. So this has been the most incredible run in history. I hope you've been listening to me every step of the way. Last week, I made it one of my top 10 was to buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. So what are you waiting for? Follow the smart money. The table is set for the most incredible bull rally in precious metals history to continue. But don't wait or procrastinate. You don't want to be left behind holding the bag, a bag full of worthless dollars. Goldgate Capital sells physical gold and silver, the only kind you want to buy. Physical, in your hands, delivered right to your door inside your IRA, SEP IRA, or 401k retirement account. 100% insured. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And only for my fans, Goldgate Capital is giving the first 50 callers today a free silver mercury dime, a symbol of freedom and prosperity. Plus, with a qualified purchase, you could receive up to $20,000 in free silver. Call Goldgate Capital today. The first 50 callers right now will get a free silver mercury dime, and with a qualified purchase, somewhere up to $20,000 in free silver. Call 855-770-GOLD. That's 855-770-GOLD. All right, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. You know who's coming up? Eric Trump, the son of the 47th president of the United States. My buddy Eric. We'll be right back.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Roots on Fire is our guest segment. Eric Trump coming up in a second. First, I want to remind you this segment is sponsored by Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. The golden age of Trump prosperity is all about making America the energy capital of the world. Enter Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. It took 40 years to piece together this 40,000-acre giant gas discovery in Wyoming. It could be the largest oil and gas discovery since the Permian Basin, with a forecast projecting the first 25 wells to produce 400 million cubic feet per day of natural gas, and by 2035, targeted production of over 1 billion cubic feet per day. This is all about the surge in AI data centers, placing soaring demand on energy. This is how we power the AI future of America, with clean natural gas. Headed by oil and gas legend Mark Bruner, second-generation legend, whose previous public companies delivered spectacular returns for investors. At their peaks, Penteco Energy grew about 100 to 1 for investors. You put in $1. For every one, you made 100, and Ultra Petroleum soared from 15 cents to $200 a share. At its peak, a $10,000 investment turned into $13 million over 10 years. 10,000 turned into $13 million. To learn more about Lost Soldier Oil and Gas, go to lostsoldier.com and fill out the contact form. That's lostsoldier.com. All right, I've got my guest here with us. Great honor to have Eric Trump with us, the executive vice president of the Trump Organization. His new book, #1 at Amazon. They sent me an advance copy. Great book, Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. Not only is the foreword by the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, but he's also got Lara Trump with a foreword. His website is erictrump.com. Always an honor to have you with us. Thank you.
Thanks, my friend. It's great to be on.
Yeah, I was in the Oval Office last week, by the way, with your dad, who continues to be, in my opinion, the greatest president, certainly of my lifetime. That's a fact. But I think probably top 5 in the history of America, and maybe fighting for that #1 position over the next 3 years. He's unbelievable. I don't know anyone has his energy to do what he does. Love him.
I'm so proud of him, honestly. And first of all, he loves you to death, and he loves this network, and he loves your show. But listen, I'm incredibly proud of him. There's no one who's put up with more nonsense than he has, and he's doing a hell of a job.
Before we get to your book, and that'll be the bulk of this interview, but I wanted to get your reaction to just today, we uncovered an illegal alien with a gun and a badge, a cop in suburban Chicago. How insane is the Democrat Party?
They're beyond insane. I mean, they're beyond insane. They're beyond corrupt. They're beyond violent. Every problem that we've had as a nation over the last 5 years has come out of the Democratic Party, and how absolute how insane they've become. Men swimming in women's sports. Come on, they're fighting against my father, literally taking out drug boats that are bringing thousands of pounds of fentanyl that are poisoning our streets and killing our youth. They're fighting against that. They're fighting against immigration. They won't open up a government right now. They're keeping a government shut down, because, they want an extra, $2.5 trillion for health care for illegal immigrants. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but the party is actually insane.
Yeah, insane is the right word. When you leave the United States to fly to El Salvador because you're so upset that an MS-13 gangbanger is out of the country that you want to bring him back. It's just insane. But let's segue to your book, because that's why you're here. The political, the legal, the media battles, the attacks on your family. This book covers everything from a guy who was standing there witnessing all of it up close and personal. It was all coordinated, and there's no doubt in your mind, right? It was meant as a conspiracy to destroy your father's reputation, his business, and ultimately his chances to win the presidential election.
I would have never imagined that I would have been #1 best-selling author, #1 author in the country right now for last over a week, and it's crazy. I mean, I had to document the siege, and this siege wasn't just against my father and our family. It was against all Americans. Honestly, it was against all conservatives. The amount of people who got debanked, the amount of people who are deplatformed, the amount of people who are stripped off of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, the amount of businesses that they went after, the amount of churches, the weaponization of the IRS, the DEI movement that caused so many people to get jobs over higher, people who are far more qualified, but because of DEI, they otherwise lost that opportunity in life. They attacked all of us. But the siege against my family was the Russia hoax and the dirty dossiers and the taking us off of ballots across the states and the the silencing our voice, taking us off all those platforms I just mentioned, and, the gag orders and the DAs and the AGs, whether it's Letitia James or Alvin Bragg or Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade, or whether it's Jack Smith or Comey, the dirty cops, the FBI spying on the campaign of my father, right? I mean, I could go on and on and on. I became the most subpoenaed person in American history for never doing a damn thing wrong, only because I ran my father's company, our family company. I became the piñata for the other side. They did everything they could to debank us, to deplatform us, to try and kill my father, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then as you saw again in Palm Beach at the golf course, 8 weeks later. They put our family, they put our nation, they put our Constitution, they put all of us under siege. And knowing what they do in terms of rewriting history and the revisionist history, I had to materialize it. And I had to go through and tell all the behind-the-scenes stories of what they did, how they did it, and how despite all of us, we as a nation overcame, and we as a movement beat the biggest corruption our nation has ever seen. And that's Joe Biden, and that's Barack Obama, and that's Hillary Clinton, and that's Merrick Garland, and that's the entire system. And I think people are voting with their wallets. That's why people are going out and buying this book by the thousands. And it's been an honor of my lifetime. And the story had to be told. We cannot sweep this under the rug. The story had to be told.
And there's one more you left out. Only one. You covered everything. But one thing. When they realized they couldn't put him in jail for life, then the assassinations came. But that was their first goal, was to let your father rot in prison for the rest of his life, preferably in Rikers. I mean, it's so mind-numbing, it's so unimaginable, and it's so amazing to me that some Americans don't get what happened. They even went after you, right? I mean, tell everybody what you faced. I know you mentioned the subpoenas, but I'm sure it's much more than that, Eric.
Oh, they wanted to take us down. They wanted to bankrupt the company. They wanted the name off of every single tower that we have around New York City and around the world. They leaked every one of my tax returns. They leaked all. The IRS did it, right? They leaked every tax return I have to the New York Times. They leaked my father's to the New York Times. They leaked all our corporate employees. They were just sending our tax returns around like they were Pez, right? I mean, we won a big lawsuit over this. There's people in jail because of this. They were doing anything they could to destroy us. They didn't care if he rotted in prison or if he was dead on the stage in Butler. They just wanted him gone. They wanted him off that stage. They wanted his voice silent. And 3 days after this book came out, they put a bullet in my buddy's neck. They put a bullet in Charlie Kirk's neck. They wanted Charlie off the stage. They wanted you off the stage. They wanted me off the stage. They wanted us all off the stage. Anybody that disagreed with who these people are and how they thought and their corrupt circles, they wanted them off the stage. And that's what this story was about. But the great thing is, we won. We won. Our nation won. We won the popular vote. We won every swing state. Every state in the nation went to the right. We won Miami-Dade County, a county that hasn't been won in 37 years by 11 points. We won this fight. And now you see churches filled in this country. And now you see respect for our national anthem. And now you see love of family. And you see respect around the world. We're not getting ripped off by everybody for the first time. You see a country that people are proud to be a part of. You see the biggest tax deductions, and you see, you see the biggest reductions in everything. Regulation, obviously taxes, energy prices. America is back, and America is back because of my father. And then, as I said before, you see peace in the Middle East. You think Kamala could have gotten that? I mean, give me a break. You think Joe Biden could have gotten that? You didn't see the guy for a 4-year period of time. And yet my father's working tirelessly for the American people, and I've never been more proud of him in my life.
There's one more that I count right at the top, by the way. The money, or I should say the investments by foreign countries and foreign companies that your dad, has brought into the United States. There's no president that ever could have done it, but there's also no president that ever even thought about it. Bill Clinton and Biden and Obama and even the Bushes, they never thought about bringing billions of dollars, or collectively maybe $1 trillion or trillions of dollars into the United States in investments. Only your dad, because we've never had a brilliant billionaire business mogul as president of the United States before. So he thinks like a brilliant businessman, not like a politician.
Of course. 17 trillion is the actual number right now, 17 trillion of investment. And I love it. Every time he speaks to the world later, okay, you're going to do this, you're going to do these tariffs. By the way, do me a favor, go out and buy 300 Boeings, right? Like he's trying to save a great American airline company. That's how my father works. I mean, he's a remarkable man who's doing an incredible job. Look at our military. We went from the worst military, recruiting numbers in the history of our country to the best in a 2-month period of time, right? I mean, literally, like that, it changed. As soon as you brought a little testosterone back into the U.S. military, with Pete and my father, the military recruiting numbers, it's like the coolest job. Everybody wants to be part of it. He rebuilt the military. I mean, my father single-handedly saved the country, but the only reason we were able to save the country is because we were able to get through this. And that's the siege that they put on every single one of us. So, again, my friend, I'm remarkably proud. I'm honored. I'm honored to be here today. This had to be documented for the rest of eternity as to what, a country can do when you allow it to become weaponized, when you allow it to be corrupted, when you allow the deep state to take over. But it's also a great reminder of how, people with voices and who are tough as hell can beat back the insanity of the other side. And we did that. The MAGA movement did that. All your viewers did that. You did that. And we should all be incredibly proud.
And that's why they came after everyone. I mean, your father was obviously the #1 target by a mile. But, Eric, you have no idea what I faced. IRS attacks like law firms have never seen in their entire lives. And IRS took my return and gave it to several liberal magazines. Can you imagine? I'm not Donald J. Trump. They took my tax return and made it public to several liberal magazines. And I'll be announcing on Monday, by the way, I'll be announcing on Monday a $100 million lawsuit against all these groups that came after me, censored me, silenced me, and tried to deplatform me. $100 million lawsuit on Monday because of what they did to me. So it's amazing that the independent media voices have still managed to survive and thrive because I'm still standing and you're still talking to me. So thank God your father's in office, because I don't believe if Kamala had won or Joe Biden had won, I don't believe we'd be here anymore. I really don't.
I agree with that. I agree. I don't think we'd have a country either. Now, I think God was a big part of this voyage, and I think he protected my father. I think he led my father. Yes. I think he placed us all in very unique spots to do what we all did in a very big way. And thank God. Thank God for the United States. Thank God for the entire Western world. Thank God for the entire world, to tell you the truth, because you would have had madness and chaos. And we have a good man and a guy I love dearly behind the Resolute desk today, and he's doing amazing things, and we should be proud of that as a country.
And I love Israel, by the way. I was born Jewish, 4 Jewish grandparents, 2 Jewish parents. I did take Christ as my savior, so I'm a Messianic Jew. But I love Israel. I stand by Israel. I believe your father, and I've said this on TV for 10 years, is the greatest president in the history of the world, not America, in the world, to protect and defend Israel. Love him for everything he does. Israel wouldn't be here anymore if we had Obama or another Biden term or another or a Kamala term. I just don't even think Israel would survive.
It's so ironic coming from a group of people that always called him anti-Semitic, right? But the identity politics no longer works. It's like pretty much the American people realized that the identity politics were the exact opposite, and it was just the typical Democratic projection as they've always done.
Everything's always opposite with them. That's their philosophy. Projection. Whatever they are, look in the mirror and they see it. They accuse us of it. That's what they do all day long. Eric, we got to go. They're yelling in my ear. We got to run. The book is fantastic. I got the advance copy. I read it. The forward is President Donald J. Trump. Lara Trump has a forward as well, the wife of Eric Trump. It is called Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. You can go to his website, erictrump.com. Eric, always an honor to have you on the show. Thank you, and thank your family for making America great again.
Thanks, my friend.
We'll be right back. Up next, Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, the root's on fire. You wait for it every week. It's Final Four time. This segment of the show is sponsored by Patriot Critical Minerals. Now, I always tell you the raw truth about America's future. And here's the truth. Our military dominance, our economic strength, and even our freedom itself depends on one critical metal most Americans have never heard of: tungsten. Tungsten is the metal of strength. It's what hardens our tanks, powers our fighter jets, drives our missiles, and puts steel behind every round of ammo. Here's the danger. China controls 80% of the world's supply and 90% of the production. And if China cuts us off, America's in big trouble. We hang in the balance whether we could fight a war, whether our economy works. Here's the good news. We have the solution. Patriot Critical Minerals, home to the most advanced tungsten deposit in the entire USA, right here in my home state of Nevada, a deposit with an historical resource of over 19 million tons. This is the kind of discovery that is a game changer, enough to fuel America's defense industry, support our economy, and break China's stranglehold on tungsten. The time to invest in tungsten is now, and Patriot Critical Minerals is leading the charge. To learn about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals, scan the QR code on the screen right now or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. All right, now we start with the top 10 countdowns, Final Four. Number 4. All right, number 4, we dodged a bullet. President Trump gets another huge win for U.S. consumers and taxpayers. Here's the deal. The United Nations this week attempted to force a massive climate change new tax down the throats of Americans, and it went down in flames thanks to President Trump. The UN was poised to impose what amounts to a global tax on carbon emissions. Okay, even the Wall Street Journal called it the ultimate in taxation without representation. The Wall Street Journal said this would be the first instance ever of the UN claiming the ability to levy a tax, the revenues from which would be paid directly into a UN-controlled fund. And the Trump administration went ballistic. Here was Trump on Truth Social. I'm outraged that the International Maritime Organization is voting in London this week to pass a global carbon tax. The United States will not stand for the global green new scam tax on shipping and will not adhere to it in any way, shape, or form. We will not tolerate increased prices on American consumers or the creation of a new green new scam bureaucracy to spend your money on their green dreams. Stand with the United States and vote no in London tomorrow. And guess what? It paid off on Friday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced the tax will not be implemented. He called it another huge win for POTUS, the President of the United States. He won that one for you and me. Countdown number 3. Well, if you thought Trump killing a UN climate change tax law was big news, my favorite saying for this, this entire year with Trump, his first year of term 2, is that Trump achieves more each week than any other previous president in 4 or 8 years. Well, Trump had another one of those great weeks. Let's go to the headlines. Trump announced he will make IVF easier for women, which will impact millions of women, millions. There are over 10 million women in the U.S. who struggle to conceive, and estimates suggest the average cost for one cycle of IVF is $25,000. Well, Trump announced he has cut a deal with the U.S. arm of the German drug maker Merck to cut the price of in vitro fertilization medications by up to 84%. So you do the math. Instead of $25,000 to get pregnant, it will now cost somewhere around $5,000 or less to get pregnant. So Trump just did something great for the women of America. Trump worked his magic, he says, on a beef deal, mostly with Argentina, because beef prices are the highest they've ever been in history. Trump tweeted out, we're working on beef, and I think we have a deal on beef that's going to bring prices way down, just like he did with eggs. He brought the price of eggs way down. Hopefully now we can all eat our steaks and our hamburgers, lower prices. The CEO of Walmart, his name is John Furner, said because of Trump's policies, because of his tariffs, it's working just like Trump intended, he said. We are now putting products on the shelf of Walmart that are made in the USA. Congratulations, President Trump. The 6 people were killed after the U.S. struck a boat off of Venezuela. It's the 5th such operation to kill the drug traffickers. And America loves it. I've seen the polls. Everyone's supportive of it. This is an undeclared war against America. They're killing 100,000 young people a year with fentanyl, and then other drugs might bring it up to 150,000 a year. That's 10 times more over the last 10 years than the war in Vietnam, maybe 15 times more than the war in Vietnam. President Trump also hits hard at the cartels and revokes the visas of 50 Mexican politicians and government officials. And finally, J.P. Morgan commits $1.5 trillion to strengthen America's industrial base, all because of President Trump. There's $1.5 trillion that will create tens of thousands of jobs for you. Countdown number 2. So I keep saying every week what we're experiencing is the start of either a serious anarchy, right? In a best case scenario, riots, chaos, crisis, anarchy, or in a worst case scenario, a civil war. That's what Democrats are trying to do. They're stirring the pot. They're losing badly to Trump. They're desperate. They have no choice but to try to overthrow a duly elected president of the United States. And at the center of all of this, as usual, is the Soros family. By the way, this is the coup. This is the insurrection that they accused us of on January 6th. And they always say, look in the mirror, whatever you see, blame the other guy. That's communist Solinsky philosophy. That's what they're doing. This is a coup. This is a insurrection. I hope it doesn't become a civil war. The No Kings protest in New York City is sponsored by multiple communist groups, and nationwide, the Soros Foundation is helping fund all the No Kings anti-Trump protests all weekend long. Also, explosive new report documents the Soros network's funding of pro-terror groups. Let me just give you the number. They gave $80 million to pro-terror groups since 2016 and at least $23 million to 7 groups that allegedly direct and assist domestic terrorism and criminality on U.S. soil. President Trump indict the Soros family and seize their assets. Countdown number 1. Well, I don't want a civil war, but I do want a national divorce. Call it the Great American National Divorce, because we can't live with these people anymore. We got to divide this country into the red states of America and the blue states of America. Couple of stories. ICE arrests an illegal alien who was sworn in as a Chicago police officer. Now they're giving badges and guns to illegals. LA County declares a state of emergency over the ICE raids and will pay the rent and provide legal aid for illegals, and the Mexican cartels placing bounties on federal agents. Wow. Listen, have yourselves a great week. We'll see you next week. God bless you, God bless Trump, and God bless America.
Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck handbag for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Welcome back to another action-packed episode of Law and Border.
Somewhere you and I wouldn't go. Would it be safe for us to go or no?
Right here, no.
Ben links back up with good friend Oscar Blue Ramirez and heads into one of the most dangerous places in Mexico, known as Culiacan, Sinaloa.
Right here you can see the bullet holes.
It's also the headquarters for the Sinaloa cartel, where the El Mayo and the Chapito factions of the Sinaloa cartel are currently locked in a vicious, deadly war for control. From the demonic shrines to the multi-million-dollar mausoleums of death, We'll show you the truth about what it's like to live in a failed state.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
Why it's so important that we rid the world of this cancer.
It's a very big problem.
Ben Berkman with his camera. Truth coming through. Heads up.
Welcome to Law and Border, where we go to the front line to expose the truth about the real attack on America.
This is an invasion. This is an invasion.
You're watching Law and Border with Ben Bergwam.
We begin our episode with Ben and Oscar linking up with our local Sinaloa reporter friend, Aaron Ibarra. He's with the Associated Press, Proceso News.
Talk to us about the violence. You were saying 37 people killed?
This past week were 37 persons murdered. I mean dead by gunshot.
And this is all from the cartel battles?
Absolutely. At least most of them are related with this cartel violence.
How insecure is it to live down here?
Well, you are driving through one of the most famous streets here in Culiacan. This is El Malecón Nuevo. It's like one of the most popular places where people come and drive through, eat some local snacks, and it's all alone. Little by little, we're kind of getting maybe tired of this violence, and people starting to go out and do some stops. I don't know, but even with this sickness, I don't know how to name it, this tiredness, people are trying to get back his own lives, but it's kind of hard.
The Law and Border team arrived at their first stop in an affluent suburban area where earlier this year a cartel shootout erupted.
This will be our first spot to visit, because I think is important for you guys to know that the violence is not only one place. I mean, this is one of the exclusive places in Culiacan, and past December, the neighbors around woke up between gunshots. I mean, gunshots, not only bang, 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 no, gunshots.
Fully auto, machine gun. This is Sinaloa cartel factions battling. Are you able to talk about the factions?
It's kind of between dangerous and bold. I mean, with the past years, many journalists have been kind of threatened because of their coverage. One of the sides might think that you are supporting the other side, no? So it's kind of dangerous and bold to say, I think this is Majito stuff, I think this is, I don't know.
So if you say anything one way or the other, you get labeled as supporting the other side, potentially.
That's it.
And talk to me about that. Oscar was talking about that, the influencers that are being killed now, the influencers that are being basically bought off by the cartels.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to stop the recording, because we are going to this house. I think, yes.
Even stopping for a few seconds, Aaron is visibly nervous, as the house is constantly being watched by different factions of the cartel.
And what did it say?
It said, are not alone.
So as soon as we got our shots, we moved on.
Can you explain that in English, the influencers?
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard. It's not that good by English. These people are victims too. I mean, they are not criminals. It would be unfair for everybody to treat them like criminals, because they are victims between fallen state and the organized crime, the cartel.
But they're basically it's a way for the cartel to funnel money.
Yeah.
Through them.
Yeah, it's like a common thing that the cartel use the entertainment for ¿cómo dices blanquear?
Money laundering.
Yeah, for money laundering. I mean they kind of support these people in order to make this laundry.
So some of the the music that you listen to, and this was something we were talking about earlier, you've got to be careful who you support because your money might be going to supporting the cartels directly, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Not just through drugs, but even through the music you buy. And
the ways cartel have for making money, it's so extensive. I mean, it's not only the drugs. It's they have these slots machines. They have also these vaping stuffs, and even small business like check this out.
The punteros are lookouts for the cartel. They ride around on motorcycles and have become a ubiquitous part of the culture in these cartel-controlled regions.
He also told me about, there was a small aircraft that had what the opposition or the other side of the cartel, what they did is they gathered all these small banners, and the small aircraft flew over old Culiacan, releasing these banners of all the influencers that they were, part of the opposition. So you watch out, you stop listening to their music and supporting them. So that's how big this market is for them.
Check this out. Behind this black truck, there it is. Last January, a bomb exploded over here. That's the place where Edgar Guzman, one of El Chapo's sons, were killed in 2008, in May the 3rd of 2008.
Don't go anywhere, because it only gets crazier. From the $1 million mausoleums of the death-celebrating cartel bosses.
All the cartels have walls. They all have weapons. They all have protection. And the people actually trying to make a legitimate living are screwed.
Yeah, are suffering. Yeah.
Every day.
Every day.
To the shell-shocked streets of Sinaloa.
This is part of the massive kidnappings.
And everywhere we look, we see the shrines to the patron saint of death, also known as Santa Muerte.
Because they were dumping bodies there.
It's nothing shy of a cartel war zone on these city streets. And if we're not careful, the same thing could happen in America.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. We link back up with reporter Aaron Ibarra on the streets of Culiacan.
The militia in general, I mean, Guardia Nacional, La Marina, Sedena, started to be more aggressive here in Sinaloa since February 18, just the day when Donald Trump announces these extraditions. We're talking about like maybe 300 narco labs have been secured.
Wow.
About 300.
Just here in Culiacan?
Between Culiacan and Cozalá. Cozalá, it's another municipio south from here. It's one of the most famous here in narco culture because of its mountains.
The difficult terrain.
Yeah. And
somewhere you and I wouldn't go. Would it be safe for us to go or no?
Right here, no.
And you as a journalist, like you're saying, you've got to be very careful. How concerned are you for your own life, for your own safety, even communicating about this?
Well, I don't feel like exposed or in danger that being the cartel, I mean, mark, no? I am afraid, or maybe some kind of fear, I don't know, being in the middle of a crossfire. I have been experienced that twice in my life. Maybe I just ran out of luck. I don't want to know. Check this out. The holes.
On the wall? It's all bullet holes?
Yeah. This area, we're like under siege. Lots of gunshots. I mean...
So this is all is this like different factions of narco here?
Yeah, here's like narco city. So we're paralyzed like, I don't know.
Yeah, I love this where you got the electrified fencing.
Yeah.
They got beautiful walls. We talk about this in Juarez. You know, they talk about the wall on our southern border. They don't want that. But all the cartels have walls. They all have weapons. They all have protection. But they don't want us to have it. So do you think you're talking about Trump, the extradition, do you think Trump's approach has given Mexico more boldness in going after them?
Yeah, I think the local government felt like maybe forced to do that. If you remember that bulletin from the White House, Department of State of the United States of America, they say we are not going to tolerate this government being what's the word, como que son cómplices.
Yeah, accomplices.
Yeah, the complicity between authorities and organized crime. That's an accusation. I mean,
and it's clearly true though, right?
Yeah.
Every level of government is corrupted by the cartel.
Put it this way. One day, you capture this kingpin or two kingpins or 10 kingpins, and nothing is solved. I mean, there's still being people running the cartel, no?
Right.
But there is zero politicians behind bars. I mean, isn't that strange?
Because you know they're all getting paid off.
Of course.
But we could prove that if we followed the money.
Yeah.
If you got the bankers.
Yeah, and they are not following it. They're just making these arrests, small arrests.
So it's all for show.
Yeah. Omar Garcia Harfuch were one of the closest students of Genaro Garcia Luna, who is now in jail there in the U.S. So maybe in these walls we managed to see these bullet holes.
Where are the most of the killings happening now?
It's the rural zone la zona rural, ¿cómo lo diría?
¿Así?
Sí, okay, the rural areas, and within the city at the south and east side.
Can Mexico be saved? From the corruption, from the violence, from the...
I really think that it's a little from what I was trying to explain a few moments ago about why there is no politicians behind the bars, arrested, convicted. I don't know.
Or judges, or...
That's the real cartel.
No, indeed. Those, because you try to remove these people from like El Chapo, Mayo, Zambada, name it. It's okay. You're gonna put them behind. You're gonna put them in prison. That's okay. But what else? The media where I work at, Mayo said that if I'm behind the bars, it's not gonna change nothing. Another people are going to take over the business, and another and another and another. So we are not doing anything different from back then. I mean, since the last century, maybe the 80s and 90s, it's the same. They captured Los Arellano, Miguel Ángel, Félix Gallardo, and so much names, and we still...
It's worse.
Yeah, fighting against this war. So in all this area, there was this gunfight in 2019, and another colleagues and I were just trying to seek cover because of the gunshots. I mean, they're like... Zoom.
So the levels of impact.
Yeah,
it impacts every level. You just can't.
This is one of the most important plazas. It's not even like is 40% of its capacity. I mean, look at the parking lot.
Yeah,
it's not full of people.
So it destroys your economy.
Yeah.
So the rich are the politicians, the district attorneys, the judges. They're all getting rich from drugs and human trafficking. And the people actually trying to make a legitimate living are screwed.
Yeah, are suffering. Yeah, we are talking about like almost 7 months in constant war. I mean, there's not even one day we haven't been like, oh man, this is going to over now. There's no gunfights. There's nothing, but no.
Every day.
Every day. Doesn't matter to them, it's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually going to the bill.
Yeah.
Coming up, we head to where the cartel bosses are celebrated, even in death. And then we'll join with the families whose loved ones have been kidnapped by the cartels, often never to be heard from again, and with zero response from the government. And only a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here.
All that and more when Law and Border returns right after this.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Law and Border is back, and you won't believe what we see next.
So just went through this, the Maya Gardens, it's the cemetery, that's the translation in English right across the street from me. Too dangerous to get out there and actually film, but this is a cemetery dedicated to the cartel bosses. It is incredible. We're driving down through here and they look like houses. I mean, it truly is. It's shocking to see. They have built these monuments honoring the leaders of the cartels. The amount of money that has gone into these cemeteries, it just shows you the power that the cartels have. Look at these facilities. I mean, when we drove in here, I saw a couple. I thought, oh my gosh, the farther you drive back here, it is absolutely shocking. These are the size of houses, some of these, and they are simply monuments to the cartel. Some of the most evil people that have ever existed on our planet, the terrorist organizations, the leaders of these terrorist organizations, glorified in this cemetery in Culiacan, Sinaloa.
Early this morning, about 5 a.m., we had an execution from a man at Colonia Lázaro Cárdenas. That's a place outside of the city. It wasn't even the daylight. In some spots from that side of the city, we have reports from gunshots. We're heading to the cathedral. There's this protest because of the disappearing of a woman police. She was a police. She is now retired, but she has been taken with his 2 children. So that's another tragedy.
Do we know who took her?
No, we don't, but we can assume that it was a cartel.
So when they do that, they don't claim responsibility necessarily?
Not necessarily. I was just talking to Oscar about that. It's like the situation is this. The cartel, one of the factions, may assume that you are working with the other party. So how can you prove it?
Right.
You cannot prove it. They're criminals.
So they kill you anyways.
Yeah. It's just doesn't matter to them. It's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually working with them.
Yeah.
So they'll kill you even if you're not. Yeah.
The Law and Border team heads to the Justice Department building, where a protest for the missing police officer and her family is underway. Unfortunately, she's just one of thousands that go missing each and every year.
This is actually happening around the whole country. This is part of the missing people, the missing problem that we are having right now, the massive kidnappings, the massive, missing people that's happening not only in the north part of our country, but in the south part of our country. Continuous kidnappings to innocent people and also to innocent children. These kind of protests are all over our country right now.
This is a visual representation of what a country controlled by the cartels looks like. All of these ribbons represent people missing, over 1,000 just in this area last year. Missing with 0% accountability for the cartels. This is what happens when you support the cartels. No politicians have been arrested yet, and there's corruption at every level of government.
There's people missing. We have what we call here the word taken. Taken is a translation that put Ed Mead is a researcher from California, and he has translated a book of Javier Valdez that talks about people that are missing. Cartel, we say it in Spanish, levantón, which is like they took you by the force and disappear you. Like ribbons hanging off the tree, they also have names of the people that are taken.
Wow. So
as you can see, it's a lot of
epidemic
people.
In Mexico.
Yeah. Just in Sinaloa, Last year we have 1,600 people that are missing, and 0 people are behind bars or in jail because of those crimes.
So 0%
100%.
Wow.
And despite their petitions for safety and accountability, they receive practically no response from the government.
All of these represent missing people by the cartels. They've been up here so long, some of them, the names have bleached off. Can't even hardly read them anymore.
Burlan de la sociedad, se burlan. Están los niños desaparecidos y nadie dice nada.
They're at the Fiscal General's office here. Looks like they're blocking it into the building. Sure, tell me again.
Picture, this woman, she was taken or kidnapped with her daughter and her 2 grandchildren. These 2 boys are the sons of this girl, and they're both, they all are missing. It's the date, March 22. I mean, about almost 2 weeks ago. Now they're going to talk with the General Attorney, Claudia Zulema Sánchez Condo.
Mi madre es diabética y todos los días usa insulina y hasta ahorita no sabemos nada de ellos.
¿No han aparecido entonces?
No.
Me molesta que se esté cerrando una puerta, se llevaron a 2 niños. Que salga la fiscal, que salga la fiscal.
Say that.
It's unfair that cartel are murdering, killing kids, child. It's not fair. They should be at school, not missing, not taken.
When Law and Border returns, we'll expose the demons that are driving the cartels.
That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there.
And we'll visit the communities that have borne the brunt of the cartel war, where professional musicians perform on the streets because the venues have been shut down and body parts are left by the cartels as a warning.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that.
And later, we'll visit the scene of one of the brutal shootouts where 2 National Guardsmen were killed.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
Yikes, a leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. You want to see what's driving the cartels? Look no further than the shrines to Santa Muerte.
On the way out of Culiacan, to the Chapitos headquarters. You've got this, and this is what you see everywhere you go where you've got the cartel in operation, these shrines to Santa Muerte. Basically, they pray to the devil. They put their candles out here, send their prayers to the devil for the actions that they're committing.
The patron saint of death. We leave the Shrine of Death and head deeper into the Chapitos territory to one of the communities that was, until recently, the center of the cartel war. A once vibrant vacation town with hot springs, delicious foods, and village shops, Imala is now nothing more than a ghost town, where even most locals are still scared to venture outside.
This is like the main entrance of this little town called Imala. It's one of the eldest from Culiacan, even from this side of the country. This place is notorious because of its food, and it's like a holiday place where people come. So people stop coming because this danger from the criminal groups and these convoys. And last Saturday 29, local government tried to reactivate these activities and organize these events. So people try to come back and recover this side of the city.
The Law and Border team visits a local Catholic church that sits at the center of the once thriving city, but is now ghostly quiet. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see firsthand what can happen to a country when it replaces the goodness of God and life with the worship of evil, death, and the devil.
The cartel originally came in and took over the hot springs, and now the...
No, not actually the hot springs, but the town. The hot springs is within the town. So because of these confrontations, these gunfights, military came and tried to keep the peace. So they need to have a camp. So they took the hot springs. The Mayos came to fight with the Chapitos. So this were a town in conflict, constant conflict.
And this place, you can see what a cool place it would be, but it still really hasn't recovered at all.
Yeah, it's still, this past Saturday, they make this big party. They have these puppets and clowns and everything, and music. But this is a place where this should be working even today, that is Tuesday, but it's not.
The Law and Border team enters the hot springs to get a closer look at the military outpost.
Well, they got all their tents set up over there too. So did he say this is in operation still or no?
No, it's not operating because of the army. They're camping here. You see those tents?
So this part of this was the war zone.
War zone. So we're trying to find these traces of the gunshots. But I don't see nothing yet. Maybe further.
Yeah, but they would definitely use these walls as cover.
Yeah.
They got big troop presence out here. That's a lot.
It's like maybe 100, 150.
This small town of Imala, we just came out. Beautiful town, known for its hot springs. People come out here on holiday and on weekends to hang out and relax. Got taken over by the cartels, became part of the cartel wars, and now the hot springs are shut down to the public, but they've been taken over by the military, which is a good thing for the town. It's protection for the town. Not the best, because this was the draw. These hot springs were the draw, but at least they're not having gunfights anymore. Bottom line is cartels aren't good for anybody. So we've got little fobs set up over here. We've got tents from all the military down here. They got a couple different stations, but you just see the military presence. All these guys set up over here. Another spot on the other side, all set up over there as well, just to bring peace to this little town. And it's like this all over the country. Where the cartels are, there is no peace. You know, and sadly, everywhere you go across Mexico is like this, where you have these potential locations, opportunity. You look at a country like this where it could be such a great country, but because of violence, because of criminal activity, also, and because of the corruption, they never break out. There's that beautiful water park yesterday where the checkpoint was. That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there. Nobody was going to it. So you're never going to have a resolution to it. It's a very big problem. Layers and layers deep.
Back in Culiacan, we visit the governmental palace. And there, the governor of Sinaloa is holed up and being protected from the cartel wars that he helped to instigate. And meanwhile, his citizens live in constant fear for their lives.
Behind us, we have the governmental administrative office. You've got the governor hiding out in there. What does that mean to you? Talk to us about that. And in particular, you're just showing me an article from Proceso about the president and the hypocrisy, what's actually happening here.
It's the issue of October of the last year. This is a magazine and also a website. We published these investigation reports. So we had these informed from Sedena. Sedena is Secretaría de Defensa Nacional, the Army of Mexico, which are investigating Governor Rubén Rocha Moya because of his links with Los Chapitos. Since this war began, he has been appointed like a collaborator with Los Chapitos, and the Sedena knows about that. They are investigating him. So he managed to not go back to his house because this is my opinion, I think he is afraid to come back to his house because of the heat of the city. And he just lives up there on the third floor, tercer piso, of these administrative offices that he actually lives in within the night. I mean, he is not going back to his house until this is over.
So he's protected while the citizens have to live in the violence that he's helped create.
That's the point. Public act. He's going with all these guards, bodyguards, and the army, and the Guardia Nacional, etc. So the people, we are not moving like that. We should move and make a wish to be able to go back home.
Coming up next on Law and Border, it's more of the city under siege.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
What you get when a government is completely corrupted from the top to the bottom, and the citizens are left stuck in the middle.
You can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Law and Border.
This is the gas station where 2 National Guardsmen were gunned down. In fact, the 2 vehicles you're seeing in this video, one was here and one was here, both cartel vehicles. National Guard came up. They tried to approach them. They were firing back, and the 2 guys died right here where I'm standing. You can actually see bullet holes in the building over here where the gunfire went. Large caliber rounds. This whole building got shot up. All of these buildings got shot up here. But this is right in the middle of the city. And this is the level of violence that every day can and does happen. It just kind of shifts. Right now it's a little further north, but every day they're having killings out here. They just dropped a body this morning. They killed 2 others yesterday morning. On the road we were driving down yesterday, right after we got done with our hits, where there was a kidnapping on the road. And right here you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here. But there was a kidnapping as we were driving home yesterday on the same road we were driving on just minutes before we got there. And the crazy thing was, we didn't even know about it till we got back to our hotel, saw the video. We drove past it. There was no police presence. There was no people out in the street saying there was a kidnapping here. The people live in such fear. It's like living with Stockholm Syndrome. They live in such fear that they don't say anything. And it's no wonder. This is nuts. We were talking to Aaron, our guide here and local reporter, and just to put it in perspective, there's been over 1,600 kidnappings this year in Sinaloa. 0 prosecutions. 0. So if you see a kidnapping, you don't say anything, because you know there's going to be no punishment for the people that were doing the kidnapping. The only thing that can happen is something bad to you. That's what the people live with, the fear of kidnapping and death. And the crazy thing, talking to Aaron, it's death isn't the biggest fear. A bigger fear is the fear of going missing and nobody knowing what's happened to you. And there are thousands of those cases here in Sinaloa and across Mexico. And that's the people that the Democrats are supporting. All of these idiots out there protesting President Trump. All of these guys are protesting in support of the cartels. And this whole facade has been repainted because of the shootout. But you can see, this was the camera that captured the footage of the shootout and the National Guardsmen being killed. And even still, there's bullet holes in the building over there, but even on this building right here, there's still bullet holes up on the side of that building.
And even though their nation is overrun with corruption, there are still heroes in Mexico who are doing their best to save their country. So please pray, if you will, for the families of these 2 National Guardsmen who gave their lives up in defense of their country. And every aspect of life is impacted when you allow the criminals to run your country.
So it's not just the drugs, it's not just the human trafficking, it's even small business. These guys are musicians, how to make a living. They're out here on the middle of the streets doing their music because the places they used to play aren't open now because the level of violence here in Culiacan. Right across from the street corner where these guys are playing their music was where the human head was left from the cartels who chopped this guy's head off while he was still alive.
When he got murdered, they left his head within this narco mensaje, a narco message, where they were accusing him for being part from Los Chapitos. And
so this was
what's going to happen to all Los Chapitos. And that sign is like a threat. If you work with Los Chapitos, you're gonna get your head chopped off.
Where the head was left and where the guys are playing music is right down there at that intersection. Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here. That's how insecure this city is. And this is one of the nicer parts of town. I came up here, I was like, oh, great hotel. Little did you know that a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that. Imagine raising your kids not knowing if there was going to be a human head left out on the sidewalk in the morning when you walked out.
The Law and Border team leaves Culiacan and heads back to the border at Juarez, Mexico. And before they even cross into the United States, they find more of President Trump's policies in action. Looking back, it's quite obvious that Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed this invasion of illegals into our country. Now, President Trump is forcing Mexico to have checkpoints in their own country before the vehicles even approach our border.
Mexico side in Juarez, they've actually got National Guard set up. The first time I've seen this, we've got National Guard set up before you cross over the port of entry. Trump effect in action, at least here. Now, whether or not it's for show or they're actually going to do some drug interdiction, we don't have the statistics on how much they've actually apprehended yet, but first time I've ever seen this. This did not happen under Joe Biden.
Even the trains are being inspected. It's amazing what happens when you have a president and an administration that put America first. Now, if we can only get rid of the traitors in our country who do the opposite.
As we were coming back to our vehicle, noticed this guy with his canine out here at the railroad tracks and spoke to him. He confirmed he's out here. He's actually private security, working with the National Guard, checking the trains for drugs and illegals going across. And he confirmed this was not done under Joe Biden. This is new because of Trump's pressure on the Mexican government. So they're checking the trains now for drugs and people before they enter. Now, obviously, when they enter the United States, we're checking as well. But you're getting double layers of security on the Mexico side. Again, all due to President Trump's threat of tariffs on the Mexican government. That's the Trump effect, in effect. With all the attacks on law enforcement recently, you may not have heard about the tragedy last week in York County, Pennsylvania. Dave Bray's hometown, 3 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty. 2 others were injured. This week, we honor Mark Baker, Cody Becker, and Isaiah Emmenheiser. God bless all of our law enforcement officers. Pray for their families. Pray for this country.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the families for allowing me this graceful opportunity to be able to sing a song for you today. You know, from someone who sits outside of the family of law enforcement, looking in, but still somehow being allowed into this fold, truly means the world to me. And with that, I'm going to say a few words about this thing that we call the thin blue line. You know, astronauts often go up into space and they look back into the Earth and they say, my God, our atmosphere, so small, paper thin and blue. And each one of them comes back with the same exact thought in their hearts. The fragility of our humanity and our relationship to this earth is one that we don't really see. We don't know it because we look up through it. We use and consume its services and what it provides for us in the protection from the rest of the chaos in the universe. These brothers in blue who paid the ultimate price for that thin blue line, they know about its fragility, and they know about the relationship, but the people outside don't always see the service and the protection that our thin blue line that stands in this room gives and offers every single day. So for the few words that I have from many around this country, and of course in York County, for your service and for your protection and for being that thin blue line between civility and chaos, I'd like to say thank you. The song is called Hallelujah. And if you'd like to sing along, I think the families would like that. but you don't know about this badge now, do you? Well, it stands for justice, hope and truth, and warning faith by those in blue who answer the ancient call of hallelujah. 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 So you swore an oath and you took a stand. You pledged your life as you raised your hand, but you don't think that you're a hero, do you? As you're holding up that thin blue line through the longest days, the darkest nights, the bullets fly, the screams that go right through you. Hallelujah. 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 There's a silent war in every town that nobody sees because you're around, and they'll never know how much they truly need you. It's the lion's roar that keeps us safe, the badge that shines and lights the way so we can sleep in peace the whole night through, yeah. Hallelujah. 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 The hardest part of every day is seeing the innocent lives betrayed and holding back what you really want to do, yeah. When evil lurks outside the door, the lion's heart begins to roar, a righteous and a holy hallelujah. 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 After all the sirens and all the lights, you never got to say goodnight to the ones at home who were always waiting for you. 'Cause you chose the badge and you wore the blue for all of us who depend on you to answer the ancient call of hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Hey everyone, it's Dave Bray, and here at Law and Border, we take our support for our brothers and sisters of law enforcement quite seriously. Sadly, this tragedy has struck right in the heart of my hometown. So please consider scanning the QR code on your screen and supporting the families of these fallen heroes. Next time on Law and Border, we'll head back into the United States to reconnect with our friends from ICE and give you an up-close and personal look into the operations to remove the illegals that Joe Biden let into our country. We'll join them in Houston, Texas, and ride along with the heroes of ICE as they go into the communities to get the worst of the worst.
I cannot understand why there isn't broad support for turning criminals over to us.
And we'll join the Law and Border team as they get an exclusive look into a detention center where the illegals are being held before being removed from our country.
Many of them, gang members, cartel members.
And as the leftist attacks on ICE and our country continue to escalate, we have a very simple message to go out to all. God bless ICE. God bless our Border Patrol. God bless President Trump. And God bless America.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 18 October, year of our Lord 2025. We're here in Texas today, north of DFW. I've got Brian Harrison joins me for this hour, and because we're focused on grassroots in Texas, we've also got Lee Wamsgans is going to be with us. She's running for the Senate. She's going to join us co-host for the next hour. We're also juggling all the information we're getting out of the Moms for Liberty Summit down in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to be going shortly about Marine Corps 250, the 250th anniversary celebration, commemoration in Camp Pendleton today, an amphibious assault you're going to get to see live that Amanda Head, John Solomon's partner, is going to be out there hosting that. We're going to get all this. Michael Pack, the great filmmaker, is going to join us in a moment, one of the best filmmakers about the United States Marine Corps. I want to go back to the summit. Tina Deskovitz. Tina, quite frankly, you teed it up yesterday for us, but man, this thing is on fire. The energy, you can feel it. The multi-generations, the turning point. We took the whole segment from the turning point kids coming up to the turning point video to Benny Johnson's just amazing witness. Talk to us about your feelings this morning as your summit is literally on fire.
Oh, it's been such a powerful morning. Unfortunately, I've had too many tears already this morning through the Charlie Kirk tribute. Having those kids on stage, seeing the future of America here with Moms for Liberty this year has been very moving and remarkable. Right now on stage while we're out here is Benny Johnson with our Dads panel, and I was in there for the first few minutes of it. The crowd just keeps going crazy in there, so I think they're doing a really good job. I know Terry Schilling is out there and on the stage, and he has 7 kids, and he just announced that number 8 is on the way, and the crowd just went wild.
Unreal. And then Benny committed to, I think, number 5. Tina, what do you want to see come out of this? You've got great speakers, high energy, a broad range of folks, but what's the purpose? What are we trying to drive towards?
Well, ultimately, we're here to educate and empower, to give parents the tools they need to go back in their communities to save not only our country, but we're realizing Western civilization. It's becoming a much bigger, more broad mission as we do this work. And so that's the grassroots hard work that's going on here. But at the high level, it's just great to be together with your people that believe the same, feel the same, have the same mission. That's what brings the energy and the excitement and the inspiration and really fills all of their cups to be able to go back and do this.
What was it that you did in starting this parental rights movement that so triggered the teachers' unions? I mean, obviously, we got to be blunt. You've got an enemy in the teachers' unions. They've targeted Moms for Liberty as one of their single biggest problems, and they want to make sure you never get another school district seat, that you're driven out of the schools, you're driven out of the libraries. What was it that you guys brought that drove the teachers' unions to go absolutely nuts?
I think it was that first year when we won like 200 and something school board seats out of the blue. They were panicked. They've had such a stronghold on education for decades. You know, when you go in and you meet school board members, I served on a school board. I was shocked at how many were former teachers union members. You can't be a member while you're on the school board, but you still have the same ideologies in your brain. And what was happening is you actually were negotiating. So if you're a teachers union member and you leave the teachers union once you're elected and you're negotiating with the head of the teachers union for everything, salaries, taxes, when school starts and stops, all of these things, you're just negotiating with yourself. There's nobody at the table. There's nobody representing kids or parents. And it's my opinion that that's why education has just tanked in America. So Moms for Liberty comes on stage. We're like, oh, not anymore. Parents are taking this back. And started with the school board races. You know, we've upset all of their policies and their agenda. We call them out for their nonsense. And of course, they're our enemy.
Bo, you talked yesterday when we started the broadcast with you anchoring for us in Orlando that you're a new dad and you're there and you keep looking for the dads for Liberty, and it's become pretty big, right? Benny's on the stage right now. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means a lot. Tina was just talking about that, saying she was catching some of the panel. I think it's a big thing. For one thing, and I think, Tina, maybe you could address it too, is there a future for Dads for Liberty? Will there be? Benny has intimated it. Maybe it'll happen. But I'm thinking about, Steve, just the things that I need to be thinking about as a new father. School choice, parental rights, parenting in the digital era, screen time, all the things that are being discussed here. So as I mentioned to you yesterday, Steve, it is a learning experience for me. And so I kind of want to just ask Tina as well, in terms of being a new dad, and for all those new dads out there, as I look to my school choice for my kid, what are the 2 or 3 things I need to be thinking about right now in preparation for what's coming for me?
Yeah, number one, it's actually very basic. Is the school using phonics to teach your child to read? For at least a decade now, America's been on this quest for a new way to teach reading, and obviously it's not working. We only have a third of kids in America that can read proficiently by 4th grade. And so number one question when you walk in is, are you teaching phonics? Like, how are you teaching my kid to read? And so, you can go to momsforliberty.org, and we launched m4lacademy.org, where we are that's where all the tools and resources are located. And we put together a back-to-school toolkit. There you can see the questions that you should ask the teachers in the school to try to select not only where your students should go to school, but, what's happening to your child in that school. We also provide opt-out forms. So if there's something that's going on there that you don't want to participate in, we've given you sample forms and letters that you can use to opt out of the things that might be not in alignment with your values.
Yeah, and Steve, I also think that in line with what Tina said, being here in Florida has set a standard. It's set an example, I think, for what the rest of the country can follow. And I got to say, Steve, thank God I'm in this free state of Florida to raise my child. But these are things I've got to be thinking about now. And I know there's a lot of dads out there that may not even know what Moms for Liberty is. But as Tina just said, you can go on the website and find the resources that you need right now. And that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Tina, your social media, the website, where do people go? We're going to be covering this all day. It's absolutely amazing, but I want to make sure people get the inside baseball.
Momsforliberty.org is our website. I'd ask everybody to join and become a member. It's free, and you can be a dad and be a member too.
Bingo.
You don't have to just be a mom. So do that so we can stay in touch and we can tell you the things that are going on within our organization. You can catch us on all social medias, Mom4Liberty, and I'm Tina Deskovich on all socials.
Tina, thank you so much. Bo, we'll come back to you. I know we got a bunch of interviews. And Bo, make sure you fill out that your membership of Moms for Liberty today.
I'm going to do it in the break.
Okay, we'll come back to you guys as well. Tina,
have you filled out the membership form yet?
Let's roll. So the free state of Florida, we have 2 anchors in the MAGA movement. And look, Ohio's amazing, Georgia's amazing. You got all these amazing states. That Arizona, we got the bedrocks, right? But the foundational elements are Florida and Texas. And you guys are very competitive with each other, competing. Now, I assume that none of these problems we're talking about, it's because folks that I know so many Texans, and it's kind of their own republic. They're so proud of the University of Texas.
Used to be, yeah.
They're so proud of Texas A&M, University of Texas. They brag all the time about their education system. So I know that all the issues that Tina's talking about in education couldn't possibly be in the state of Texas.
Now, as a native Texan who loves this state, who likes to believe that the state of Texas is or should be number one in just about everything, I hate to say it, as an elected official here in Texas, Florida is just straight up kicking our butt.
Is that serious?
They're running circles around. You mentioned the Moms for Liberty thing, school choice. Florida has been leading the fight against teacher unions, and the state of Texas, I think just passed probably the biggest teacher union bribe in the history of America last session, called HQ2, almost $10 billion.
No, impossible.
The teacher unions, yeah.
And do that. How could that possibly be?
Because it's how we.
This is the Texas Republic of Texas.
I know.
It's a right to where you guys hate unions.
We are the people do. Yeah. But the government is all about the teacher unions here in the state of Texas and Florida. Talk about empowering parents. I mean, they started the parental empowerment movement, and then 30 years ago passed education freedom to let parents pick where to choose to send their kids to school. Texas, I think the only Republican state left that didn't have anything until a few months ago. But unlike Florida, where it's actually universal and every parent can get to send their kid where they want, in Texas, our school choice bill, only 1%. of parents even get to benefit from this thing, and all the rest of the money was shoved over to the teacher union.
Since you've paid, you're paying the teachers union, you've done this $10 billion bill. The results must be amazing. It's worth the cash you're giving them.
Oh, so you either laugh or cry, but it's an existential crisis, and that's why I'm so grateful for what the movement Moms for Liberty, not just in Florida but across the country, because we have liberal indoctrination. Everyone knows about this. You talk about it all the time. But it's not just the liberal indoctrination is going up, but the fundamentals of education are plummeting. And even in Texas, this breaks my heart, makes me angry actually, only 24% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in reading.
Full stop. Not in the state of Texas. Not as proud as you guys are.
Only 23% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in math. So it's a generational crisis.
How can Abbott and these people, how can the local class in Austin accept that?
Because the reality is, for too long, the teacher unions, which again, the state of Florida has been doing battle with, and the state of Texas, by the way, should be leading the fight against the liberal, Marxist, leftist, progressive teacher unions. Instead, we're taxing Texans out of their homes to subsidize the teacher unions and oppose literally everything that Trump supports.
Walk me through that. Connect those.
Yeah. Okay. So the way it happens is, people pay property taxes wherever you are in Texas. You don't
have a state income tax. So you don't
have a state. So the property taxes, right? We have them, but they don't have to be the highest in the country. We have the highest effective property tax rate in the country. So wherever you are in Texas, when you pay your school property tax bill, I'll walk you through this. What happens is your local districts, they don't take that money and do what you think they're doing with it, which is give it all to the teachers. Right? We should be prioritizing the teachers in the classrooms. What they're doing, they're taking that money and then handing it to liberal extremist organizations like the Texas Association for School Boards, the TASA, these groups. And what they do, they take this taxpayer money and then they weaponize it against conservatives' values, against their beliefs, against their children. And they pay for lobbyists to go down to Austin to lobby for more money for the teacher unions, to put boys in girls sports, to have men in girls bathrooms. This is what you're paying for. When you pay property taxes in Texas, these school districts are handing it over to these taxpayer-funded lobbying organizations, and they are lobbying the state government to do everything that conservative Republican Trump voters oppose.
We got a minute or two before we go to break. We're going to bring Michael Pack, the great filmmaker of the United States Marine Corps, is going to join us to kick off the coverage from Marine Corps 250, which we're going to pass the baton to Amanda Head at noon here on the War Room. What do people do here in Texas to fight that then? If they're going to sit there and go, hey, we want great education. We don't want the unions driving thing. It's ridiculous that Florida and Texas are the leaders of kind of the freedom and liberty movement in the country because they're the railhead of MAGA. How can you possibly have this in Texas? How do you break it?
Well, I tell people all the time, the most important, and I think Moms for Liberty, I think they would agree with this. I think the most important, most impactful political office in America today is your local school board. So number one, we got to have real conservatives run for local office. That's super important. But number two, demand that the governor of Texas, lieutenant governor, and the Texas legislature stop giving even a single penny to the teacher unions. And then we've got to stop this egregious practice called taxpayer funding lobbying, where we take property taxes and hand it over to liberal extremist lobbyists to force the Texas government to, again, put money back in the hands of teacher unions.
You're paying for your own demise. I mean, this is what's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're funding the very destruction of the next generation. The indoctrination.
It's almost like a Greek tragedy where the hero's strength is actually used against him to destroy him. Right, the great prosperity and entrepreneurial spirit and the hard work of the populist nationalist MAGA is actually used against to destroy their children and their grandchildren.
And it's happening without the knowledge of Texas voters. Because Texas voters wouldn't stand for this if they knew about it, and that's why I'm so grateful to the posse and War Room crowd for raising awareness. Because when Texas voters and voters across the country, when they see the truth, they don't stand for it.
That's where we're down here in Texas. Okay, we're going to take a short break. I want to make sure you go to Birch Gold this weekend. President Trump, I think, has stopped any more, what I call it, going up the escalatory ladder in Ukraine, as he's trying to make a deal with Putin to put the guns down and stop the killing. And also Scott Bessent's en route to over to Asia to meet with the Chinese finance minister, I think in Singapore, prior to the meeting President Trump's going to go over to. So President Trump's working overtime for peace and prosperity. Go check out Birch Gold, the end of the dollar empire. This whole thing's about a de-dollarization move of the Chinese Communist Party and the BRICS nations. It's had a pretty big impact, but gold is on fire. Find out why. You need the process, not the price. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. End of the dollar empire. Get that and make contact with Philip Patrick and the team. Short commercial break. Michael Pact on the other side.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
So I arrived about 20 minutes, 15 minutes after this fight had begun. And it was at, I guess I would call it a bit of a stalemate. And the reason I say a stalemate is because wounded Marine inside. Staff Sergeant Chandler organizes a rescue party. They run in the room, try and shoot everything that moves so they can pull this Marine out. As soon as they run in, what do the enemy do? They're smart. They throw grenades in the room. As they walk in the room, they blow up. Now I've got 2 more Marines wounded. The other 2 wounded Marines fall into the kitchen, and they're trapped in this kitchen. So now I got 4 Marines trapped in the house because no one can go in this living room without getting blown up. Another rescue party goes in, led by a corporal, Corporal Wolf. Goes in with a sergeant, and they try and go in. Corporal Wolf gets shot in his flak jacket, falls on the floor. Sergeant Byron Norwood gets shot in the head, killed instantly.
then First Sergeant Brad Castle, realizes that there are men in extremis hurt. He can hear the screams. He enters the house. He grabs Marines nearby, takes them in with him, begins to develop the situation inside the house, and in the process of maneuvering to an empty room, engages and kills a man at close quarters and is wounded in the process by a enemy above him. And in fact, he and his partner, his buddy Lance Corporal Nichols, both are stitched down their legs with AK-47 fire.
These guys are in a very good position, the enemy. There was not a very easy way to get to them. And at the same time, all of these rooms, this structure is very solid. The construction in Iraq is very sturdy. Steel rebar, reinforced concrete, and sometimes triple layer brick. You couldn't shoot a missile through some of these walls. And so we couldn't bring any heavy weapons to bear, couldn't bring any grenades to bear because we had too many of our own men wounded on the inside. So basically all we could use was our hands and our guns. So another Marine, PFC Boswood, and myself started taking this sledgehammer to the steel grate of this window.
So the lieutenant goes in without their protective vests and plates on, etc., through the bars of a window that they managed to pull aside. This all in extremis. There's firing going on. There are grenades being thrown in the house. There's groups of Marines separated and trapped by this very effective defense scheme. Grapes goes in with Boswood. They identify the threat above them. They work out a scenario to suppress the enemy above them.
We got 4 or 5 guns pointed up at these positions, and just like you'd imagine with a countdown, okay, you ready? I'm not sure. Okay, well, we're gonna go on 3. Make sure you don't run in front of our guns because we're gonna be shooting. And the old ready, set, go. And then we start unloading on these guys upstairs, and these 2 selfless Marines run across this kill zone, not once, not twice, but 4 times to pull Marines out of there. And we had some Marines in some pretty bad situations. Lance Corporal PFC Nickel was bleeding really bad from his leg. First Sergeant Castle was carried out by those 2 Marines who aren't carrying any weapons, but still holding his weapon, ready to fight. They were in bad shape. So we had to get them out of there as quickly as possible. But we still had these 2 guys in the house, and they weren't going anywhere. And we weren't going anywhere until the job was done.
They managed to get everybody out of the house alive, and Byron. They managed to get Sergeant Norwood out of the house.
I was honored to be the executive producer of, I think, and I've been told by many Marines, one of the most powerful films ever made about the Marine Corps, The Last 600 Meters. The writer and director, Michael Pacht. And Michael, you chronicled, which I think is so important, these kind of forgotten battles, which are huge, really, if you look at them, huge in Marine Corps history, in Iraq, in the Iraq War. The first Battle of Fallujah, the Battle of Najaf, and then the second Battle of Fallujah, which is kind of the Mac Daddy, one of the most intense battles in the history of the Marine Corps. You do it through the eyewitness account of the Marines that fought there. Tell us about it.
Well, in fact, you're right, Steve. Fallujah and Najaf are the biggest battles America has fought since Vietnam. And the purpose of the film is to tell the story, the ground truth, in the words and deeds of the people who fought there. Not whether the war was right or wrong, but what happened in these battles, to tell it as a battle story, as if it were Gettysburg or Iwo Jima. And I think the right way to honor the men and women who've risked their lives for us is to celebrate what they did in battle. That's how they want to be remembered, not discussing PTSD or anything else. They want that to be remembered in a fair, truthful way. And as you know, Steve, we don't really sugarcoat these battles. They were horrible meat grinders, and we depict them that way. And that's what in counterinsurgency urban warfare is like. And the film is, as you know, Steve, we completed it a long time ago, 17 years ago, and for PBS, and finally they're putting it on this year, but it's actually more relevant than ever. Now that, if you look at wars in Gaza or Ukraine, they are very similar, and future wars will be like that too. And we need to honor these men and women. They're mainly Marines. It's the Marine, you're celebrating the Marines today, but Army, Air Force too, but mainly Marines, and they are heroic. You can see it in that clip. Jesse Grapes, he never would say this. It takes Willie Buell to say it. Imagine going into Hell House where your fellow Marines are pinned and taking your Kevlar and armor off to go in. It's mind-boggling.
Then the heroism. That's why today we're going to have a celebration of this film after over a decade, 17 years. PBS is finally put. I got to give it a little history. In fact, I'm gonna hold you through the break. I got to juggle this with Mom Salute, but I got to tell the story. So he's first off the longest standing guy that hung in with President Trump in the first term, 3 years, would not bend to Mitch McConnell. They destroyed Michael Pack and say he's my hero because they destroyed Pack every day when he was going to take over Voice of America and everything. And he says, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to get confirmed. And eventually Trump says, stick in there. We're going to get you confirmed. It happened. But in the Bush administration, Michael was put in to basically be the content, because it was so out of control, to be a content guy. The left went nuts. The Bush administration folded, as they always do. But going out the door, they told Pack, hey, we'll give you as much money as you need, or money to go shoot the phone book if you want to. And Pat Kimmy had this idea that, hey, this war in Iraq, it's so high tech. You got, everything from Schwarzkopf, Nassimo Vance. I'll make a thing about the high tech part of the war. And Pat goes and does his research. He comes back in about 6 months and goes, hey, you know what? I actually realized I'm wrong, that this war is going to be fought at the gunman to gunman. It's going to be down to 600 meters. And that's why this film is so incredible. You actually see what Marine rifle squads go through. This is, when they call them grunts, you're seeing the grunt work. I mean, Michael, it's so intense because it's all eyewitnesses accounts of these battles in Iraq that really the media never covered, particularly the urban warfare that they had to go through. Sir.
I think that's right. And that accounts for today, the veterans of these wars are not adequately celebrated. I'm glad that you're doing it. Whatever you think of the war, these young men and women risk their lives for us. So I'm really happy that they are getting a chance to be celebrated. And their efforts were heroic, as you see in that clip, but throughout the entire 90 minutes of the film. And it's we see it from the level both of the people on the ground and the grunts, there's corporals and sergeants, but then a couple levels up, up to the one-star generals that were actually in the field, NEUEN back in Washington. Yeah, we think it's ground truth, what it's like in these battles. And that's the way to celebrate the Marine Corps, is to understand what it's like to fight. So I think it's great that PBS is putting it on. It's going to be on the day before Veterans Day, November 10th at 10 p.m. all around the country. So I think it's a great time, a great slot. So we're happy to do that, and we're happy to celebrate the Marine Corps.
November 10th, it's also the Marine Corps' official 250th birthday. Correct. We're going to be doing a lot with Michael. We're not going to be out in Pendleton today, but we're going to do a lot around the 10th. Also, aren't we doing on the October 30th, aren't we doing a live screening of this in Washington?
We are indeed. We're screening it on October 30th, and we're going to try to get a lot of the veterans to come. My wife, who's my business partner and was an executive producer along with Steve, is working to reach out to all of them, and a lot of them want to come. Not all of them are even in the area. I mean, it's been a long time. We were lucky to be able to interview them 2 years after the battle when their memories were fresh, and they look like they do in the footage now, 17 years later. They've all had their own complicated lives, but many of them really want to come, and those that aren't coming want to watch it and tell their families to watch it. And you're right that even though it's never been broadcast on PBS, it's sort of, people have heard about it, people have talked about it. You and I, Steve, took it to a bunch of military bases a while ago to raise money. So people have heard it. They've been waiting for it. People remember it even 17 years later. I think its broadcast and its screening will be a big event. And I hope we can get some of the veterans from the Trump administration to come too.
We're going to do it big. Michael, hang on for 1 second. I got to have you tell the story when you come back on the day of Marine Corps 250 out in Camp Pendleton. Just extraordinary. Michael Pack is the nicest, gentlest, calmest guy. Why they hate his? Why are they so fear his content? They threw him out the first time, right? They won't show his film after 17 years. They've never put it on PBS, and they paid for it. And 3 years of torture to get confirmed, by the United States Senate in President Trump's first term. Short commercial break. We're coming back to Pack. We're in Texas with Harrison. We're going to the Moms to Liberty Summit. Orlando, Florida. Back in a moment.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, today in the War Room, we're in Orlando with the Moms for Liberty Summit. We're here in Texas, talk about the grassroots movement, this burgeoning grassroots movement in Texas. We're also going to be at Camp Pendleton, Real America's Voice, Amanda Head for Marine Corps 250. I want to go back to the Marine Corps' official birthday, which is 10 November. Michael, you got to be so proud that 17 years ago, they financed this film. As soon as they saw it, they go, no, we're not showing this because it's not about the politics of Iraq. It's about the heroism of this young generation, and they wanted no part of that. But to select you to be what they're going to show on the evening of the 250th anniversary, the commemoration of the Marine Corps, is very powerful. And here's how powerful the film is. When we took it around to bases and we showed it to Marines, and they loved it. It had an impact on them because it said, look, this thing doesn't put it, it's no phony glory here. This is not a Hollywood production. This is just grit and determination and true the essence of courage when you have to do it against all odds. You're just going door to door, and you can tell the entire time this is a thankless job, right? So you took it around though to Force Recon. Now, the Marine Corps, they don't have a Special Forces. They say they're all Special Forces, but the Special Forces of the Marine Corps is what's called Force Recon. And these are the ones that hit the beach, particularly in the Pacific, early. You took it around to, I think, a gathering alumni of Force Recon. These guys got to be in their 80s or 90s at the time. And Pac Joseph calls me afterwards and he says, hey, you know, I'm taking it to the bravest of the brave. All these guys sit there and go, I couldn't do what these kids do. And Pac's sitting there going, hold it, hang on, you're the bravest of the brave. What are you talking about? And he said, hey, in World War II, we were hitting the beach. We clear cut everything. You don't give up an inch. You don't, hey, you're not taking any prisoners. We're just going, right? Because with 17 and 18-year-old kids, what these guys did, men and women, had to kick down those doors and go in. And what, 250,000 people in Fallujah, they sucked them all in. They wanted all the bad guys from Chechnya. They wanted all the bad guys in one place. And they had to go door to door, room to room, to clear it. Michael Pack, your thoughts about the greatest generation's greatest saying that this was more powerful than anything they had done?
It was very moving. I wish the veterans of the film were there with me. They were saying that, yeah, when they were clear island hopping in World War II, when they were in Iwo Jima or any of those islands, they were sent to the islands ahead of everybody else, right? They're forced recon. But they said, as they used a politically incorrect word, if we saw a Jap, we killed them. That was it. We didn't have to think about it. These guys have to sort stuff out. Who's civilian? Is this woman, with carrying water, feeding her family, or is she hiding an IED? They have to sort things out that they would never have been able to do at 17. And they were really amazed by their courage and by the sophistication required of these young men and women. It was really moving. I mean, after we showed the film, there was silence. I thought, well, I wonder what they're thinking. And then they came out with all the stuff, and they all agreed. Absolutely every one of them felt the same way. And so I think the audience will feel that way too. By the way, Steve, you're always saying I'm a nice guy, but I do think that the opposition to me, both when I was working for President Trump and previously, at CPB and elsewhere, wasn't personal. I never thought the people who were out to get me didn't like me personally. Most of them didn't know me. I think it was all about maintaining the left's complete control of the media, and they did not want to give an inch. And in many of these cases, I represented a little bit of a crack, and even a little crack was not enough, and was too much, rather, and they wanted to destroy me for that reason. Not because they disliked me. It was never personal, and you know that as well as anybody, Steve.
Michael, you're a true hero. Where do people go to get to the company, to your content, social media? And once again, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the 250th commemoration of the birthday of the Marine Corps, November 10th, nationwide on PBS. And then give the October 30th, what we're going to do and how can people possibly get tickets for that?
Well, my social media is Michael Pack _, on X, but I recommend they go to our websites. The one that for the last 600 meters is Manifold Productions, MANIFOLD Productions.com. And the one for our more recent work is Palladium Pictures, PALLADIUM Pictures.com. But you can navigate from any of them. And we have a lot of other content, including other ones about war, but about politics and history. And a lot of them are free or streaming somewhere. And I recommend them all. And we have this event on October 30th. It's at the Navy Memorial. If people want to come, they should probably reach out via our website. My wife is in charge of those invitations, and they're going kind of fast. And maybe, Steve, it's an event you could even cover. But yes. Of course you will be there, so that'll be good. And veterans will be there too. So it'll be a way to honor people in person. And we hope we can get Pete Hegseth or Tulsi Gabbard or someone from the Trump administration that was a veteran to come to honor these veterans that are there and sort of in advance of the anniversary of the Marine Corps and Veterans Day.
To the tip of the spear, Michael Pack, thank you so much. Honored to have you on here this morning.
Thank you, Steve. Great to be on your show.
Let's go to Bo. We're going to go back to the summit. We've got some very special guests. Bo Davison is there for an interview. Bo, what do you got for us, brother?
Steve, you're going to love this. We talked earlier about the generational component, the generational legacy of Moms for Liberty, and I'm joined now by Reagan and Owen. These are two junior patriots, and I just found out about this just minutes ago, but basically they've started a pilot program for Turning Point USA for middle schoolers. So we're talking about even the generation, even younger than what we see at typical Turning Point USA events, which is incredible. And they've got these Build-A-Bears, which we'll get to in a minute, but Owen and Reagan, I want to talk to you guys first. So Reagan, you're the president of this new chapter, and Owen, you're the vice president, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so Reagan, why did you start this?
Well, so I went to SAS this summer and I met Charlie and I not hung out with him, but I talked with him for 4 days. And then I brought it up to him, why don't we start a middle school chapter? And it was at first, and then it was okay, then we'll start the program and we'll try it. And so if everything goes well, then it will be open to pretty much the whole world next year if everything goes well this year.
And it's going well so far?
Yes, it is.
And this is in Land O'Lakes, right? Land O'Lakes. Okay, Owen, tell me more about it and your role as vice president.
Yeah, so we started a meeting last week ago. We were at the meeting. We were doing just grouping up, seeing all the people who joined in. And then we celebrate Charlie Kirk's birthday after. And when we post it on our Facebook and social media, it went really viral.
Wow, that's incredible. Reagan, tell me about, you got to meet Charlie. You got to hang out with him for a bit. I'm so glad you got the chance to meet him. What was that like? And what did it mean to you now since you've been inspired to start this new chapter?
It was very special for me. So a fun thing was, I was listening to him speak, and then he actually signed my 4-H jacket on air because it was the first time that 4-H was represented at a TPUSA SAS event, and it was just not mind blowing, but more than that. It was life changing for me.
It's kind of funny that you had to convince Charlie to do it, because I would think he would see this and be like, yes, we need to do it. But thankfully you have started it. It is a pilot program, and I want to get to these bears. So, Owen, you go to Build-A-Bear, and everybody knows you can go Build-A-Bear any kind you want. But these are special. These are like Charlie Kirk bears, right?
Yeah.
So explain that.
So we went there and we got bears. We found a suit where he wears his all things.
Let's take a look at it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then we have his shoes, his
the red tie, the microphone, the Starbucks. Can you see the Starbucks cup? Yeah. That's awesome too. Okay, so that's your design.
In there.
All right. And then some of them actually play messages. So Reagan, you have one, if I could see it, that when you press the button on his hand, and I'm going to put this as close to the mic as I can, here's what happens. Pressed it. Do it for me, Reagan.
It's time that we start talking to the next generation, not talking down to the next generation. And that's what we're doing.
It's time to start talking to the next generation and not talking down to them. That's what's in there. So, Steve, you can hear that in these Build-A-Bears, the brilliance of this. They've not just designed the Build-A-Bear; they have actually put an audio recording of Charlie's voice. The level of innovation, of charisma, of leadership of these new junior patriots is blowing my mind right now. The fact that they would think to not just start the chapter, but then have this tool, this educational tool of a Build-A-Bear.
Hey, Reagan, let me ask you a question, because I knew Charlie, extremely well, and, he was obviously a very unique guy. He followed us on Real America's Voice for 4 years. And knowing how Charlie thought, because he's always thinking about how you mitigate risk, how you do things and drive organizations, but Charlie was very thoughtful and thinking through. How did you talk him into it? When he originally said, I don't know, I got to think about it. What did you tell Charlie Kirk to sell him on the idea?
Well, so it was a maybe idea at first, like I said, and then so what happened was he was like, okay, let's do it, we'll give it a try, we'll see what happens. And so that's how it got started, and so far everything's going well. And we had our first meeting on October 14th actually, so
Amazing. Guys, just fantastic. How do we get, they have social media? Is there a website? Bo, where do we go to follow them?
It's a good question. I don't know. With Junior Patriots, I don't know. Do you have social media?
We do. We're on Facebook and Instagram for Club America Junior Patriots.
Club.
They froze. Okay, they froze. Okay, well, just to make sure we get it up. Amazing. Talking Charlie Kirk into something. Charlie was had a certain way that he rolled. I just think it's great. That's one of the best stories I've heard. It's also one of the reasons I never work with kids or dogs, right? They steal the scene. No, absolutely fantastic. And I think it's so great that they came after Michael Pack. And you talk about the sacrifice. And this is what I say. The reason, even as dark as you think it is, the reason I think, and I said this on the Tucker interview the other night, I feel absolutely great because you see this younger generation. I think the young men are the most based generation in the world. And one of the reasons I said, guys, from 18 to 30, the reason is what their uncles and brothers did in the Iraq and Afghan war. And you see this, you're going to see this in the last 600 meters. When you can impress the Force Recon Marines at Peleliu and Tarawa, and they sit there and go, hey, what these kids did is much more, it's much more powerful than what we did because we were just clear cutting and told you don't back up an inch and anything in front of you, you're just going to get shot. These kids had to do it differently. That's passed down to America. And you see these kids right there just doing a great job. Okay, we got Harrison, a lot of news report out of Texas. We're going to get to it. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to make sure everybody, Birch Gold, take your phone out right now. With gold blowing through $4,300, it's time, I think, that you need to know the process. It ain't the price of gold, it's how it got there. And remember, the biggest change, it went from a hedge, which we've talked to you folks about, how it's been a hedge for 5,000 years. Something's changed, as Philip Patrick and the team has walked you through. It's now becoming a central asset. Like back in the 19th century of money center banks, and particularly central banks as they think through fiat currency. Make sure you understand it. Birchgold.com, promo code War Room or promo code Bannon, I guess, in this regard. You get access to that in Philip Patrick and the team, or take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N at 989898. You get the free and ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Do not forget silver. Short break. Back in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. I want to thank our production team, everybody working in Denver today, also my production team here on the road in Texas. Just a great job juggling things. Of course, we're going to be tossing to Amanda Head and the team out in Camp Pendleton. So today, across the country, doing all this live, and I want to thank Harry and the team at the summit, just doing an incredible job. The reason I wanted to come down here, I felt I needed to come down here to Texas, all the great sponsorship we have of the Texas people, and we have a huge audience in Texas. And every time we've asked them to do something, whether it's fight in the Paxton impeachment effort, or recently in the redistricting, which would not gotten done without this audience, and really putting your shoulder to the wheel with the other grassroots. Texas is under. People understand the centrality of Texas in American history, in American culture, in American mythology. Remember, John Ford said, when the legend becomes fact, print the legend, right? Texas is known all over the world, right? Not just for Westerns, but for this ethos of what Texas is about. It's the reason that Texas is a target. Now, we just had this Antifa thing John Solomon talked about. I want to talk to you about that internationally. They're coming, but also internally. We make a big deal here how we thwarted, because when I was at Breitbart, it was, Soros is coming to Texas. He's putting $300 million. You got Beto O'Rourke and all these folks. And we said we beat that back. But in the process, I learned in beating it back, there was something deeper than just Soros. We have a problem that's deeper than just Soros's money. We have a culture, and there's no place in this country with a bigger divide between the MAGA grassroots populist nationalist base and the political culture, not even just the politicians, a political culture. So walk me through that first, and I want to get to this Antifa.
Well, something I know you and I have spoken about many times, Steve, and the posse gets this. I mean, we need to never lose sight of what time it is in America right now. We're in a battle for nothing less than the future of Western civilization. And I firmly believe, as goes Texas, so goes the nation. As goes the nation, so goes the world. And even though the state of Texas, you talk about the divide between sort of the rhino, weak liberal establishment and sort of the Trump supporting conservative pro-liberty base voters of Texas, it's just as big a divide between the perception of Texas. People believe Texas is the number one state for liberty, freedom, low taxes, low regulation, small government prosperity. But the reality is we've just been coasting on that reputation. And even though Texas isn't talked about as a battleground state politically very often, make no mistake about this, I firmly believe Texas is the crown jewel in the left's plan to conquer our nation. If we lose the state of Texas, we'll never have a conservative Republican in the White House. And Texas voters got to know this. We're not always going to have a bold, strong president like Donald Trump in the White House. And it's going to be incumbent on the big states to hold our country together, especially the next time we have some leftist progressive in the White House like Joe Biden, who was, undermining law enforcement, throwing the border wide open to bring in 10, 20 million illegals and terrorists and drug cartels and everything else. So Texas is the line of the sand. It's a straight line, but from Texas to the future of our country and the future of Western civilization. And we've got a weak establishment, liberal, sort of core body of people that have been controlling this state for a generation now. Too long, if you ask me. And they're totally lost touch with the Texans and with our ethos, rugged individualism, self-reliance, freedom, liberty. These are the principles that made our state and our country great, but far too often establishment, weak Republicans are selling out the voters of the state of Texas. And in doing so, they're selling out the future of our country.
No, this is why it's more insidious than just, the money of Soros and Soros's kids in these left-wing groups.
Right.
Because you can kind of see that coming.
Mm-hmm.
But to know that they already really control the school system here, that it's not an independent school system. You got the teachers unions who are some of the worst. You've got this infection has hit the, people in Texas are so proud of the University of Texas system, Texas A&M system, Texas Tech, and the private schools. And you see that this cultural Marxism is so deeply embedded. All the work that you guys have done, and still they're doing, and only if you out them, only if you go in and say and show video of these professors.
Right.
But that's just the surface of it. It's a systemic problem.
Right. I mean, why does it take people like me going on shows like War Room and showing undercover video and audio of leftist progressives who have been put in charge of our most cherished institutions like my alma mater, Texas A&M? But, I mean, here's the bigger question. Why the hell are leftist progressives being put in charge of anything in the Texas government? It's absolutely outrageous. So not only are we not this low-tax state like people think, I mean, highest effective property tax rate in the country. I have people in my office, Steve, all the time in tears. They don't know how they're going to be able to stay in their homes and their property that have been in their family for generations and paid for. And for what? So the Texas government can fund but what's basically the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Hakeem Jeffries agenda of DEI and transgender indoctrination. We give it $1.5 billion. We voted this last session to liberal Hollywood. I mean, the worst type of crony corporatism and corporate welfare is going on down here in the state of Texas. Taxpayers are being forced to fund the indoctrination of the next generation, all at a time when education rates are plummeting, and we've got people got to take their heads out of the stand. And unlike in D.C., where sort of the teams identify themselves, radical Democrats, left-wing media, in Texas, people think if an elected official calls themselves a Republican, that they support President Trump, they support the principles of our founding, they support freedom and liberty. And the reality is I've never seen anything as undermined, as duplicitous, as dishonest as elected Republicans who campaign saying, oh, vote for me, I'll stand up to the radical left. I'll fight the Democrats. But then when nobody's looking under the pink dome in the capital of Austin, they vote to empower those very Democrats and collude with them to destroy liberty in our great state.
Brian had one of the most powerful jobs in the first term, which is chief of staff over at HHS, because that's such a behemoth. One lesson we've learned here in the War Room in Texas, if you expose it, people jump on it and go, no, that's not going to happen. We've had huge victories. It all comes from the same thing, getting information out to the Texas grassroots. Once you get them on something, they can't be stopped. They can't be beaten. And the establishment in the state knows this, and the left knows this. I've asked Brian to stick around for the top of the next hour. We're also going back to the summit. Hopefully Lee's here. She's out door knocking today, as every candidate should do. We're trying to get Lee. And then obviously we're going to do a transition to Amanda Head and Marine Corps 250 live all day today, all afternoon today from Camp Pendleton, California, where the Marines are going to show you what an amphibious assault looks like. I think a couple, three things will be blowing up today. So if you want action, stick around on Real America's Voice. We're going to take a short commercial break. Make sure, take your phone out for our sponsor, Birch Gold 958, Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 958. Birch Gold at 989898. Text that right now. You get access to Philip Patrick and the team in the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Do not forget silver. That's why we wrote it up for both. See you back here in a moment.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot at all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Saturday, 18 October, Year of our Lord 2025. We're going between Orlando, Florida, with the Moms for Liberty Summit, to Texas about the grassroots fight to save, I don't know, maybe the most important state in the union. And then we're going to go out to California to watch the Marine Corps 250, Amanda Head, Real America's Voice, where they're going to be doing a major amphibious assault so the American people get to see what the Marine Corps does up close and personal. John Solomon was on here, and Cash, and he had Cash on for an interview. I talked to Cash also. One of the biggest developments in President Trump's law enforcement effort in this designating Antifa a terrorist organization happened in Texas, and didn't get enough play because the left-wing media don't want to talk about it. They actually indicted these Antifa people for, guess what, attacking, shooting, and killing of ICE agents in the line of duty on beginning the mass deportations that stopped the invasion of our country. Walk us through that.
Yeah, it's really historic, and it's a massive shift from 4 years under Joe Biden, where our law enforcement, CBP, ICE agents were just systematically undermined by the leftist president, facilitating what I believe was an invasion for 4 years, to now President Trump. First, let's back up a second. Remember how serious President Trump has taken this issue. He signed an executive order to basically give himself new authorities. He designated for the first time ever Antifa as a domestic terror organization. And so because he did that, they drew upon these authorities and indicted multiple people now for the first time in FBI's history, two Antifa affiliated individuals on domestic terrorism charges. And this is the president saying, I am going to not tolerate this anymore. And yes, this happens in the state of Texas, as so many things does. And I think I'd be remiss, Steve, if I didn't take 2 seconds and just say to the brave ICE, CBP, and every other law enforcement official involved in securing our border, just on behalf of millions of Texans, thank you for what you do. The state of Texas has your back. Millions of Texans have your back. And now, as we're seeing what's come out of Kash Patel and President Trump's Department of Justice, the president of the United States has your back. And I got to say, this one ICE agent that you meant, he was shot in the neck. This man's a hero. Even after he was wounded, after this Antifa thug shot him in the neck, he didn't stop fighting. He crushed down and then still managed to get off return fire. So even after he was wounded, not knowing if he was going to live or die, he still stayed in the fight to the last second, fighting back against these Antifa thugs. And they've been indicted now, and it happened 2 days ago. First time in American history, terror charges against Antifa.
And here in Texas, too. I mean, think about
Alvarado, Texas.
You guys got to understand understand they're coming for Texas, because so goes Texas, so goes the country, so goes the country, so goes the world.
Amen.
Last thing I want to ask you, today in Texas, they're going to have, they're saying it's going to be big in Dallas and in Fort Worth and San Antonio, Houston, no kings. What does no kings represent, you think, to the folks in Texas?
Well, first of all, we got to almost, you either have to laugh or cry at the total irony and hypocrisy of the left talking about no kings after what they basically had was an imperial president, Joe Biden, shredding
an illegitimate imperial president.
Right, and who's somebody who had no problem shredding the Constitution on a daily basis to do things like, I don't know, politicize federal law enforcement against their political enemies. So yeah, we're going to have this. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as big as what it's going to feel like if you only get your news from the liberal mainstream media. I mean, they're going to zoom in ultra tight. It'll be a crowd of 35 people somewhere, right? But they're going to zoom in super tight and tell you there's, millions of people there. Look, there are going to be some crazy people show up. There is unfortunately a contingent of leftists, many of whom have controlled the Texas government for a long time. You'll see some of them show up, but I do not think it's going to be as big as the mainstream media wants you to believe that it is. I'll tell you something. Texans love this country and they support our president.
You're the Associated Press for the Texas grassroots and MAGA movement. Where do people go for your social media?
Oh, yeah. Appreciate the posse amplifying what we put out there. There is no real conservative media in the state of Texas. So please help us out. Help the cause on X at Brian E. Harrison, at Brian E. Harrison on X. I think it's safe to say the single most hated Twitter feed in the capital of Austin, but at Brian E. Harrison on X. I like communicating direct to the people, not having to go through the lens of the liberal mainstream media.
Disintermediation, it's called. Okay, Brian Harrison, thanks for taking time yesterday and today to join us. We're going to go to main stage. I think we got Mary Holland speaking from Children's Health Defense at the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando, Florida. Let's cut to the main stage.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here with these mama and papa bears. There is no stronger force in the universe than parents for their children. So we're kindred spirits. I'm president of Children's Health Defense, and we were a group of moms with vaccine-injured children that really created this organization. And we were very fortunate back in 2016 that the current Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., founded Children's Health Defense. So the organization was founded to end the epidemic of chronic childhood disease. Over 50% of our children today, way over 50%, have some kind of serious chronic condition, be it severe allergies, asthma, ADHD, autism, diabetes, bipolar, dyspraxia, anxiety, obesity. You name it. These are terms that we didn't even have in our vocabulary, OCD, 50 years ago, and yet they are incredibly prevalent. Over 70% of young people could not qualify for the military if they wanted to because of their physical and mental health. There's something wrong. As John Solomon was saying earlier today, the abnormal has become normal. It is not normal. It is not normal to have so many sick kids. And it's our job as the moms and dads and the adults to turn this around. So Children's Health Defense works through 4 different pillars. We have education, advocacy, science, and litigation. And we believe we are not a medical organization per se. We're not going to tell you what to do medically, but like you, we believe in the truth, and we believe in liberty, and we believe that parents armed with the truth and liberty will make the right choices for their individual children. So we as an organization oppose all medical mandates. As I think the Surgeon General, Joe Ladapo of Florida, told you yesterday, I don't know if he said it yesterday, but he said it in the press conference with the governor not long ago, any medical mandate drips with disdain and slavery. And that is the reality. It is literally the state, whether it's the local, state, or federal government, telling you, we control your children, we control your body, you don't own your body, you don't own your children, the state does. And that is a form of slavery. What we have when it comes to medical mandates is medical tyranny, and we who stand for liberty must oppose medical tyranny. So, although we stand to end medical mandates, and the states of Florida and Idaho are at the front of the curve, and we are so grateful for them setting the pace, in other states in the country, in the majority of states, 45 states, we have religious exemptions, and parents can assert religious free exercise rights to say, no, my kid is not going to get a vaccine. Because we do believe that the science shows, the meta-analyses that we have show that unvaccinated children are by far and away healthier than vaccinated children. They don't have the same chronic health conditions. So sadly, in 5 states today, we do not have religious exemptions. In California, New York, Maine, Connecticut, and West Virginia, we do not even have religious exemptions. And that is catastrophic for those families that do not want to vaccinate their children at all. And other states, blue states, unfortunately, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and others are at risk of losing religious exemptions. So I'm going to come back to what our legislative fix is on that. But I want to tell you about a case that we funded in New York State very recently, just to show you how important this is. We represented through council a 16-year-old girl, Sarah Doe, who lives on Long Island. And Sarah, in 2019, when New York State, in its wisdom, repealed the religious exemption, this girl wanted to stay in school like any normal kid. And so her family, regretfully, decided to catch her up on the vaccines she had not yet received. And she developed several life-threatening autoimmune disorders. And she then was told that in order to stay in school, she needed a 3rd dose of a hepatitis B vaccine, which is a disease that is contracted through sexual contact and through IV drug use. And the irony is that under federal law, if you have hepatitis B, you can go to school and be in the workplace. But without her 3rd dose, her school district was prohibiting her from coming to school. And her school district was overriding her medical exemptions, and she had 7 of them from different doctors. And we had to take that case to court in order to have a federal judge tell the school district, you have to admit this child with 7 medical exemptions. She deserves her place in school. And the judge ruled that way. But it's to show you that medical exemptions have been perverted according to the incentives of the medical system, and religious exemptions have been denied in these 5 states. So I want to encourage you. I know Moms for Liberty are incredible activists at the grassroots, incredible legislative agent. There are 3 bills in Congress right now that I would commend to you if you care about medical liberty and health liberty. One is the GRACE Act, introduced by Representative Stubbe of Florida, asking that every state must have a religious exemption. It's part of free exercise. It's the First Amendment. Let's get our legislators to support it's called the GRACE Act. And as a former speaker said, grace is so important. It's the GRACE Act. The second one is from Representative Gosar of Arizona. That is end the vaccine carve-out. Basically, in today's world, the doctors and the vaccine manufacturers have no liability, and the states can compel vaccines. When you have compulsion and no liability, let me assure you, you do not have safety and effectiveness, as they say. So this bill is called End the Vaccine Carve-Out. We need to restore some level of liability for the doctors and for the vaccine manufacturers so that actually they are made safe if people are going to take them. So end the vaccine carve-out. And the last but not least is a bill by Tom Massey of Kentucky, Repeal the PrEP Act. The 2005 Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act is what made COVID possible, what led to the creation of your powerful, wonderful organization. Basically, we would not have had the emergency use authorizations tests or the masks or the gene therapies without that PrEP Act. So Tom Massey has a very important bill, Repeal the PrEP Act. So bottom line is, you as parents, as moms and dads, need to be the ones to make decisions for your children. Only you can fully, truthfully act in the best interests of your children. We are completely aligned on that. Through our education, we have an online newspaper that's free, The Defender. We have online streaming every day. And as I said, we do science and litigation. And our conference is coming up in Austin, Texas, beginning of November 7th to 9th, Moment of Truth. I know you stand for truth. We stand together. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return to Texas in the grassroots fight to thwart the loss of one of the greatest states in the union. Next in the world.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Is that better? Okay, welcome back. We're back in Texas. We're going to go back to Orlando when we get some more interviews or to the main stage. Also, hopefully to Amanda Head, they got to do all kind of security sweeps there. So out in Camp Pendleton as we get ready for Marine Corps 250. Lee, our audience got to know you years ago with Patriot Mobile. It was about Tarrant County.
Right.
And I think this is a lesson also for people throughout the country, the MAGA movement. They will target certain areas of certain states, understanding that they see that it's a base of real Trump supporters, but there's vulnerabilities, right? And that's why they become a target. So we've known you for what, 3 or 4 years now on your work in Tarrant County. Tell us about that, but tell us particularly why they targeted Tarrant County and how close they came, because you flip Tarrant County, you flip Texas. You flip Texas, right. You flip the country.
Right, because of our electoral votes, right? You lose Texas, we'll never have another Republican president. So Tarrant County, for perspective, Tarrant County has over 2.3 million people.
How many states? That's bigger than...
It's larger than at least 14 states, maybe 15.
15 states.
Yeah, larger than 15 states. So because of that, it's the #1 target, right? We have my Senate district that I'm running in is half of that county. So the Democrats have really zoned in on this Texas Senate District 9 race. They really want to take it. And because this is a special election, there's no primary. Special elections, when people resign midterm, get very interesting because there was a Democrat in the race, I got in the race, and then another Republican got in the race, not caring about splitting the vote. So we've been on the ground for many years. You may recall in 2020, Trump did win Texas, but he lost Tarrant County by 1,800 votes.
That's amazing.
That's, in fact, it was...
Is that a wake-up call for everybody?
I hope it was. I was trying to wake people up because in 2018, the Democrats focused on Harris County, and they took out all of their Republican judges. And they were trying to replicate that, do that blueprint in Tarrant County in 2020, and we worked very hard. This is before I was at Patriot Mobile. We worked very, very hard. I mean, we set up a call center and a tech center. We had hundreds of volunteers come every day. We did tens of thousands of our contacts every day, and we saved all 11 Tarrant County Republican judges in that 2020 race where Trump lost by 1,800 votes in our county. So it's been a battleground. It is a battleground. If anyone says Texas is not a battleground, they don't understand politics.
That's what Brian just said here. He says, look, you think of battlegrounds like Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania. Texas is a battleground. Why is that?
Well, a lot of it was because so many people were not voting in Texas. So many conservatives took for granted that it was red. And that's why
including a lot of evangelical Christians and traditional Catholics.
Well, the Christian base, as we know, only 75% of them aren't registered, and only half of those vote. So it is huge. We've been targeting churches to explain biblical values in voting. We've been training. In fact, Charlie Kirk's faith initiative was very positive in training pastors. First Liberty does the same thing. They actually have a guide on their website telling pastors what they can and can't do. And now that it's been ruled by the IRS that churches can endorse candidates and not lose their nonprofit status, that's the truth is winning. The truth is winning. So that's really exciting. We've been working hard on the churches. We've been working hard to explain biblical values, our Republican values. And, Jesus is not on the ballot. We have to choose the candidate that is most like our values.
What about in Tarrant County? Let's go back in time, because you worked on tons of initiatives before you joined Patriot Mobile, and then we met you on Patriot Mobile. There were so many other things in Tarrant County, like in the schools and putting the commandments in. Walk us through what you did in Tarrant County just as a grassroots leader.
Well, sure. And before Tarrant County, I did my first congressional race in 1994 for a Republican in Colorado. I was recruited to Texas, worked for the 104th Republican Revolution, 104th Congress, was recruited to Texas in 1996. And in fact, I was recruited by your buddy, Brian Harrison's dad, Ed Harrison, when he ran.
Oh, so that's when you knew Brian as a young boy.
That's when he was I was taller then, taller than him. So I've been working volunteer ever since 2019 when they were trying to pass red flag laws in the state of Texas. I was the only candidate in this race that went on their roadshow and testified. I spoke about how unconstitutional they were and how they violated.
What was your fear about red flag laws? What was it? Because you got very involved in this. What was it?
Well, the constitutional amendment, our Second Amendment, is our ultimate right, right? That was my initial passion for getting into politics.
Really? With
yeah.
Second Amendment?
My dad was a police officer. He taught me how to shoot when I was 6 years old. I outshot every boyfriend I ever had till I met my husband. He outshot me, so I married him. So that really is my passion, because if we lose our Second Amendment, armed citizens are citizens. When you're not armed, you are subjects. So if you lose your Second Amendment rights, you can lose all of your other rights. And so I'm really passionate about that. Also, you know, Steve.
But people also think, I think when you think of Texas, you think that, hey, it's got to be the most friendly, firearm state in the country. You're saying that's actually not true.
Well, it's not true, but we are making progress. This session, we did pass the bill banning red flag laws, and I've been working on that for 20 years, testifying, writing op-eds, talking truth to power. The addition
20 years of work to get it done.
Yes, but that's, you know what? That's where Democrats beat us, is they accept incremental wins instead of going for everything, losing and taking their ball and going home. It's exhausting. Right? But you just can't stop. And that's what patriots do. You just can't stop. I wasn't paid for any of this. This was all volunteer. I was an elected precinct chair for 20 years in Tarrant County. I was appointed, I was a state delegate to the state convention 5 years. I worked on our Senate District 9 Resolutions Committee and our state platform committee that creates the platform which determines Republican priorities.
Is the platform actually, did they actually push for that in legislation, or is the powers that be just use that as a sop for the grassroots?
You have a little bit of both, and then you have bills that say, oh, we're doing this because it's on the platform, but it really doesn't do what the platform says. So
yes, I was in a meeting with the grassroots leaders, and they said that 9,000 bills were brought up to the Texas legislature. I thought Texas was kind of a libertarian, self-reliant state. Isn't that a little bit too much legislation? Now, obviously, all of them don't get passed, but just the mentality of putting that much up, is that just all the Democrats, or some of the Republicans do that too?
All of it. And when you see the bill numbers on the legislation, you know which ones have priority.
What do you mean by that?
So the lower bill numbers get in first.
Ah. Very smart, very smart. What did you learn from being grassroots? Because all your 30 years grassroots are in politics somehow, but never ran for office.
Right.
What was it that, because a lot of our audience is the same way, they've started to become precinct chairman or precinct, they come to the precinct strategy, they then become chairman, they go to the state, and as you know, there's huge pushbacks on the precinct strategy in places like South Carolina and Georgia, some of these states, even in Florida, where, the established order in each of these counties don't want to see Trump volunteers showing up. What was it about learning over 30 years that you finally decided, hey, I've got to step up here and actually run for office?
Well, some of the things I learned that will be useful in this office and will be useful to your audience is when there are bills, if the prettier the name is, the more dangerous it is. So be very careful. And there's not ever just two sides to any bill, right? So we finally got the China being able to buy Texas land bill passed. However, in the very late night before it was about to be passed, an amendment was slapped on it to, they can't buy Texas land, but they can lease it for 99 years.
Are you kidding?
So yes,
who slipped that in?
I don't remember, but I know the hero that knocked it out, and it was our state representative.
I mean, that amendment was knocked out before.
It was knocked out, and so that was killed. Steve Toth is the hero there, but. So here's what I've learned, and here's what I want people to pay attention to. The unintended consequences of bills is more dangerous than leftist legislation. So look for the hidden things. When someone carries a bill for you and they're acting like the hero and they say, oh, well, it got killed in committee. Well, those backroom deals in committees are the most dangerous ones. You have to hold people's feet to the fire. There are all kinds of deals made in the back rooms, and you see it when you're there at the Capitol until the wee hours. But most importantly, it's important to keep an open dialogue with your representative staff, and it's very important to go to Austin. Even if you're not testifying, you can go, almost more important than that, more effective.
You can go in and sit in and just
go door to door.
Yeah.
I recommend calling and making appointments. If they won't make an appointment, you can still go.
Show up and say, hey, I want to see
you can call and make an appointment and say, I want to see, what time can I get in, and go from office to office to office. And that's what I do, just having conversations. You
would just show up and just wander around?
Well, that's kind of what we do. I mean, that's what's effective, right? That's what we did for the Red Flag Law bill. That's what we did for the Texas Women's Privacy Act bill. And so we had success with those.
I want to get to the privacy bill in a second. Also, I have a question on the other side. I'll tee you up for it. No kings. They're looking for Texas. You just had the Antifa indictment, which, Cash told John Solomon, who was on earlier, one of the most important things was the indictment of Antifa here in Texas. It also shows you how both the radical left, right, and of course Soros and what they're trying to do with the political culture down here. But no kings. All day on media, they've been talking about Dallas and Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth. That's going to be a massive turnout. We're going to ask Lee that on the other side. Short commercial break. We're juggling between Orlando, Florida, and the summit in Camp Pendleton, California, where they're doing a security sweep even as we speak. We're going to try to get Amanda ahead. Talk about our coverage today, but stick around all day on Real America's Voice. We're going to leave Texas and head to Camp Pendleton for a Marine amphibious assault. And some Navy fighter, Marine fighter, attack bombers, everything, helicopters, all of it. Short break, back in a moment.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower.
We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Trump himself, of course, did muse about becoming dictator for a day. He has also said that his supporters, maybe they don't need to vote again if he were reelected. And in February, the White House even posted this image reading, "Long live the king." So, definitely not a king, right?
Super not a king.
Super not a king.
The amount of unkingliness emanating from this White House is truly stunning. I think that Trump does understand that being called a king in America is bad. He understands that part at least. The problem that he faces is that he wants to be, he wants to have all the powers of kingship. He wants to have the sort of autocratic, my way or the highway, what I say goes, about how to run the country. He wants to be able to throw people in the dungeon for disagreeing with him. He wants to be able to loot the treasury as though it were his personal treasury and dole out cash without Congress's approval. He is, if he is not a king, then I feel like he is at the very least emulating bad King John, who gave us the Magna Carta all those hundreds of years ago. I think that he is someone
We're getting some really deep historical cuts here.
It's Friday night. We're going to deep cuts. And I really think that he knows that to be called a king is bad, but he is not willing to not act like he wishes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make sure that because of the MAGA base, I know they're very, as we talked yesterday, very focused on election integrity in Texas, because they know that Texas is a swing state.
Yeah.
Media don't want to talk about it. So, and I know they're very, in 2020, particularly Tarrant County, they blow me up all the time that, hey, there's no way Trump lost that. So I know you guys have been on top of this. My point is he won in 16. They steal it in 20, right? You come back in 24 for a big victory. What's more democratic than that? What's more the things of working for democracy than going out and putting coalitions, doing that hard work in those interim years to have Trump come back and have this big victory and this huge victory in Texas, which the spread was so much bigger than people thought. And yet these people, the no kings people here, and today they're counting on Texas, they're counting on Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and Fort Worth to have a massive turnout. What are your thoughts about the whole process of what you guys had to do, the pick and shovel work of true democracy to make sure President Trump and a sweeping victory here across the board, and particularly in Tarrant County, and then the kind of the insult it is to you guys to have this no kings, that President Trump's some sort of autocrat and that you are really the supporters of fascism?
Well, the interesting thing about No Kings is this is coming from a party who usurped their primary process to appoint a queen. I think she identifies as female. That is what's the hypocrisy of it. I do want to point out that I think Trump's Truth Social was the best that won the internet about this. His truth post is...
And you're quoting.
I'm reading because I'm old and I need glasses. A huge thank you to all the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I'm still your president. Good job, all.
That's a great troll.
It was great. It was great.
What do you think is going to be a big turnout in Fort Worth, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston? Is there a big effort for this?
I do. I think there will be. And, we're used to this. And everyone said, we're having our event today. Are you afraid? Well, I don't live afraid, obviously, by my track record of my life. During the BLM rally, people drove by my house with bullhorns screaming my children's names. My best friend was told that her 13-year-old received a text and it said, "I can't wait to wash your faces. I put my 7-inch blade in your mom's throat." That's what we deal with as conservatives in Texas. And you know what? We don't let them win. We keep fighting.
That's incredible. What you can see from Antifa, this indictment, and from the No Kings rally, the Soros and the left has targeted, forget the political culture or the business thing of just doing trade-offs all the time to sell us out, but the left very much is focused on Texas as a target, not just to be a swing state, but to actually get, what are your thoughts on that, particularly now that the first indictment we've had comes in Texas for Antifa?
Well, it's definitely a target. That's another reason why we fight for our Second Amendment rights, right? It's also, we are fighting so much money money. Our last school board races, several school board candidates lost. We did some post-data analysis, and some of those nonprofits involved in that. We traced $1 million, and that's just what we can trace, because most of it is...
You mean the not-for-profits are coming after the parental rights kind of movement?
Absolutely.
To have the parents want to be in charge of the school boards.
Yeah.
Now that they won one term, in the next term you come back and you got dark money coming after them?
Yeah, and let me give you a couple of examples why. In South Lake, Texas, we took over that school board. We have great conservatives on that school board. Our school board sued the Biden administration's unlawful and overreaching rewrite of Title IX and won. So we left the Texas Association of School Boards. We would not allow boys and girls sports before our state ruled that. So they come after, they target at the local level. And that's something that the left has done for a very long time. And even if you don't want to run for school board, some of the most effective things your listeners can do is get on those committees in your municipalities and your cities and in your schools. Because, I mean, let's face it, being on the health committee didn't used to sound sexy until you start to think about where are the sexual transitioning drugs given? Where are the decisions made to let Planned Parenthood come in and do your sex health classes? Those health committees are critical. Masking, all of the above. Your budget committee is huge. There are school districts all across this state and across this nation giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to these liberal nonprofits that are only doing indoctrination, and that money needs to be going to educating these kids.
Do you agree, Brian's statistics, like only 25% of the public school kids in Texas in the 8th grade read proficiency, only 23 are math literate. It's stunning how bad. And he said he thinks the most important offices in Texas are school boards, because he says that's where the nastiest fights and the most important fights about the future.
Well, they are, and a part of that is it's so close to home. So the attacks are direct. And when I fought a school tax, this was 20 years ago, my children were attacked in the school by a teacher.
Were attacked because you were fighting for
reasonable taxation in my district. Because it's so close to home. In fact, I know a person running for state office right now, and he said, this is so much easier than running for even state senate, because the local races are so volatile. They're personal. And you think about my race, it's half of Tarrant County, and Tarrant County is the #1 target in the nation. That's what I'm up against.
And the scale of it, how do you, on a special election, let's talk about what this audience, how they can help. What do you need to do? Because this is all about turnout, right? This is all about turnout. How today, before you came over, you were actually out with your door knockers talking and getting them pumped up. Today, we're going to have a rally. But talk to us about what do you have to do to guarantee turnout of the voters that'll support you, and how can this audience help?
So first of all, constitutional elections historically have low turnout. So many conservatives don't know that there's an election even happening. So door to door, and I think yesterday was when I was on, I told you we knocked 7,800 doors. Those numbers were several days old. I met with my campaign manager today, and we have now knocked 10,400 doors as of this week. And that is, a ton of volunteers giving up of their time and treasure to do that. That's the critical thing. The reason this is a turning point in Texas is the liberal left has always poured a lot of money into Texas, but they weren't used to conservatives fighting back. Now that we have been fighting back for several years, they were turning Tarrant purple. We took it back to red. Now they are really pouring in the money because their money is endless. The Pritzker Group and the sexualization, the Pritzker Group created the sexualization of children in public education. And you know how much money they have. So we are up against a lot of money. So the only way to win this is to be patriots, giving of your time and treasure, getting everyone, bring 10 people with you to the polls to vote. We have some really important constitutional amendments. We have 17 constitutional amendments, and they on the ballot. And they do everything from stopping capital gains, stopping taxes on property, from increasing our homestead exemption, meaning we're taxed on less of our homes. It's a really important constitutional amendment if my race wasn't even on the ballot. So it's really, I just can't even express how important this election is.
So hang on with us. By the way, where can people go right now for your campaign website and social media?
LeeForTexas.com.
We're going to come back. Lee's going to stick around with us. Do we have Ben Harnwell in Rome? And we're going to go to Ben Harnwell in Rome. I am told by Lee, I have to be very specific. That's Rome, Italy, the Eternal City, not Rome, Texas. So, Ben, give me a summary. Huge developments yesterday. Zelensky, I heard from sources that it was very heated in the cabinet room where they had that lunch about the situation with Tomahawk missiles and the overall strategy of Zelensky on the prosecution of this war. What do you got for us, sir?
Morning, Steve. Morning, Lee. Well, I'm delighted to come onto the War Room, Steve, today and basically pay tribute to the power of the War Room audience, the power of Real America's Voice audience, because I would suggest that the constant pressure has had an effect. Pressure and indeed prayers. President Trump, as you say, magnificently held the line and said no to President Zelensky. And better than the in-your-face no is the reasoning behind it, Steve. He said, and I quote, because the United States does not want an escalation. That was his justification. He also said that giving the Tomahawk missiles to Zelensky would be, and I quote, a big deal. He said that the US needed them for its own defense. This is, Steve, I could not go back and change what the president said to make it better. It was absolutely perfect. And this is what we've been in the run-up to Friday's meeting every day on the War Room as we've been covering this. This is exactly what this audience wanted to hear from the president. No attempt at escalate to de-escalate. President Trump is concentrating now on this meeting that he's going to have in Hungary with President Putin. Date still isn't set for that. And he didn't want to push President Putin into a corner before that meeting took place. But the important thing is, and this is the interpretation that we've had on the War Room, giving these Tomahawk missiles to Zelensky wasn't simply a military strategic objective on behalf of Zelensky. It was his attempt to lasso America into this war to support him in this war of attrition. And that is not, at least for now, that is not going to be taking place.
So Marco Rubio with Lavrov this week, and then open, it looks like the following week, potentially, if things have the momentum that President Trump was driving, it'll be in Hungary. Viktor Orban will be putting that together with Putin and with the President of the United States. Is that our critical path here?
That's the critical part. Look, I don't want to preempt that meeting because I don't know how much room President Putin himself intends to give on this. But we'll read the tea leaves in the run-up to the meeting, and obviously afterwards. Steve, I have to say, for me, the important thing about this meeting is that it's taking place in Hungary, in Viktor Orban's Hungary. There is not a member state in the European Union that has been more that has refused more to play the Ursula von der Leyen line, and I'm just thanking God that President Trump didn't ask to have this meeting here in Rome, Italy, and under the support of the Prime Minister phony Meloni. That would have been absolutely awful. The fact that he's given it to Orban is a massive sign of support in Orban. He's very isolated here in the European Union, and I'm very grateful for the president for having done that as well.
Ben, social media, so then get your beady-eyed cynicism over the weekend.
Oh, my beady-eyed cynicism is on maximum now for the next weekend. It's Harnwell, my surname Harnwell, on Getter, my social media platform of choice. Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
Love you, brother. Great weekend. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Short break. Back in a moment.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99. And you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Stephen K. Bannon.
I want to thank Trevor Comstock for joining us. Of course, part of our big coalition is the moms, the parents' rights, the MAGA hardcore populist nationalists of President Trump, and Make America Healthy Again. Trevor Comstock, you got one of the best companies in America, founder, CEO. What do you got for us today?
Yeah, Steve, always great to see you. So just real quick, I just want to touch on one of our newest product releases, which is our creatine monohydrate. And we've only been selling it for just a short while now, but the feedback we've been getting has been amazing. And for anyone that doesn't know, just a little background on it, creatine is really amazing because it's one of the most studied and effective nutrients available. And it supports things like a healthy brain, cognitive function, memory, and it also helps your brain produce more energy, which is pretty remarkable. So it's great for things like mental clarity, focus, trying to stay sharp and alert, especially if you are sleep deprived or fatigued. And then, of course, it's always fantastic for muscle recovery and strength and conditioning. I can't say enough about it. I've been taking creatine for years now, and I'm always, feeling pretty sharp. My recoveries are very fast as well. So you can also just mix it into anything. I know we get a lot of questions on how do you properly take it. You can mix in your coffee. You can put it in juice, water, smoothie, pretty much however you want it. But yeah, again, it's amazing for brain health as well as muscle recovery. And again, it is one of the most studied and effective nutrients available. So can't say enough about it. And just wanted to hop on real quick.
Where do people go? I want everybody to get this and get all the information. Where do they go right now? What's your website? Where do folks go?
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com and then also use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. A ton of reviews you can sift through as well. If you have any questions, just feel free to reach out.
Trevor Comstock, thank you. Founder, CEO, and chairman of Sacred Human Health. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. You're an Army brat. I love the thing that all your boyfriends, as soon as you met a guy that could outshoot you, you could outshoot every boyfriend. As soon as you found one that could, mom's guns, Ken's long, he shoots, okay, that's the guy. You're an Army brat. You have been a great grassroots firebrand for years. We met you with the Patriot Mobile guys, by the way. I want to thank Glenn Story and the entire team, Patriot Mobile. Love having those guys as sponsors, and Glenn Story, what he's done with this company and what they've done. You guys have done it historic. I want to make sure people know that these elections are relatively low turnout, and we're a party and a movement that are about low propensity voters. So what are you going to do here?
Well, I told you yesterday we had walked 7,800 houses, and my campaign manager pulled me aside this morning at a walk event and said, Lee, we're up to 10,300 now. So it's the grassroots. That is what will take back America. We are outspent, but we're not outworked. No one will ever outwork me. So, and I have amazing volunteers. I have an army of boots on the ground. That's how we do it. But get out the vote is important, and you go to leefortexas.com to sign up and help us.
And a rally today, where do they go to find out about the rally, where it's going to be?
Right on the front page of leefortexas.com. So it's a one-stop shop.
And do you have social media also? You have a Twitter account?
Yeah, Twitter account and Truth. It's all Lee for Texas, at Lee for Texas.
Perfect.
And it's LEIGH.
Okay, Army brat made good. We got to win this one. This one's so important for Texas. There's what, 25% of the Republican seats are up on this election?
Yeah, it's crazy because in our state Senate, we have 31 spots, 20 Republican, 11 Democrat. 5 of those 20 are open seats. So that's one of the reasons the left is throwing so much money into this election and the 2026 elections. We've got to work harder.
Last thing, the guy that jumped in is Republican. 93%, you're telling me 93% of his millions of dollars is all from out of state?
From out of state. I've never seen it before in my over 30 years of politics.
Does that show you that the business interest, the corporate interests have a strong interest in Texas of doing things down here?
Definitely.
Unbelievable. 93%. Okay. Lee, we're going to follow this campaign very closely. We're going to do the rally day. Can't be more excited. Mike Lindell. Lindell, here's what I understand. How can, how can a guy be found guilty or liable, I guess it's not a crime, liable for defamation of a company that the next day or 2 days later is found is charged and indicted with a money laundering, all kind of criminal charges about bribing government officials. And if they want to talk about defamation, read the indictment. The indictment, right. Literally, if this stuff is true. Yeah. So, Lindell, you're the only guy in the world that can happen to. How did it happen?
Well, you see, you can't make this stuff up. I don't get found guilty of defaming crooked voting machine companies every day. But when I do, I go to South Dakota pheasant hunting. I mean, you just got to take it the way it is. But that's why I wanted to get on, Steve. And still, I've got to get all the support we can for MyPillow, because the judge also ruled against MyPillow, my employee-owned company, that they defamed Smartmatic because they're guilty by association. You can't make this up. It's all over the news. Even CNN said, hey, you think this will help Mike Lindell and MyPillow? CNN said this. I mean, of course it's going to help us, but the timing of the judge looked at the same thing that we showed him, that now that they have here's a charges against Smartmatic. So anyway, Steve, even right in the middle of our pheasant hunt, everybody was waiting because we know MyPillow needs the support of the War Room Posse, and you guys were going to continue the free shipping sale through the weekend here, and we're going to get a win out of this. We're going to free shipping besides the great sales we have. The My Slippers, $39.98. The towels, $39.98. The lowest price in history for our flagship MyPillows, $17.98 for the queen, $19.98 for the king. And you guys go to mypillow.com/war room. Free shipping on everything there, even the big items, the mattresses. You guys have all taken advantage of the mattresses, and the mattress toppers ship right to your front door for free. There you have the My Crosses. We're all praying for our great country. Get the crosses, save 50% there. And you guys, 800-873-1062. And you guys, 800-873-1062. You're going to get one of our employees working from home, and they're counting. Now, they love talking to the War Room Posse. These are the ones that